There we go. We are live. Tonight's episode brought to you from Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
That's all I got. All right.
Just said you got 8 inches of snow. Would it be Sasquatch?
Well, no, I mean, we got a lot of snow today.
Well, 8 inches isn't much for you, but
Well, I was out shoveling it. I'm sure it wasn't fun. But,
well, snow never is, especially wet snow.
well, wet snow, you can't use your,
Blower.
well, and I have like this electrical one that's, it's okay. But I mean, I don't know. I tend to enjoy using, I don't know, I've never really liked using a snowblower. I mean, I know it's helpful, but it always seems to blow the snow right back into your face, or
That's why you move the chute.
I know, but like that nine
The
times
wind,
out
I
of
know.
10, 9 times out of 10 when I'm doing it, it's like in the middle of like 40-mile-an-hour winds, so it doesn't matter which way I direct the snow. It's like somehow getting right back in my face, and I don't know. It's just garbage and annoying, to say the least. But anyway, whatever. The first ever weekly Alaboom where I am a 51-year-old man, so there's that, I guess.
You live half a century, you old fuck.
And I'm enjoying a Stroop waffle.
A what?
A Stroop waffle.
I didn't hear what you said.
I'm kind of annoyed. My Costco every year has had they would sell these by the sleeve,
Yeah,
and I'd always stock up on them,
can't find them now.
and then they didn't have them this year. So this is the last of my Stroop waffles.
That sucks.
I don't know. I suppose I could find them online or something, but it was nice to be able to go to my Costco.
My uncle enjoys pastels, which are similar, but they have an anise flavor to it, licorice flavor to them,
Yeah,
and they're thinner. I don't like that black licorice taste.
there's no black licorice in this.
No, I'm saying in the other ones, in the ones he has, but they're similar to them. Other than
I'm
that,
pretty picky when it comes to my Stroop waffles too, which is stupid, but I like the original. I like the original ones, but there's like all those other ones, they just don't taste as good. Like these aren't as sweet, I guess.
yeah, could be that.
Like there's some that are just like pure sugar, but these have more of a old man crusty taste to them, I guess.
For the old crusty man eating them.
Yeah. I like your BGG store.
Yeah,
You run a BGG store out of your shed or something?
yes. Me and Scott got a deal on the down low.
Oh yeah.
Nah, I was filming them games for him. I actually just got done filming for him. They're all in the store, everything behind me.
No, you're gonna work for him. I didn't know that.
No, I'm not working for him. It's I wanted to do it
corroborate
for
your story right now since he just showed up.
no, I don't even consider it a sponsorship. It's just a project, yeah.
He's just making you work for free. That's really nice of him.
No, he never made me. I asked him to do it.
Oh,
I brought it up to him. But
I like that logo back there.
yeah, it didn't light up as well as I thought on camera. It's the angle
Pretty good.
of the camera. I should have made the store a little bigger.
Yeah.
Well, with the backlight. Give me a minute.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Scott,
With the backlight, it doesn't come out right at the certain angles.
what's that giant cart thing behind you?
Yeah, it's a big rack. It's a little bigger than I thought it would be.
Is it on wheels?
It is on wheels,
Okay.
but that's a heater. But there is a wheel down there.
What is it for?
That's
why,
a heater.
Why do you have that giant rack in there?
That's for my keyboards. I have 2 keyboards now,
Oh, you're vertical.
but
Okay.
but it's very tall. It's very.
You mean like play music keyboards?
Wow.
It's too big. I didn't realize it was that big.
No, I mean,
Keely.
Yeah, playing keyboards.
you're making
Keyboards.
music now or what?
Yes,
He's been doing it for a while.
I've been doing it for a year now.
Can you
Well,
break that?
Check out my SoundCloud.
Can you break that in half, Scott, or is that welded all the way up?
It's tubes, and yeah. I mean, I might fill it up. You never know.
Yeah.
I might be the next big music producer.
Big A Productions.
Big A Productions. That's right.
Fair enough.
What's going on, guys?
16 hours left.
For
Bazaar
what?
Zoo Bar is fully funded. Get in now. Get there or be square.
Is it around where you want it to be? It seems like it was like a little slow.
I mean, would we rather have made $1 million? Yeah, sure. But we knew going into it, it was a very low end kind of thing. It was one of those I mean, it's doing exactly what we thought it would do. And we
How many
we went in-
backers?
like 312 right now. So I mean
312.
yeah, I mean it'll be a small print run.
Yeah.
We'll be able to make it. We will satisfy a contract. We'll make a fun little game.
Oh, I understand.
The
Yeah.
people that get it will be happy because it's a
Love
clever,
it.
fun little game.
Freaking love it. Don't
Yeah,
fucking
no,
love
I mean,
it.
And they'll
you know,
love that they love it.
and we'll have some Gray Fox exclusive editions to sell at conventions for a year, and then it'll sell out, and then people will
Kinda
be like,
game it.
"Oh, I really want a copy of that," and we'll be like, "Well, you should have got it on the Kickstarter. Sorry."
What kind of game is it?
It
You
is
guys okay? My mic is, like,
it
up in
is
the
a
air.
tile drafting. It is.
Oh, I like tile drafting.
It is a tile drafting engine building game of like with a little polyomino stuff going on.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it's a fun little game you can teach in about 5 minutes, and it's about 30 to 45 minutes long. So
Cool.
yeah, it's really clever. I mean,
Barry's in the
Oh.
BGG store, man. Look at that. You got like a little diorama set up and everything, like a display table.
I know what a
Told you I
suck up.
tried
Huh?
to-
Look at that.
I try to half-ass decently, you know.
Well, the other thing is, I was gonna
It's
say,
pretty good.
if any of you, and this is my suck up moment, if any of you listening to this either now or before, you haven't gone and just peeled off
gotta check
15
that.
crisp American dollars and gone to support
Oh yeah, I forgot about
Board
that.
Game Geek,
BoardGameGeek.com/support.
yeah, go do
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah,
It's a tough year, I think, though. I mean, I'm not like, I understand. Like, I don't know if
mean,
board games is like the top priority for people right now.
for me,
And I'm
it's
not-
like-
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, believe me, I would like the $15. Please.
well, no, and here's what's
We
dumb
would
is like,
put good use to that.
think of everything that like, I mean, I don't even really I use Board Game Geek, but as a publisher, I mean, like, just the amount
use
of the like the hundreds of thousands of people that that will have the chance to see your game and read all about your game and interact about your game for nothing. If you're a publisher and you're not like at least spending $15 on that's garbage. And the thing is that if you go to the website to like look up about a game or read up about a rule or anything else like that, I mean, just think of all the times that you just have that access to read and do whatever, and then boom, it's like you have that, and it's like that's not worth $15 to you. I mean, how many times have I been like, yeah, that rule doesn't make any sense. How does that work? And like, there's like 3 people racing at the table to break out their phone, look up the game on Board
Yeah,
Game
it's
Geek,
interesting
and go
how
to
it's
the rules.
evolved, right? It used to be more. I'm not saying like, I guess homey is the word. It used to be more homey, because it was a smaller community, like a couple thousand people, 5,000, 10,000 people. That's easy to get a grip around, your hands around,
Yeah.
When it starts turning into tens and hundreds of thousands of people, it's like a different beast. You lose a little touch with I always thought, yeah, I track my Geek buddies. I still got my Geek buddies.
I didn't do anything with your card.
Well, I signed it and I put it back in the bag and then most of the things.
I
The
didn't move it
Barry
either.
Show brought to you by
I left it
BG.
right where it was.
Oh, did you get all the games from? Oh, those are all games from the store.
These are games I have for 6 months, Scott. Well, most of them.
Oh, okay.
I put there's 7 or 8 of them up on my site, and then I'm finishing up this one last garden. I got 2 or 3 more to do.
What do you think of the last garden?
I haven't played it with more than 2 players.
Is it need more
But-
than 2 players?
I don't know. I haven't played it with more, so but well, I don't feel it is as tight as a worker placement should be. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, I don't feel limited in spaces. You know, like I could go pretty much wherever I can. I don't know if that changes in the different player count or not. I am
Right.
very impressed with the bidding thing because that never works with 2 players, and it worked very well with this. You're basically bidded on favor victory points of the queen on how many gems are in the garden and which sector of the garden they're in, and there's some area control there, and then there's a mine section where you could try and get the majority of one color on the board, you know, and that gives you points. It's um it interests me just because I want to see how all this stuff worked, the area
Wasn't it-
majority and all that.
Zombie wasn't a zombie game. It's not zombie related.
No, this is like it's
End of the world.
a post-apocalyptic
Oh,
world,
like a post-apocalyptic.
and you
For
got
some reason, I thought zombies were in there.
oh no, it's you got a queen who builds these robotnists they're called, and they're building a garden out of metal and gems and stuff like that.
Okay, gotcha.
It's a pretty cool game. I'm not thrilled with the art. The layout, the graphic art's cool, but the art itself is kind of drab. The board itself, I can see why they did it, but
Right.
art's subjective though, you know. But overall, I enjoyed it. Yeah.
All right. I've yet to play it. I need to get
Yeah. What do you want me to do with these games when I'm done, Scott? You want them back? Donate them? What?
donate them
Okay.
or
I'll
give them to a
donate.
friend.
Yeah,
We don't want them back now.
Kindling.
Thanks for asking. You don't want to keep any of them?
Jen claimed cakes. I thought I told you that a while ago. I might have
Cakes,
been wrong. Yeah, she really enjoyed that. I do too. It's a fun game.
Did you guys like the Fire Robin?
Yeah, we did.
Theater Abend?
I call it Miller time. Yeah.
Another time?
Yeah, because of quitting time.
It's interesting how that game didn't really. I mean, it's tricky. Games are tricky now, like, aren't they?
Yeah, they
It's
are.
hard to get noticed.
That is a solid worker placement game.
It is.
It's a
solid
fun
worker placement.
team. It's
Yeah.
a table hog, but it's a fun team.
Yeah.
What a game went unnoticed in this in today's day.
Well,
and
no,
age?
it's. I'm not saying anything and we don't already know.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
just
that-
interesting to me.
That's why, like,
I mean, aren't people always kind of like asking for like the hidden gems or whatever of the
yeah.
board game world? Everybody's like, "What's the hidden gems?" Like, I need to find out more. I need to find more.
Well, yeah,
stuff.
but nobody wants the hidden gems because
No, exactly.
because
Nobody wants
the hotness.
it's this illustrious. Oh, where's that diamond in the rough that I don't know about? And then they have the diamond in the rough, and they go to a convention, or they go to their gaming group, or they go to game night, and everybody's got terraforming Mars, and insert 6 other games, and they're like, well, but I got this diamond in the rough, and they're like,
I'll give you 500 diamonds in the rough, and you won't play.
Yeah.
Whatever. We're spoiled. We're it's pearls before swine.
You are spoiled. No, but so far,
I know,
every game other than this looping, I enjoyed. Looping, it's just not my type of game. But every other one of them, I think there was 14 total. 12.
14.
I got 10 originally, and then a couple of them were so close to going out of stock. I got a few more. Originally I had Yakadabuni and Insect Ink, but they're real low on stock. And then this 10 Nights, I don't think I'll get a chance to play it. I played it with kids, but I'm sure it's not the same, with adults as it is with an 8-year-old.
Right.
Yeah. It's just a player count I'm having a tough time with. It's a social
That's a social deduction.
deduction. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I forget the player count. I think it's 48 or
Which one's that?
10 Nights.
10 nights.
Yeah, it's 3 to 8 players.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's kind of like a werewolf.
So funny. Like, I don't even. Here's the thing. Beth gets lots of games, and I didn't even know about it. I mean, normally I like to try all the games, but she's
Beth
just
has good taste.
she's always working on the deals.
Yeah, she has
We
good
like
taste.
to
so
sell
far.
games that are in existence, Lance. Remember that thing? I mean,
Yeah,
physical product that already exists. Way harder to sell than ideas. It's interesting.
it is. It is.
I
Pearls
don't know.
Before Swine was a great band from the 60s. What book did you get from Middle, Lance?
It was.
You have two
Necromancer
stacks on top of
Games,
each
The
other.
Worst of Grimtooth's Traps. What'd you say?
The worst of Grimtooth traps?
The Worst of Grimtooth's Traps.
Like the worst. They're like no good, or are they just evil?
No, like you ever read?
Worst, like
You ever look at Grimtooth's Traps?
I
It's
bought
like-
the thing that's like that thick. It's got like
Yeah.
it's that freaking thick, and it's like it's fun to read it.
Yeah,
But,
and basically there were traps that like nobody ever used them.
Nobody would ever
because
use them.
because it was just like y'all find the meat file in the meat grinder and you're all dead, and then your
Yeah,
body
yeah,
is
it's-
dropped in the acid vat and blah.
But there's
know,
some. I think there's some that are more like like test your intellect kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not just death traps. It's fun. It's a good book. It's fun stuff.
Yeah, it's
But I don't know how
little-
you would ever use it.
No, because you just wouldn't. I mean, it's whatever. But no, it's fine. It's fine, as they say. It's fine.
Those Vikings, did they get a berth yet?
No, we lost the Lions. We'll win
Oh, the
on Saturday
Lions.
theoretically because the Colts suck. So then we'll have claimed the NFC North and we can move forward with our lives, whatever. And then so we can lose in the first round and everybody can hate them again, and then we can move on with our lives. So the fun stuff. I did
Oh,
make
yeah.
the playoffs in both of my
Of course you
leagues that I'm in. So
Don't you always? Are there like 4 guys? So 3 of the 4 get to the playoffs?
No, there's 8 in the one, and only 3 of us have ever won the championship, and all three of us made it to the playoffs. There's like a 4-person playoff, so we just gotta make sure we beat down that 4th guy and make sure he doesn't win, and then we can keep the trophy amongst the triumvirate. We won't have to give it up.
Right.
That's and everybody hates us. So, but it's like 14 years of the league and nobody's won but us. So I say that's like, for me, I'm like super
It's a
proud. Everybody-
dynasty.
well, it is. It's totally a dynasty. But everybody else is like, oh, like the one guy who's like the only person who's won the championship more than me is like, I think it's time somebody else wins. I was like, why don't you just shut up? Just like,
Shut your face.
yeah, shut your stupid face, you stupid. And then and then we move on. But because I think, George Carlin said that it is. He's like, nothing gets me, like, he goes, I'm not a big sports fan, but I love is sports fan losers. He said that, like, and this is like 10 years ago when he was still alive, and he said there's nothing more like enjoyable to me than like teams that have never won the World Series or the Super Bowl or anything like that, and they just continue to lose. And there's nothing more exciting to me than teams that almost get there and lose. He was like, if the Cubs or the Red Sox, the Vikings ever win a championship, it would be the most boring story ever. Just because. But if they just continue to torture their fan bases, it's just like, what the Minnesota Vikings lead the NFL in? Most playoff losses of all time.
That's
Got a
great.
record?
Yeah, that's a good record.
And they have the best winning percentage of teams that have never won a Super Bowl. They have the most wins of any team that hasn't won a Super Bowl. It's just like they're the perennial. We're good. We're just not great. And when we're great, we find a way to take a shit on the field.
Well, you're heading down that path this year.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I welcome
You
it.
only got to
Bring
get
it
through
on.
Dallas, right?
As my older brother says, everybody's got to go through Philadelphia. Philadelphia is just a juggernaut.
Oh, we're gonna win. We're gonna beat Philly. We're gonna beat them in the wild card.
Okay, well, good, because that means I
go
think
through
we'd have a better
Dallas.
shot against you guys.
I don't want to
than-
say nothing.
You sure about that? You kind of got your butts kicked at home, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's used to that.
I played games this weekend. This,
All
this
right,
weekend was
let's-
better.
Let's hear
It
the
was better game of weekend.
Better gaming week.
than I-
Were you in a
than I
better
did.
mood, Scott?
Well, the mood was fine last time, but it was the circumstances. Remember the power
Oh,
outage?
yeah, it is that, yeah,
tailed up.
sorry.
So we started Tile Atom again. We had a game in progress, and everybody wanted to start it except for me. I wanted to continue it, but no, they wanted to start again. So we started again. I don't think I like Tile Atom.
Hmm.
I renege on my positivity last time. It's a fine game, believe me. It's great. It's a good gamers game. It's just not good for me. It's just not good for me. I can't put my finger on it. It's just not interesting enough. Like, I don't like roaming the countryside, building buildings and abstractly building cathedrals and selling goods for contracts, like that kind of thing. Like, I just feel like that's over now. It's done. Now, the action selection in that game is fantastic. The dice selection mechanism is good. You pick the dice, you get that many goods of the one you pick, and you get the other side of the dice action. So if I get the 5, I get 5 goods. Let's say I get 5 food, and I get 2 actions of whatever action whatever action wheel it was on. So if I get 2, let's say architect actions, I can do my architect actions too, and then I can do 5 goods, and I also can manipulate the dice with gold, so you can like increase the number by 1 or decrease it by 1. So and it wraps around, so you can like move the dice around the wheel, which is fun. Too much AP, unfortunately. And then you do your thing, and there's like scoring. There's 4 scorings, special scorings, like called fairs, and you have to either be in the town with your merchant, or you have to have a presence in that town with a building. So you have to build the town. It's just like one of those games that's just like, I feel like I'm doing nothing. Like, what am I doing? I feel like no accomplishment, no goal. I don't get it. I mean, I don't know. It's just weird. Sort of past those games now these days. I mean, I like the mechanisms of it, but 3/4 through the game, I was bored out of my skull. I was just like, please let my turn. Like, I go, guys, just help me take my turn. Like, I don't normally like to play like that where people are telling me what to do. Just help me take my turn, because I can't come up with anything interesting to do. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's not a negative. It's not a negative. It's just me, my personality now, my gaming persona, my gaming tastes are not crunching out Euro tactics in a board game to fill contracts. I'm done with that. Selling, 5 pieces of wool and 2 pieces of iron for 10 points. Like, what does that mean? Nothing. I do like, there's other things in that game I like. I like the little people. Of course, they have no personality. They just have a picture and a power that gives you a bonus, like a benefit. And I like you put them in their houses, and that gives you like more. I like that a bit of that. But then after that, I'm just like, I'm bored. And I don't know. I'm just weird. It's weird.
You've been an Omni gamer for so long that
I like all those kind of games. I mean, I just feel like that one is just it did nothing for me. I mean, here's the thing: that game will win a game of the year by some gamer in the industry, by some reviewer in the industry. Will pick Tile Atom as their game of the year, guaranteed. It will win.
Well,
it is good.
To me, it when I read about it, because I actually do read about games, I was like,
oh, do you read
it? Dice drafting and dice drafting. Well, that looks cool. That sounds, I read stuff like that. I'm like, that sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. And then I'm just like, how long does it last? I don't really want to play a game that's more than a half hour anymore. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, no, I mean,
we were pushing 3 hours. I was near the end. They
well,
were
exactly
like,
3 hours.
Like,
I mean,
they're like, why are you so antsy?
face.
And I'm like, I don't want to play another hour of this game and be like, score a bunch of points, and then in the end doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, to me, it was just like, I'm like, let's just. I mean, here's the thing. I was not trying not to be the downer of the group. Like, believe me, I'm not trying to enforce my feelings on other people. I was just like, I go, how long have we been playing this? 2.5 hours. Looks like we got another half an hour. I'm like, is it worth it? That's that's what I would say. Sort of a little bit of a passive aggressiveness in my game group, but I don't know. I'll ask everybody if they like the game. I can't remember who liked what.
I mean, seriously, 45 minutes to an hour is where you want to be. I mean, on those games. I mean, it's just like, I mean,
Yeah.
and then it's like, because I just feel like, oh, this game lasts 3 hours. And I'm always like, why? Why does it take 3 hours to process each of these turns? I mean, like,
So yeah, to contrast, I like Mosaic's turns. Your turn in Mosaic is like in Teledum, it's like, and your turn takes a long time. Like you have to do like a bunch of sub actions, like all sub action things. Done. Okay. How long? And then I timed it about 15 minutes to my next turn, which is too long
Yeah, that is long.
because people get like, you get all these like sub actions of I'm like, just take a turn. Like when you get 5 action
just
points,
do something.
just do something. And then you get all these sub actions and like you turn in bonuses and like I should have known this was not going to be my game. There are chips to count your actions. There's chips.
Oh, geez.
Basically, it's a counting thing. Like if you lose track of your actions, use these little chips to count them. Look, anyway, not for me. Teledum is not staying in the collection.
Yeah.
Let's talk about a game I did like to play.
All right.
Frostpunk.
Frostpunk.
Frostpunk is very cool. Do you guys know Frostpunk?
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Do you know the video game?
Yeah, I've heard of the video game.
The video game is pretty good. I like the video game. It's a beat down game. It's like this Warmine. In fact, I think it's the same developer. This Warmine. You're a tribe in the frozen tundra trying to survive. You have these giant generators that provide heat. Like it's like miles high or whatever in the game, but I don't know, the scale of it, it's massive. And you're feeding it with fuel to keep warm and not die from the cold. And there's all these cool things that happen, like scenarios. And one of the best things about the game is you get these laws that you can pass. Like, do you want to put the children into labor or not? Like you get these laws that like you weigh. Well, you get a lot of free labor or, extra labor that you can deal with, but the children suffer, and like it's neat little moral dilemmas that I like. And it's a tough game. Like we miserably died. We unfortunately lost. We had a rash of children dying, and children dying in that game is bad. It's bad news. It's like the worst.
As opposed to all those other times where children dying is like.
Well, if a regular old worker dies, no one cares so much. Like you don't lose like so many. I really like the morality of the game. It's really cool. Like, I mean, if you don't like, it's not even really, I won't even say it's like a multiplayer game. It's like really a solo game with a ton of details. So each player is in charge of like certain details in the game. Like I was in charge of the food and the health of the community. And I had to keep track of like who was sick and who was about to die and how much food we were going to eat and how much food we would save. And then like, it was really neat. Like that was my role. I was I think it's the health.
The keeper of life.
To keep the health
right.
commissioner or whatever. I don't know what, there's a term for it. And then one of the other guys was the fuel guy, like to keep the heat levels at a certain level. And there's like 4 roles that, it is a solo game split up into 4
right
players' responsibilities.
And you played it with 4. How did it work with 4?
We were okay. We would have long discussions, probably a little too long. Like I feel like it might be like a 3-player game or a 2-player game.
Okay.
4 players was like we had these long discussions about where we would build certain things because you build around your your
generator, heater, whatever.
Yeah, the generator. And we're like, we should build this thing here and we should build that here. And you have really limited resources, of course. But it was really good. Like I felt so involved in it. I was just like, and when the children died, oh my gosh, it was just, we're gutted. And then of course the game killed us too, because killing the children was the worst thing to do. We were thinking they were like expendable labor-ish. We're like, I mean, we felt bad, but like, oh, if one dies, no
Sure,
one's gonna
Scott.
really. Yeah, I mean, but
Cannery
the mechanics of the
Road.
game, yeah, we were heartless. Like, but like, you're like, oh, and they have this image on the side of the box where there's someone carrying like a dead kid.
Should give
Which
it
is
away.
kind of horrific.
Well,
But anyway, it's if you like emotion in the game, it's one of those kind of games. But and lots of real cool like random events that happen and things that pop up and you got to deal with it. It's like it's community management, really. It's like how do you deal with these things?
Scott, when you say emotion, like I found what was the name of that game? The Last of Us.
The Last of Us.
I find that kind of draining, emotional. Not,
It's a draining. We were. I
Is
was
it-
like, oh,
is
this
it
game.
real, like,
Yes,
dark like
it's a
that.
draining. It is a draining
Constantly? Okay.
time. I don't think a lot of people. Here's the thing. I know a lot more people will like Tyledum than will like Frostpunk. Guaranteed. Because Frostpunk's a beatdown. Do you like getting punched in the face over and 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 over and
Yeah.
never really making headway? That's Frostpunk.
See, I don't really necessarily bother me. I don't think because Arkham Horror kind of second edition kind of did that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I like
I
Arkham
mean,
Horror.
it's,
Arkham Horror gives you a fighting chance, though.
okay. Yeah.
This
Okay.
may or may not give you a fighting chance. We sort of squandered. We were too flippant about letting people get sick and not heating up enough and letting people get sick. Like sickness begets sickness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You start draining down your resources of like, how do we get people healthy? Well, you have to get an infirmary, right? Or you have to do medicine. So, but Frostpunk is a Kickstarter, of course. I don't think it's available in stores. And it's kind of big. I have an 8-foot long table and it filled every part of that table
Really? Wow.
with pieces and lots of goober, like lots of stuff. Chrome, like all the chrome in the game, like so much chrome, like every rule for, there's a rule for everything. And like, I just love that. Could sink my teeth into it. And you have a tech tree and you have laws. Like the law, I didn't even talk about I did talk about the laws, but you do these like system where you can like, okay, well, we can use our action to enact a law. And you have 2 laws. You pick A or B. And depending on if you do B, you get potentially random events seeded into your action deck, which is very much like Robinson Crusoe.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Robinson Crusoe. Sounds like a cool game. I don't think I'd ever get it to the table though. That's the
You ever
problem with
played
my
Robinson
game.
Crusoe?
Oh, I love Robinson Crusoe.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this had a lot of Robinson Crusoe in it,
Okay.
but it's cool. And here's the deal. This Warmine, I think it's the same designer. That guy is aces in my book.
Yeah,
Like, I love this Warmine, even though I hate it. Like the feelings it brings out.
it was a draining game, yeah, but it was a good game. Yeah.
Draining but satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
And Frostpunk is the same. It will drain you. You will struggle. Anyway. The tale of 2 games.
That's it. You got 2 in?
And then we played Cat in the Box, which is fantastic.
Cat in the Box.
And that's like a half an hour. Cat in the Box.
I love Cat in the Box.
Cat in a Box or Cat in the Box. I can't remember. Yeah, War Mine is grim too. It's grim, post-apocalyptic type scenario. Frostpunk is the same thing. Same developer, and there's a new one. Just came out from them called I will tell you the name of it. It's a video game. What is it called? Ixion. You guys heard of Ixion?
Ixion?
Yeah.
No, I never heard of
Ixion. It's the same sort of thing. Survival elements, exploration, and city building in space.
it. Ooh. I like space themes.
Sometimes I'm a glutton for punishment. Gogol.
Go go. Oh,
Google.
go pull.
Google.
It's not Google.
What's going on, Matty P?
Patty.
Did you sell your thing?
Oh, I'm sure we're still working on it.
Are you still working on it? Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't say anything. Thank you for the maple syrup.
Oh, you're welcome.
That's the
Oh,
fancy ass maple syrup I've ever.
got maple syrup.
So my lawyer gave that bottle to me, and I'm like, I gotta keep this in my back pocket.
If you don't mind, let me ask you, how much is one bottle of that maple syrup?
$27.
Okay, that's like
American, like-
expensive, but like also not crazy expensive. You
Yeah.
know, like it's like right in the sweet spot.
Yeah,
It's
but it's
sweet.
maple syrup. Oh, it's like it's expensive.
Yeah, I
to
mean
me.
that's a fuck ton of money for maple syrup. I mean, like, you know, what do you spend on maple syrup usually? Like $5?
Yeah, real maple syrup's
Well-
expensive.
No,
Yeah.
real maple syrup is
Yeah.
expensive, but I don't know, like, where do you buy it? Like, I've never even seen it in a store.
Oh,
I mean,
we
I
have it
see like
everywhere
you
here.
know, I see the fake maple syrups or whatever.
Yeah.
What is that called? Aunt Jemima type things.
Yeah, the sugar
it's just
water.
butter flavored syrup and
Butter
Yeah.
flavored syrup. So here's the thing: Michelle loves Aunt Jemima.
Oh, so do I.
Does
So do
she?
I.
I
Yeah.
hate it,
I
but
like it.
yeah,
As a kid, that's all I would have on my Eggos.
Yeah.
Your egos.
it's like childhood.
Yeah.
There goes.
But
Yeah.
no, I just love the packaging on that thing. It was just so pretty.
Yeah, it's fancy. It's fancy ass
Yeah.
maple syrup, man.
Yeah. Oh,
But actually, $27 now that I think about it is not that bad for that kind of gift. Like it's a good looking gift for $27.
That's
Yeah.
Canadian, Scott.
And
It's
Canadian.
that was
better.
Canadian too. Yeah.
It's like what, 20?
That's like $20.
22
I
bucks.
don't know.
20
22?
bucks.
Yeah. I don't know what the conversion is right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was,
If I can bring things,
You want to bring things down?
I want to bring things
Doom
down.
and
a little bit.
gloom.
No,
Doom.
like, so my daughter is like a stage manager for the like theater stuff, local, like for the school.
Yeah.
And like every single time they ever do a production for they have a professional photographer that comes in and takes all the pictures, like for, you know, like during the production. So then they say, don't take any pictures during the production, you know, we'll have professional pictures available, you know, blah 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 blah, this whole thing. You know, it's like, you know, they don't want people like, you know, holding up their cameras and taking pictures and what have you. Anyway, and then same guy who does those does like a lot of like he doesn't do like the school pictures per se, like the, hey, go stand there with your in front of the drop and then take the picture. He doesn't do that, but just events, all kinds of school events type of thing. And I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to laugh, but it's just one of those things where it's like everybody was like, he got into like a serious automobile accident, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, like his pickup, like they thought because of the weather, like right around my birthday last week, he ran into one of the pylons underneath a bridge. Like
That's never good.
Yeah, and yeah, never good, right. And so everybody was like, oh my gosh, you know, it's like, is he okay, kind of thing. And then it comes out that the reason why, they don't know for sure if it's connected, but like just a few hours before that, a warrant was issued for his arrest for luring teenage girls with sexual pictures, like to like, and like basically they found out that he's a creep. He's a 50, you know, same age as, say, you know, 50-year-old man, and he was been working with the school for the last several years, and so his world was crashing down, and he theoretically was trying to take his own life. And
So is it like
What?
he's been in the school, so like they didn't do a background check, or
well, but how do you do a background check for somebody who's never done anything?
oh, this is his first. Okay,
Yeah.
All right.
So I mean, you know,
I
so
thought it was
yeah,
a repeated thing. Okay,
it's just one of those things where it's like, it's like I always like there's this outpouring of emotion, like, oh my gosh, this let's hope he's okay, and then everybody finds out, they're like, oh well, throw him in a hole and fill the hole, just like, allegedly. These are all alleged,
Uh,
alleged actions. Nobody knows for
Let's
sure.
find out the truth first, and then he gets what he gets.
Hmm.
Don't jump the gun.
Don't jump the gun.
Yeah.
Don't. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. You know what isn't fun? Collecting that and figuring out how to collect that
Sure isn't.
from
We have a system on Shopify that we pay monthly to do it all.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure save your sanity.
So one of the things that I've discovered is that like if you do your pledge manager for this is for Kickstarter, this is for GameFound stuff. Through GameFound, as long as the costs of the game plus shipping are $150 US or less, they will collect the VAT for you and handle all of that for you, which is a really
Which
nice
company is that?
GameFound.
Oh, GamePound.
But here's the problem with that is that nobody's Kickstarter is a tiny Kickstarter anymore, right? I mean, everything's like, here's my all-in pledge for $275. You know, well, I mean, that just doesn't happen. So, yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, and we've been having a few conversations with like Spiral Galaxy which is a company based out of UK that handles fulfillment stuff for you. They'll help you out with it. You can use their VAT stuff and stuff like that. Man, it's just a pain in the ass. I don't know. I don't know. It's yeah, it's a pain. It makes it so you don't even want to sell games to the EU, right? I mean, it's just because it's just a giant pile.
Yeah, the bureaucracy of it has made it very, very hard and challenging. I know what you're talking about. People have berated us for not opening a geek store in the UK or the EU, and it's nigh impossible. I mean, for a small company, right? Big company, sure. The resources, what do you need? What do you got to do? Whatever it takes, right? But not a small company. Why? Like the benefits, like you can't really, you know. Liquid sugar is liquid sugar.
I bought a D&D source book for my nephew today for Christmas. It's $70.
Wait, which one?
The
Canadian.
Monsters of the Multiverse.
What is that?
It's just one of the newer ones that has like different monsters in it from other stuff.
Monsters of the Multiverse. Oh, from
Yeah,
all the different.
It was a Morgan
Nightmare.
Kanan thing.
Is it a Wizards of the Coast book?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So they've taken all their different like worlds, universes, and built a book.
I guess. I mean, like they have to figure out. They have their job is to put out content, right? So
What is it called?
the more Monsters of the Multiverse.
Oh,
I mean,
cool.
there's a word before it, but I'd probably find it.
Neat. It's only $44.99 in the States, by the way.
Mhm.
I know you're paying a premium, of course.
That's with tax, $70. It was $60.
Okay. I don't know what it is with tax here. Is it actually out yet? No, it's old. Or no, it's not out yet. Oh, it came out in May.
Did it? I bought the digital version for myself a while back.
Yeah, I
so-
see it. I see it. Sparkling with the musings of wizard Morgan Kanan, this tome features a host of creatures for use in the Dungeons and Dragons role-playing game. compiling and updating monsters that originally appeared in previous D&D 5th edition releases. These creatures represent some of the most benevolent and malevolent forces that D&D heroes might face.
Yeah,
I love
cool.
source books. Right,
So-
Lance?
What? No, source books.
I
Source
love
books are
source
great.
books.
I love source books. I mean, but there's only so much source material you can. Oh, hey, I sent all those books off and I got my money from the guy. The guy got it. Paid
You got
promptly.
him? Nice.
Paid promptly. When I eventually go through another giant, I mean, that was after my first, my first pass. When it comes time after we get bookcases up and the floor is done and everything, and I transfer these to their permanent home, there will be a second pass. And then I have actually an entire closet full of books that I can go through that I can then also do a pass through. I mean, that was the slickest way to get rid of a bunch of stuff you didn't want anymore. Immediately, books are really easy to send. I mean, like if you couldn't do it with board games because board games are the boxes are weird shapes and like, bulky and everything like that. But man, that was RPG.com. Chris, the guy who runs the show there, I give them my double thumb of approval. He was a delight to work with. So, yeah, there you go. And that's all I got to say about that. But, and I even told him, I said, I said that, I would love to, hey, these are the kind of things that I'm looking for. And he totally was like, oh, well, it's like here, it's like, I'll keep a lookout for that kind of stuff. And I will, I'll put it aside for you and let you know. And if anything like that comes in and if I'll give you a couple of days to think if you want to get it for me. And if you don't want it, then I'll put it for sale. And I was like, man, it's tough to find a guy who runs a slick shop like this nowadays. But here's a
That's
guy
cool.
that's just willing to
A reputable business.
yeah, going the extra mile, just doing the right thing. I'm excited to see when and if he posts my stuff that I sent him, like how much he's going to charge for them, like and how much money he's going to make off all my old books. I'm weirdly interested in that. I don't know why, but I mean, there's some things that are really weird. Like there's like some of the stuff that he sells. Like just like, why is that worth $100? I don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, but then I'm like, wait a minute, I own a copy of that. Is that really worth $100? I'm just like,
It's
that's
worth
crazy.
whatever somebody will pay for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just like, it's only worth what somebody will pay, right?
Yeah.
So you can always hope. I could hope.
Somebody, I gave one of my coins to a local guy here. He's a painter. He's got like a little painting studio for minis and stuff. And he's doing some work for me for one of Giselle's Christmas gifts. And I gave him a coin and he posted it. And somebody messaged him, hey, what's that coin all about? And so he messaged me, he's like, should we screw with him? I'm like, yeah, let's try. Let's do it. So I said, tell him this. I said, tell him that back in '68 at the first Gen Con, there were all the artists, John Eves, Jeff Easley, all that, all those guys were there. Clyde Caldwell, and they came up with this thing, and they only admit a couple of members every year, and you have to be nominated by somebody else, and you got one. The guy's like, really? That's so cool. Anyway,
You guys do anything for the holidays?
well, I hope my mom comes home from the hospital.
Yeah.
Oh,
That'd be good.
yeah.
Does the outlook look good as she will or no? Too early to say.
Don't know.
I don't know.
How long has she been in?
A couple of weeks now.
Oh dear.
It'll be rough regardless.
So she and they're locked down with a COVID.
Oh,
Oh really?
So I can't even go see her.
Really?
But like, yeah. Anyways, so and then I'm spending time with dad. So
Are you
I
guys
was,
in what do you call it? Like a red time? Like do you or do you did it ever ease up at all, or is it just the same as it's always been?
oh no, it's
Like
eased
how's your
up.
cases? How's your cases right now?
I don't know.
Yeah,
you know,
like
you don't hear a lot of
like,
mention about it.
Dallas is like completely wide open. I mean, there's nothing.
is it,
There's nothing restricted.
Yeah,
Oh.
you can go anywhere you want, but I think a lot of people here, like when I walk into a store, I usually put my mask on.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. But like, yeah, it's just it's weird. Like my day today was completely shot because I went and had lunch with my dad, and then I came back home, and then I sat down. Basically, the power went out. I'm like, fuck. So then, luckily, it only lasted like 10 minutes. And then I, like 2 hours later, I had to go back. I went back to my desk to see my dad, and we had dinner. And then I finally got home after some errands, and like, okay, now I get to start to do all the work I was supposed to do today. So,
Oof.
It be like that sometimes, man.
yeah. So my sister's coming down tomorrow, so that'll be good.
Yeah, it's a little bit of relief.
Yep.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's one of those things, right? Where it's just like,
Yeah.
you know, life just kind of, I mean, not to, once again, not to bring things down, but it's just like you,
Doom and gloom, motherfucker.
yeah, I know.
Nah,
It's
fucking
one
with
of
you.
those things where you know, I mean, it's the tale as old as time. I mean, it's just like you
Yeah.
transfer
Yeah.
from being the child to the caretaker, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and it's
My
just-
dad said to me the other day, he's like, why do you do so many things for me? I'm like, because you spent years and years and years doing stuff for me. So you paid your dues, old man.
like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I
Yeah.
just, yeah, you know, it's just, you just kind of hope that, you know, things go as well as they can. And
Yep.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
all you can do.
Got that right. So
Uh,
on to a different topic.
Okay.
I am having a hell of a time getting insurance for the office.
Oh,
But like
what kind of
liability
insurance?
Not from a I'm sorry we're not approving you standpoint, but from a can you please call me back standpoint.
Oh, really?
Oh my god. Like, and so we got them to lower our deduct our they wanted $5 million of liability for the
Yeah.
premises. I'm like,
For
that
two-
sounds excessive.
Yeah.
5 million?
Yeah,
$5 million.
that sounds excessive. So they lowered it to 2, which was good. And then pretty much no insurance company will give us a quote for just the premises insurance. They also want to give us professional, like copyright insurance, stuff like that, E&OE and stuff like that. I'm like, I don't want that. It's like, well, we won't quote it without it. I'm like, well,
Mm.
okay. So apparently it won't be very much at all, but still,
It's just getting it. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, we can't move into the place without insurance. So
Right.
it's sitting there fucking vacant. We've already given them our deposit. The construction
Yeah.
guys are waiting to do the fucking work on the
Who's requiring the insurance? The renter?
the building owner. I'm like,
Hmm.
listen, can the construction guys at least go in? You know, but no.
Oh, hell no, not without liability. Yeah, that sucks.
Well, no, they have their own insurance though, the construction guys. So
Yeah, that's
that's
true.
fine.
That's true. Yeah.
It never
anyway,
gets any
that's,
easier, right?
it really doesn't.
You think this is something they mentioned on the upfront? Yeah, on the.
And then my
front,
dog ran away. I'm just kidding.
Your dog ran, son of a bitch.
Poor dog.
I haven't had a dog.
Poor dog.
since I was Boy.
I haven't had one in 6
My
years.
dog ran away when I was in college.
Oh, I did it.
Oh,
I had a few mine go to the farm. My fucking grandmother.
They got him back.
Mm.
Oh, by the way, this shit is the bomb.
Mountain Dew.
Major
what is-
Melon Mountain Dew. It is so fucking good. I
it
love
sounds
it.
disgusting.
So
I don't like.
good.
I don't like
cannot-
watermelon.
I cannot tell you. It feels like I'm like, I don't know why. There's something in it that just like tingles my taste buds. It's watermelon.
it tingles my taste.
It's the
It's just so
watermelon.
good. It's just delicious. It's delicious. Goddamn delicious.
I've started.
Do you
to
find
lose
yourself
faith
like
in
with
you, Scott.
watermelon? Do you find yourself like you like it, but then like you'll I don't know. You get like for me like there's like a few watermelon energy drinks that I'll drink. And I'm like, man, these are great. And then I'm like, and then after I've had them, after I drank them a few times, then like, yeah, I don't need to drink that for a while. I don't know.
I've not felt it with Major Melon. Major Melon has not let me down.
First Taco
Only
Bell.
you,
notice.
only
In
you
fact-
understand me, Major
fa-
Melon.
Only Major Melon.
Oh, that
Look
stuff
at
is-
this- I mean,
That
look at
stuff
this
is the
guy.
best. Yeah, I love that
Whereas
stuff.
Major Melon. Look at this guy.
Oh, jeez.
Look at
We
that.
don't have any of that shit here.
Oh, dude, the zero stuff. Yeah, I stocked up.
Oh yeah,
on
with-
that.
Man, I went to
I'm sure
a
this is killing me,
convenience
but-
store going up the mountains, which is the first time I've been to one like that stocks Mountain Dew like that. Like the
Yeah.
Wawa Dews, but they only had like 4 or 5 brands.
Only you.
I didn't
Major
like
There was
the
like
Melon.
Melon
8 of
flavor.
them, and I was like, "Where did all these come from?" You know, they were different
Yeah,
colors.
they got a lot of flavors.
It's unbelievable.
Major Melon sounds like a like bad character in a like Captain
Sounds like a
Underpants
'90s
story.
band.
Well, did you see his smirk? He's also got a helmet on. Like he wants to like shoot somebody.
They want merch.
I like how you phrase that. He wants to shoot someone.
somebody.
I mean, he wants to shoot you with flavor.
Oh my
Flavor,
god.
Scott.
But
The dollar is so bad right now.
What is
dollar?
it? Bless
It's
you.
like a
Canadian
buck
dollar?
35 to get one of your bucks.
oh, your dollar.
Yeah.
What
I'm
do you
gonna
call
move
your
my-
dollars? What do you call? Do you have a nickname?
Are they loonies or something?
Bucks, loonies.
Loonies.
Looney's a coin, right? I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looney Tunes.
What do you call them?
So it's because it has a loon on it, right? And the $2 coin has a polar bear on it. What do we call them?
Bears.
Toonies.
Toonies.
Loonies.
You guys have dollar coins too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
Nobody uses them though.
We try
No,
to
they're
avoid
sitting
them.
in your fucking mint.
Every time you get one, you're pissed off. You're like, God damn it, what am I gonna do this? I mean, I love Sacagawea, but I fucking hate her face every time I see it.
According to Grant, that's not how you pronounce it.
Sacagawea?
Usually.
Many occasion I've been camping in the Adirondacks, and one of my favorite periods is right at dusk. All these kind of
What is that?
What was that?
Wasn't
What
me.
the hell was that?
Was it
What's
Forest
up,
this
dude?
time?
Camping in the
loon.
Adirondacks. That's where
That's
that's
a
where
loon.
Bigfoot hangs out.
long, wonderful whale, just whales.
I could listen to loons all day.
I kind of like
How's
You
great?
should come to my lake cabin some night and have just drink a whiskey on my porch. You'll hear loons all night long.
Right being
Oh,
next to you,
nice.
drinking with you. Whiskey.
But I don't get. Hopefully, I didn't get copyright claim there, Lance.
Yeah, Lance.
I have no idea what you even had. So
It was a loon.
Lance
So
can
Matt-
just mute that portion.
Yeah, just
I love how that's always
cut
an
that part
option.
out.
Yeah.
Just mute that
you won't,
portion
you
of
won't
the
get
video.
35 cents by the 500 views.
If this gets 500 views, it's gonna make more than 35 cents. That's for damn sure. This is long.
I don't think. How much do you make, Lance? Nothing. You don't even have the ads on, do you?
I do, but I mean, like it's like literally like 2 or 3 times a year. I just get all of a sudden.
We need
"Hey,
an
look, there's
update
money in my
now.
account. Yeah.
Oh yeah, something
But
showed up.
Update.
We need to add. Actually, I need to get another Major Melon. I'll be right back.
Oh god.
And then
This guy's gonna be
need an
bouncing off the
update.
walls
We need an
tonight.
update. We
How-
need an update.
what terrible thing am I updating you on now? Is it the damn crypto? It's my
So what-
shitty.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, how's your shitty crypto money going?
Have
working out right
not looked at it in weeks. I'm
now?
hodling.
Oh, come on! Look at it! Look at it right now, so I can gloat and I can tell you how right I was.
I don't think you're gonna be right. I think I'm gonna make my money back plus some. I think I just gotta wait. I really do. Because this game is not kicking the bucket anytime soon, I don't think. And the Pelacor Bandit is actually making its way up in value. It was down to 1 penny for each one, and now it's up to 1.5 penny. And I've bought all of them at 3.5 pennies or below. But the thing is,
Diamond hands, baby. Diamond hands.
92.4% of those cards are printed. So once they print off all those cards, there will be less cards in the pool because when you upgrade the cards, one of the cards just disappears forever, and the value will go up. I legit believe that I will make all my money back as long as this game doesn't go out.
How long? How long will it take?
If I were smart, I bet you before the end of 2023. Since I'm not smart, I will hodl it until probably 2025, at which point it will have been a terrible decision.
And it'll be in the hole.
Or you'll bring it up so many times that I'll make sure I make money off of it just to get you to shut your damn mouth.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but here's the deal. How much?
Go with the ladder.
So you're going with the again. You're going with the I spent, and you don't have to tell me how much, but if you want to share,
I have no idea. I have no idea, to be honest.
Well, then how are you going to know that you made the money back if you have no idea how much money?
Because
you spent?
I spent 0.35 cents or less on every single one of the Pelacor Bandits, and I'm
but
going
you didn't buy just Pelacor Bandits.
Oh, all the other stuff. Well, they're all going to go up in value.
But okay, okay. So here's the problem with your statement. You're never going to know because you don't know how much money you spent. So like you're saying, well, I just know, but you don't just know.
Lance, I'm gonna make so much money on these Pelacor Bandits that I'll know. Like it's gonna, like, I legit believe that I'm going to, because I have thousands of them. Like
okay,
I have more of those cards.
You have thousands of Pelacor Bandits.
Yes, but they're not all level 1 though. Some of them are level 10, or some of them, a lot of them are level 9.
When's the last time you played the game?
Oof, months. Marvel Snaps. I pretty much just gave up on it. I'm just hodling.
So what you're saying is that you only level them up by playing, right?
No, you can. This is play to earn, straight up play to earn. You can't level up anything. You can win more stuff by leveling up, and you buy the cards so you can win more stuff and then sell the stuff. But no, my stuff is just sitting there. I need to get in there one of these nights and just because you can rent them out. Just rent out all my cards, so at least then I'm making a little bit of crypto on the side, and then I can sell them when I need to. Because that's the other thing. I'm making some passive income, but it would be, probably dimes a day. 30 now it's probably about 30 to 50 cents, $1 a day, something like that. I don't know exactly, but yeah, I'm not going to sell them most likely until they get to at least 5 cents, and by that point, I know I will have well made my money.
And how many of these cards do you have?
Scott,
you
you son of a bitch.
You
No,
can
I
look
wasn't
right
even
now.
going to
How
talk
many
about
do you
crypto.
have?
Let me get back in.
I wanted a YouTube update. I want a YouTube update.
I gotta
We'll
log
get
in.
one.
I forgot my password. Here we go.
Well, that might be helpful to maybe keep your password.
All
Don't
right,
give
here
it
we
out.
go.
You'll lose all your bandits.
The Pelacor Bandits.
All right. Oh my.
What are they
God.
worth now?
0.15 cents up from 0.1 cent, and they're about to stop printing entirely.
So scarcity will kick in, and they'll be
All right.
worth
So how much did you?
0.2.
How many?
Give
did
me
you
a
have?
second. I'm checking an airdrop right now, Lance. I might get Possibilis the Wise.
What's that?
It's an actually badass looking card, a tank card. So they do these special. So every 100,000 packs they sell, they release a new legendary card, and you essentially get put into a pool if you've ever bought any legendary cards, at Bunny packs. And I've gotten twice where I've gotten these cards, and they're worth probably $5 to $8, just level ones because they're legendaries. And Lance, I will let you know when I get there. Right now it's loading because the website is horseshit, which is part of the reason why I stopped playing. The website sucks. The app sucks. But it's alive, and that's all that matters. And they're 92% printed. So once that gets to 100, I've looked at all the other cards in their entirety. They will go up. And that was the whole plan. Once they get to 100%, I will hodl them and I will sell them. I honestly was expecting to have 10,000 as opposed to however many I have now. But I'm still happy with my number, which I will get you. Yeah, here we go. It appears that there's been a delay in processing the transaction from the blockchain. God damn it, I hate crypto. Just talk amongst
Hey,
yourself.
did you see they arrested that dude? The
Oh yeah.
FTX guy?
FTX guy. What's his name?
I don't know. They're gonna make movies
Oh,
about that
he's
guy.
gonna go down hard, huh?
Well,
If
he
you
was-
lose $8 billion, you kind of like maybe should go to jail.
well, here's the thing.
Other people's money.
He was
But
being
it'll take
documented
so long. It'll take
by the
so
people-
long.
by the people
I
who were
don't
doing the
care.
Big Short were like watching him at the time. So there's gonna be
They
like,
were.
yeah, I'm pretty sure if I recall hearing that correctly. So there's gonna be a movie about this. Guaranteed.
Definitely.
I mean,
There won't be a movie about it.
It'll be
I
a
would
docu-series
put
about
money
it.
on that
Why?
because it's someone who wasted through $8 billion and they did
Some
it in such
beach
a
bum guy who doesn't wear shoes and like with
He
hair.
bought- he bought his own private island and he was having polyamorous crazy relationships. He was doing fuck you things with his money. And I bet you, and we only know the tip of the iceberg. The tip of the iceberg, I bet you. If you had a private island and billions of dollars, you're gonna do whatever the hell you want. I can't check my stupid Switterlands. God, this thing is so garbage.
Well, it's a good thing all this money is tied up in a website that you
How much
can't
money
even
is
log
tied up in
into.
there?
I don't know. I think
Hundreds
it's,
of dollars.
no, I think it's a couple grand. I think it's like $2,000,
Ooh,
somewhere on that.
okay, that's serious.
Like I said, I'm not worried about it. Like I legit think I'm going to make my money because they're still popular amongst this style game. All right, here we go. I didn't even remember how to use this. They changed the formatting of everything. All right, here we go. Yeah, I got nothing. It's taking forever to load.
Okay, well, let's talk about YouTube.
We'll talk about something else, and I'll get to that because Lance clearly wants oh, here it is, Pelcor Bandits. I got it. So there are 1.8 million of these in circulation.
Okay, 1.8 million. How many of them are yours?
I have. You really not going to tell me here? Why doesn't it? It doesn't. Are you kidding me? It doesn't even tell me.
It's like 1.9 million of them.
This is so. Oh my god.
You cornered the market on Pelcor Bandits.
Definitely.
No. There's people who have probably tens of thousands of them. There's bots that farm cards. Like that's a part of the big issue that people in the know of this game have. Like that, there's just these massive people who spend like 20 grand and they just make and sell cards, and there's all sorts of shady stuff going on. I mean, it's crypto.
Is that it? All right, it's crypto.
I have 3,836 Pelcor Bandits.
How many? I'm sorry, say that number again.
3836 Pelcor Bandits. It does not let me look at the breakdown of how many are what level, but if I had to guess, I'd probably say 1,000 of them are level 1 or higher.
And how much did you spend on those?
Every single one of them cost 3.5 cents or less. Most of them were actually it was probably pretty evenly distributed because I bought I bought a lot of them at 1 cent. I bought a lot of them at 2 cents. I bought a lot of them at 3 cents. I bought a lot of them at 3.5. It's pretty evenly distributed.
So I mean, we'll just say the 3.5 cents. Let's just say 3.5 cents, and this might be high. So you spend $134.26 on those fellas, those cards.
The level ones, no, Lance, you are so far off. It is an astronomical, like a level.
You gave me the numbers.
I just told you I had like 1,000 that are above level 1.
So how much did you spend on those?
I don't know, Lance.
Well, then how do you know you're going to make your money back if you don't even know how much money you spent?
Because how it works is when you sell one of these, it will say the cost. It'll pretty much break it down. How much are you paying per Pelcor Bandit that was put into this level 10? So maybe it takes like 1,000 Pelcor Bandits to make a level 10 Pelcor Bandit, whatever the number is. They will tell you exactly how much you'd be paying if you bought individually that many level 1s. So every single one that I bought at level 10, at level 8, at level 3 had a base value that each Pelcor Bandit cost 3.5 cents or less. So as long as I sell every single one of these, I can show you actually. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about here, and it'll make it so much more sense. Actually, no, because I closed the damn website. But Pelcor Bandit wise, as long as I sell any of them at more than 3.5 cents, there will be profit because I never
pause
paid
for a second. Just pause for a second. My son wants to ask you a question.
Okay. I'll get on my YouTube too. What do you want to know?
Anything but the Bitcoin. Anything but this. Move on. YouTube. What do you want to know, Scott?
I got
your subscribers and your how much you're making.
Oh, with the shorts, yeah.
I got 218 subscribers in the last 28 days. I'm happy with that growth. Made $580 in the last 28 days.
That's
Just
not
from the YouTube money. I still got the Fiverr and the other stuff I do, the Amazon Associates and whatnot. And then
bad. How you doing on Amazon Associates?
I don't do shit on there. Like I haven't
No,
checked.
people aren't clicking on it.
Nobody clicks on the stuff. I mean, I
Are
can
you getting click through stats or anything?
yeah, I can tell you exactly. It shows me exactly how many I get a day. Like it goes in detail. It shows what people bought. Like I'll be like, oh, somebody bought a
It's
TV.
surprisingly, how much?
Ooh.
It's surprising like when people buy weird like kink shit. Like you're like, what?
Well,
I mean,
they
it's
click.
not tied to a person,
No, it doesn't show me who.
but it's just kind of like, oh, they bought a rubber cat suit.
Oh wow.
Because
Yeah,
you
yeah,
need
something
one
like
of them. Yeah.
This is actually definitely a little off. I'm seeing a decent spike in the last few days, but I actually specifically made a video where I referenced it and said, hey, all these links are down below in an Amazon Associate thing. And I'm seeing the traction. And wow, because I did a YouTube short that was completely off brand. It was about babies. It was the top 5 baby items that I recommend as a newborn parent. And I put all the Amazon Associate links are below, and I just spotlighted these 5 things. And I posted it earlier this week, and I got a sale at pretty much every day of this week, which typically I'll get like 1, 2, 3 sales a month. So to have it consistently every week tells me that that is a really good idea that I did, and I just need to do it more consistently.
Which idea?
I literally just said, hey, all these Amazon items that I'm going to tell you, these newborn baby items are in the link down below. But it's definitely looking like I can probably, damn it.
Do you watch the guy who does the best 10 deals for the month on all these different stores? He's like the deals guy. He's good. He's really entertaining.
You get those associate links. I mean, yeah, I can
Yeah.
see why. It's one of those things that I have, and I've never put that much effort into it. It's just in the description. But this week I was like, I'm going to try something.
I'll get his exact channel. It's fantastic. He actually like goes to the store, does videos of the items in the stores.
Oh, that's cool.
Pretty cool. I watch him.
Yeah, but Amazon Associate wise, I made $2.89 for the month, so that's like nothing.
All right,
This is really promising.
Forrest. Sorry, my son had to ask you a question about Fortnite. Now,
What's up?
all right. What? So just
Damn
take,
it. We're
take me
back to
through
crypto.
this. You spent like
You know what, Lance? I'm going to pull up the exact screen I was going to show you earlier. Let's not talk about it, and I will show you the screen so we don't have to talk about it any longer than like at that exact moment.
But because like the problem with what you're telling me is that you say you have no clue how much money you spent on it, but you're absolutely positive you're going to make your money back.
I spent
If I
so
said
much
to
more
you,
on
if-
Pellicore Bandits than anything else. That's why. The majority of the money that I put in this is on Pellicore Bandits. Like everything else is like 10% of probably what I spent. I spent most of the money that I invested on here on Pellicore Bandits. So if I turn a profit on Pellicore Bandits, everything else is going to be pretty much paid for. Assuming, and here's the big, if you really want to get into the weeds about where I'm concerned, it's about the process of pulling it out and then having to dance through a whole bunch of freaking hoops to turn it into actual money. Because you got to get Ethereum and you got to get gas, you got to do all this other stupid crap that's crypto bullshit. That's the part that I'm concerned about.
So let me get this straight. The turning fake, not real money into money is going to be the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because I have to jump through hoops. I have to go reactivate all my crypto accounts, which I haven't used in forever.
If only somebody could have ever prognosticated that or thought about like maybe there would be like a some sort of a
don't take your
stopgap.
victory lap yet, Lance, because like I said, I'm like 99% sure I'm going to make my money back. Like I'm not concerned about this in any way, shape, or form. I'm just hodling. Because
remember that? I mean, and I don't mean to be. I'm being mean here, and I apologize. Remember that time? Remember that time you got scammed out of a couple $100 because you were 99% sure you were gonna
that was the first day I found out about crypto. Yeah, I do remember it. I was a fool.
The deal guy, by the way, is the one I'm talking about. The deal guy.
The deal guy.
I hope you make millions of dollars.
I'm not going to make millions. I'm going to make my money back plus some.
Why can't I say I hope you make millions of dollars? Why do you gotta try to trash on me?
It sounds patronizing.
I know. I sincerely hope you make millions of dollars on this. I do. I sincerely hope you do.
Oh shit, that's not good.
What?
The account's been drained.
Oh no! I'm not. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Never mind. Yeah. So it's called, what the hell is it? BCX. Oof. that is
Alex,
not-
but does Board Game Co. still come around anymore? Is he watching or anything?
I don't think
Is
he's in
is
here.
he still in the board game industry?
Remember that?
Yeah, he works for GameFound, doesn't he?
I know, but
He's-
I was just
he
like,
still does his videos.
Is he
in
allowed
Gabby.
to? I know like Peter
I wasn't
wasn't.
sure like where he was at with that stuff.
Actually,
what
I
is-
can't. I can't show it to you. They've changed their interface, and now it looks different. So I'm not that concerned about it, though. Like I literally, I treat it like a lot of the crap that I have sitting in my attic. It's only going to gain in value. This one's a little bit more risky because the game goes under, it's all gone. But I legit believe that it is the best. It's the most polished turd. It's one of the most polished turds at the turd show. Okay, to use that. Like I am off the crypto bandwagon. I'm just hodling. But I'm not that concerned about it. Because once they completely sell out of them, literally every other card has either spiked or gradually progressed up. Just because new people are still getting into the game, because there's all these people are like, all right, this is the big crypto dip, and now we can jump back in. But yeah. There you go. But onto the YouTube thing. Yeah, I'm getting excited about the video games. I actually just had a 10,000 view video I put up a couple days ago.
Which one?
I did so I do these 1 hour reviews, and I did one on High on Life, the new Xbox game that's from the Rick and Morty people. And it has gotten 10,600 views in 2 days and gained me 10 subscribers. And that was for 1 hour of work sitting in front of my TV at like 12 o'clock, just baked playing a video game. And I can do that. That is where honestly I'm the most excited, because I can do Steam games. I can do it's sitting here doing games, and there's not a lot of people doing what I'm doing in the video game sector yet in YouTube. And so 10 subscribers for 1 hour work that's amazing to me.
Where's the video? What's it called?
It is High on Life 1 hour review. I'll put the link in the chat.
What do you mean no one's doing that?
I haven't seen anybody else really doing this format like I'm doing in YouTube Shorts specifically.
Oh, it's shorts.
Yeah, I don't think I've done any
1
video game.
hour?
Yeah, there's the thing. I play the game for 1 hour, and then I tell you what I think about it after an hour, whether or not I'm going to continue playing it. But I try and put some humor in there, and it's super easy.
Is going on here? We're 15 seconds in, and I'm already enjoying the Rick and Morty humor here.
Oh, it's such a good
You
game.
do a 30-second video about 1 hour of gaming.
Yep. No, I do a 1 minute video.
It's not a 1 hour video. It's a
1 minute video.
on 1 hour of gaming. Yeah, that's great. That's a good idea. Keep doing that.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, I could pump it
Ah!
out.
What?
I don't know if you're being serious or not.
No, he's
I'm
not.
being
It's
serious.
easy, Lance.
No, I'm totally being serious. I'm totally
You get me so beautifully, Lance. You put it so well a couple weeks ago. I try and find the least amount of work
I
I,
think
can
someone
do.
has done this before, though. Just FYI, I don't know where, but I think I've seen it before.
I don't think it's a huge sector, but
No,
either
it's
way,
probably not a big deal. Yeah, it's probably. I feel like I've seen. Like if you watch a Markiplier video, he'll play for like 10 hours down to a half an hour video. I'm like, he'll cut it.
I like Markiplier.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
it's sort of the format, but you're doing 1 minute. He's done. He's doing like an hour.
To do
Plus-
coke.
it opens up the retro market too, which is
He's a
awesome.
loser in the middle of an alien invasion with talking guns, and
Can you hear that?
Yes.
Yes.
now we're in outer space, loving the graphics and the audio.
What is this
Fantastic.
game?
Dude,
It is High on Life. It's from the creator of Rick and Morty, and it is fucking hilarious.
well, I absolutely.
If you
love
like Rick and Morty humor. I also
This is a good video, Forrest.
thanks. And it's me sitting in front of my TV with my phone. I don't use a capture card. It is so little work, and I'm seeing so much success from it Like my personality, I think, is going to fit video games well. Plus, I'm a lot older than a lot of the other video game. Like, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I'm older than some of them. Either way, I'm very, very excited for where my channel's going.
Matt, do you do Twitter?
Very, very.
Are you guys,
Very,
leaving
very
Twitter?
poorly.
Are we all bailing on Twitter? Is Twitter over?
I actually feel like Twitter has gotten a lot better lately. It's much more interesting. No, I'm not going. I love Elon Musk. I mean, I know that's an unpopular opinion with a lot of people, but I think amongst the billionaires, he's probably my favorite that I know of. Aside from sports owners.
He's the least diabolical I know of.
Well, no, I mean, I love what he does. He wants to go to Mars.
They all want to get off the planet for us. It's not.
Yeah,
You
he's
do
their
realize he's kind of a turd. Right?
Shyster?
He's kind of a turd.
Yeah.
What is that?
Kind of turdy.
You know, he's a billionaire. They're all kind of turdy. Tell me a good billionaire.
Got a point.
I mean, is that
I'm
what
sure
you're
they-
going with? It's okay then? It's okay that he's a turd?
Well, why is he a turd? Like, you got to point to specifics. Like, it's just like, oh, he's a turd. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of general.
I mean, he's lumped in with that Kanye West kind of thing now, which isn't good. But I mean,
Good? No.
well, I don't get the impression he's an anti-Semite. Not like that, but just like he's not popular right now.
Does that make you sad that you're?
No, I don't care that much. I admire the hell out of him. I think he's an interesting guy. You know, like the Boring Company. I find the Boring Company fascinating. That he was just like, yeah, I'm going to do some flamethrowers. I'm going to do some bacon cologne. He takes his money and he spends it how I would do. He's just like, I'm going to do fun stuff with my money. I see some of these billionaires. They're just like, oh, I got yachts and I got this. Like, no, do fun stuff. Like I want to see a billionaire just buy a city. Just buy a city. Just invest $1 billion. Like, I like him because he does interesting stuff with his money. Like, who's a more fun billionaire? Richard Branson, he's pretty fun. I like him too.
He's also kind of a turd.
Well, yeah, like we said, Lance, he's a billionaire. You don't get to be a billionaire by being a nice person, typically. Mother Teresa was not a billionaire for a reason. I don't know that reason because I don't know anything
Well,
about
she was
her.
kind of a turd too. If you go and look into her, so
You know what?
There's a point there.
no, seriously, like you know, go and
I literally don't even know who she is. I just know she's like a religious figure.
I don't even know if she was alive when you were alive, Forrest. I'm trying to think. When did she die?
92.
All right.
I'm just taking a stab.
It
Because
might be.
oddly
I'm
enough,
trying to
I feel
think.
like I asked Alexa when she died in like the last month. 97.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
were
I would have been
alive.
11. She was not on my top of my list of priorities when I was 11.
so you like him because he does crazy stuff with his money.
Well, it's not just crazy. I mean, I loved the idea of, I mean, you know how I am about self-driving cars, about automation. I love the concept of going to Mars and space exploration. And it pisses me off that it took us so long to get back to the moon. Like, I've listened to his interviews and I love listening to him talk because he knows so much more than we do because he's got $1 billion research and development part. You know, like when he's on Joe Rogan talking about Neuralink and how he, you know, how your brain is going to be able to do all this stuff, regardless of whether or not you think that's going to take 5 years or 10 years. It's like, wow, this guy probably knows a lot more about this than a lot of other people because he's paying to have people, you know, research it. I find it fascinating.
I mean,
Well, so I'm
if
going to counterpoint you, Lance. What do you think he's very turdy about him?
just Google worst things Elon Musk has done, and you'll.
Well, I
read a
don't
ton of
need
stuff.
to because luckily you have, Lance. So why don't you tell me?
Well, I mean, like
Type.
no, look into the whole
You don't have
the
to
high
because you're
speed
telling me
the
it's a
high
turd.
speed rail project that he tricked the state of California into going into, and then like admitted that he had no plans whatsoever to actually build it. It was just one of his high in the sky. Like, wouldn't it be cool if we had a super high speed, your railroad? Wouldn't it?
That'd be
we could just-
amazing. Bullet trains, yeah.
and
Like
then-
I said,
and
that's
then-
why
and
I
then
like
he
the
got
guy.
well, no, and then he got California to buy into it, and they're like, "Cool, okay, we're gonna set up this whole program to do this." what should we do? And he was like, oh, I was never serious about that. I was just talking. You know, I mean, it's just like, it's shit like that, where it's just like, he will just, you know, it's like, I hate to say it, but he's very Trump-esque and like, oh, I think this is really cool. Oh, and then somebody tries to pin him down to something. And then he's just like, wow, no, whoa. Time. That was the whole thing. I want to buy Twitter. And then they were like, you know, and then it turned out they were like, well, it's going to cost you this much. He's like, oh, I don't want to buy it, I guess. And then they
Wasn't
said,
that
well,
because he realized how many fake accounts there were or something like that?
he tried to back out of a deal, and basically they pinned him down on so he couldn't.
Yeah, but why did he try and back out of the deal, Lance?
You'd have to ask him. It's all
No. I'm pretty
supposition.
sure it's been well documented. This one I could probably Google, and if I recall correctly, is because he got like the actual numbers.
He calls people. He randomly calls people pedophiles. He hired like people to stalk somebody
cool.
that he doesn't like because he wanted to dig up dirt on them, and then like. You know, he's a guy. Yes, that's right. He does crazy things with his money because he just thinks, oh, well, normal laws don't apply to me because nobody can actually arrest me for anything or anything like that because I just have a ton of money and I can have a bunch of lawyers and you can never really, get me to do X, Y, or Z. I mean, I don't know. He manipulates the stock market, to like so he can enrich himself.
Oh my God, Lance! Don't put generic billionaire stuff in there. Get the good stuff.
Well,
Get the
but
good stuff where he screwed California. But tell me someone who's worth $150 million who's not manipulating the stock market.
I don't know. How about the fact that he spreads hate against trans people?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. But
Lance,
this is who you look up to, though. This is who you like.
I do like him. I don't like
No.
his choices. There's a difference there. I can still listen to Eddie Murphy talk. Not Eddie Murphy, Bill Cosby. You can still listen to Bill Cosby. I mean, what's the difference? You can like the accomplishments
because
without liking the person.
Actually, the thing is that if Elon Musk is actively doing things that marginalize and hurt people that are already marginalized, and then you're saying, yeah, but I like what he does. I mean, it's just like, that's part of what he does. And then when you say, I like what he does, you're actually saying, that's fine, though.
Where's the thing about the trans people?
It's just go look at any.
Is this the one where he said my pronouns are prosecute Fauci?
Yes.
That's it. That's it's really anti-trans there. It was a bad joke.
It is.
It was a bad joke. It's not in good taste, but that doesn't make me be like, oh, this guy fucking hates trans. I mean, that's not a good look, though. I'll give you that. I thought you were talking about something major here. Like,
how is that not major? You're talking about somebody who has literally millions of people that follow him that'll be emboldened. They have their racist and sexist and misogynist attitudes emboldened by that person who they also, just like you, think is really, really cool.
I don't look at it that way, I guess.
Well, but you have to. I mean, I guess you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. But here's the deal, and I'll let you retort. But let me speak. When you become somebody of importance, of somebody that is like literally, like probably one of the 10 most powerful people living in the world right now, whether they like it or not, there is a certain amount of responsibility that goes along with being that powerful. And when you can say something like that they say, and then somebody who already fosters that kind of hate and like despises people, like sees that, well, this guy thinks it's cool, well, then it's fine for me to go and beat the shit out of a trans person because that's fine. And you can't say that doesn't happen. That is shit that occurs because people that are in those positions say stuff like that. And it's like, is that person directly responsible? Can you tie a link between those horrible, hateful actions to that particular tweet or statement or whatever? Probably not, but you can't say that it doesn't happen. And when somebody has that kind of influence over the entire world, you need to cultivate some sort of responsibility for what you say and do.
Okay. I mean, he's done some shitty stuff. I'm not gonna argue with you there. But I still love the fact he's trying to go to Mars. I still love the fact he does weird shit with his money.
Does
don't.
that excuse all the bad stuff though? I mean,
What do you mean excuse? Like,
you're basically saying, oh, he does cool stuff, so all this other stuff, like I don't really. And I know, and does you're definitely not targeted at all. Like you are not in any demographic of any sort that would be targeted by him. So, like that's the thing you're saying is like, oh yeah, it's okay that he targets these other people because he does all this other stuff. Like you're just saying that that's okay because.
well, I'm trying to look at the intent here, and I don't feel like there was any ill intention. Like I look at that,
There was any ill intention.
But okay,
No,
okay,
I
but,
don't.
but is it possible that you could say something that is going to embolden hate without having the intent, and then you need to have better care over what you say?
Oh yeah, I agree completely with that.
Okay,
I don't disagree with that at all.
okay, then. So let's just say, like, looking at it with the most positive approach possible to somebody in his position of power, for him to say something like that, like, it's one of those things where to say it emboldens other people to also have hate and do hateful things towards a marginalized group of people. So that is a poor decision on their part. And if there was no intent behind it to be malicious or what have you, or just say, wow, that was a bad take, then you follow it up with, that was a really horrible take. I am so incredibly sorry for doing that. And if you are following me and think that hating on trans people is cool, then please unfollow me, because that is a horribly and shitty thing to feel and think. But
Either that or he doesn't believe it's him hating on trans.
but
Which
you
I
just
think
said,
you're connecting a dot there that he is not.
but I'm not saying he is. I'm saying with the most positive possible influence, like, hey, I'm just gonna make this joke. And then not actually realizing that, like, the statements that he's making actually cause irreparable harm to those people. Like, that's something where, like, a good person would say, wow, that was really shitty for me to say to all these millions upon millions of people that follow me and listen to everything I have to say, and even like and may add more weight to what I say because of my influence. I should probably take a step back and just say, that was horrible. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize.
Was that a question?
It isn't a question. I mean,
Okay.
do you disagree with that? Do you disagree that he has no right, he has no responsibility whatsoever to like actually like self navigate him, like to basically say, wow, I shouldn't like say something that could be misconstrued as support for a hateful position?
He has FU money, and he clearly doesn't believe that he needs to.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, do you think that a person in that position of power should?
Yeah, absolutely. I
Okay.
think she should fake back it up and say, I'm, whoops, I was trying to make a joke more about my hatred of Fauci because blah blah blah, and yeah, I mean that's what I do. I back it up and say it was a stupid joke. I was just trying to let out some steam about Fauci. I didn't realize it was going to be misintended as hateful towards trans. Blah blah blah. I donated this to the thing, whatever, and be done with it. But he has so much money that he clearly doesn't feel like he needs to back up on it, because I highly doubt he had any hate in his heart except for Anthony Fauci, which I don't agree with that in any way, shape, or form. But
Well, he does. He promotes the conspiracy that Fauci is actually the originator of COVID, right? Like he actually tries to give credence to that.
okay. I mean, I don't fucking know. I haven't looked into COVID in forever.
Well,
I mean, here I that sounds crazy to me, but I don't fucking know.
now he's
I do
He's
know
not a-
that the
he's
CD.
not a good
World is
human.
interesting there, Forrest.
I do know the CD. Was he part of the CDC? No, he's the US guy. I don't know. I didn't really follow the COVID stuff that much.
The CD is part of the U.S.
CDC, isn't the CDC like an international
It's the
conglomeration?
WHO. It's the World Health Organization. CDC, Center for Disease Control in America. Atlanta is the headquarters. Or it was.
Have you not played Pandemic, man?
Yeah.
Start that pandemic, man.
I don't know. Either way, I agree with you. Like it was not a good look on him, and if I would have done it, I would have backed it up immediately and apologized. But he has so much money that he apparently was then fuck it. I do agree that I don't. It is a bad look because that's a rallying cry, doubling down on it.
Yes.
But
There's all those
doesn't make
turds.
me dislike the guy because once again, I don't think he has ill intention, like in his heart.
But his actions cause
pain and hurt to people.
They do. Okay.
It's not
Yeah.
a single action either, right?
I don't know. I don't follow him that closely. Like, that's why I need Lance to fill me in on the turd stuff. I just like the fact he's trying to go to Mars, making flamethrowers and baking favorite perfume, building the fucking road underneath Las Vegas. Like, I just love that stuff. That's the Elon Musk I like to focus on.
Well, unfortunately, the guy has more than just that.
Okay. Well, and other people can focus on that. And if they can't disassociate the person from the actions, then
Well, I mean, Mussolini got the trains to run on time. That's the thing that matters to me. All that other stuff, that murdering people in their sleep and dragging people off to concentration camps, that's you can focus on that. I just got that train going on time.
The train.
I feel like those are what's the word? False equivalency, but sure, we'll go with it.
Well, no, I mean, I didn't want to chime in for this, but I'm going to. So by supporting the stuff that he's doing and things, that you're supporting his livelihood, like for Cosby, for instance. Like, it's, the stuff that he did was so not cool, but to separate what he did with who he is and still watch his videos or whatever, if he's getting residuals from those videos, why would I support that guy? I wouldn't support that guy. And by watching his content, that's supporting him.
Because if he elicits a sense of emotion in you that you have a hard time getting from someone else, I mean, it's like there's musicians that I listen to who are horrible people. I know the extent of their horribleness because time has unveiled it. Does that mean I stop listening to the music? Does that mean I don't listen to Spotify because I don't want his grandkids to get pennies or something? And for me, that's a no. I mean,
okay.
Now, if he amped it up, if he was like, trans people are like,
yeah, where's the line?
When I feel like it's ill intent, like when I legit look at that and be like, oh my God, he clearly hates or he does not like some people. Like, I imagine I go through his Twitter, I'm gonna be like, yeah, there's some bad jokes here. There's him, dunking on the libtards. But I mean, other than that, I don't get the vibe of him being a hateful person.
Okay.
All right, let's change the subject.
Yeah. I just stretch and.
I will say though, Twitter for real though, it feels like it's getting a lot better. Like I get a lot less just spam crap.
Thank God those trains are running on time.
And
I just looked at it. It looks like complete shit to me. Not that I spent a lot of time on Twitter, but the first 5 things I got were like Elon's tweets, and then like I don't want to even.
That's because he gets. Yeah, that is one thing. He
now
dominates.
you got your yeah. Fuck that. I'm out.
Did you see that? Did you see the big splash about D&D, Matt? About they said that they saw that D&D was underutilized as a thing to make money, and so like
monetize it better.
And they need to monetize it better. And the big theory is what they're gonna do is they are going to with the D&D Beyond thing that they want to do, which is gonna be all like a digital platform. Like the big thing they want to be able to do is little microtransactions. Oh, your dwarf found a brand new magical warhammer. Well, for $1.99, here's 10 new warhammers you can pick and choose from to put on your little avatar that you're going to move around on that player board, and just stuff like that. It's just and the thing is it'll work. It'll work, and here's the deal. It'll be the old school people like myself, and I'm sure Matthew and other people as well that like play D&D the way they play in D&D, they won't be affected by it at all.
I'm happy to
'Cause-
go back to pencil and paper and graph paper. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we'll continue to play the way we've been playing, and it won't matter at all. But the new spectrum of role player right now, they'll eat it up, because, and I don't mean this as a negative. I think everybody should play every single game, whether board games, RPGs, whatever. They should play it how they want to play and enjoy it how they want to enjoy it. And they should, and more power to you, right? But there's like the lifestyle gamers. You mean like me? Like I'm not gonna put anybody else in because I don't want to presuppose, but like for me, playing role-playing games in D&D, and for that matter board games as well, has just become part of my life. You know, even before I worked in the industry, it was just something that like was when I got my first D&D books when I was 9 years old or 8 years old or whenever it happened. I mean, it was like that was literally changed a direction that my life was going to go in the rest of my life. My dad gave me a birthday card, and he said, he said he has a great way with words, and he said, "Happy birthday to my son who has never let getting old let him get old." So, and like he like my father has told me that he admires the fact that I never really gave up on the stuff that I did as a kid. I
That's
still
a
read
nice way to
comic
put it.
books. I still,
Yeah.
I still play games all constantly and stuff like that. He said, you have never let getting old allow yourself to get old. But anyway, so and then there are the people that like, I don't know, it's like it's like a satellite, right? That just kind of like, zooms in to D&D and then kind of like, and then leaves. And the satellite stays for a certain amount of time, and eventually people get bored or they can't find a game group or whatever, and they get into it for a little while and then they're gone. And then they might come back again. Maybe they'll circle around again, but it isn't something that they're gonna do like they might play in a group for like a year, and then like for whatever reason that group breaks up and they just lose that group. But maybe another 9 months, a year down the line, they'll roll back in. And those are the people that are going to show up and have the expendable income and things like that they're going to be like, oh, I'm going to dive into this. I know I'm going to be playing this campaign now for 6 or 9 months. I'm just going to dive in. I'm going to spend the money, and I'm going to just chew it all up. And then they're going to leave. I mean, that was the biggest thing. Like, I mean, if you read the stuff about why TSR failed and this, that, and the other deal, it was like the problem is that it's a very, it isn't like board games where it's like, oh, it's like we come up with a new board game every 3 months. It's something brand new. D&D was, you have the Dungeon Master's Guide, you have the Player's Handbook. We've literally given you the two things. You never need to buy anything from us again. Yeah, and so the idea was, how do you get people to keep buying stuff? And this is actually pretty ingenious by them. I don't have to like it, but which I think is kind of like, but it's weird. From the long-term gamers that I've talked to, it isn't that people don't like it. They just have this kind of like, there's very few people that are getting up on a roof and saying, this sucks, don't do this. It's just, people are just like, well, whatever. Just kind of like we go, well, way to go. Make more money, I guess.
There's car companies now doing that, right?
Cars?
Subscription services for things in your car.
Oh, yeah.
Seat warmers. If you want your seat warmers to work, you pay a subscription fee.
Ugh.
Car does that.
Yeah.
Volvo?
Tesla does it with like the internet and stuff too in there.
Oh, it's
There's,
Tesla.
I understand, but not.
Stuff
seat
like that.
Heat
And
warmers, that's a bit far.
Yeah, it is.
You want
people
those
are
anti-lock
really-
brakes?
Yeah,
Well, no, I think they're the safety issues. These are
it's
luxury.
different,
These
but-
are
I
like
know.
options, right?
But when do they stop?
Well, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
do you want your battery to work? You get 5 kilowatts.
Automatic transmission, $6.99 a month.
But go back to the D&D thing. Yeah, I get you. You know, it's like everything. It's do we really need all the Marvel we have? No. Do
I
we
had to buy
really
3
need-
books for my last character.
So Eric Burden, a loyal boomer, Eric
Slide
Burden,
books.
just said, he was like, my problem is I'm running out of room for so many more new games. And I just said, sell it all, Eric. And he's like, I'm having trouble doing it's hard to part with them. Someday I will have to. Well, no, you could just die with them, and then somebody else will just somebody will just throw them all in the garbage for you, and then
Curse you the whole time.
yeah, exactly. But
We just got a donation from a guy who passed away this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they-
That happened a lot. Donations, I mean,
It's
not
happening
people
more
passing
often.
away.
what's that?
I said donations, I mean, not people passing away.
well, we're getting old. I mean,
Library donations. Yeah,
Yeah.
from people who have died, who have basically collected a crap ton of games and then die.
Oh.
And then
What do
what
you
the people that inherited just don't know what to do with it. So they they look for
board game?
Oh,
yeah.
I have a standing order. Andy Anderson, who sometimes pops in, but Andy Anderson is a stalwart BGG user and commenter and really nice guy. He lives in Michigan. I've been to his house a couple of times when I went to Grand Con. He and I talk on the phone maybe once or twice a year. I should talk to him more often, but he has he's like, when I die, he said, you have to fly out to my house and explain to my wife what games are worth money and make sure she doesn't get screwed. So I have like a standing order that I have to go to his house and help his
yeah.
wife go through. And
I mean,
got
it's interesting because this is really only like a 20-year-old hobby.
yeah, but
yeah.
Andy's got a collection of like, I'm guessing 11,000 games.
What?
I mean, I
Yeah.
mean, it's insane.
So Scott, what do you do with this? You know, when people say I donate, what do you do with it?
We accept it and add it to the BGG library for other people.
Okay.
Well, what if you already have a whole bunch of a title? What
There's
happens
always
then?
you always need backups and stuff. So or like a lot of copies. Just another thing we do is potentially put them into the charity auction.
Charity. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Something like that.
The really valuable stuff for sure. Now,
Yeah.
usually I don't know how much really valuable stuff has come our way. Usually this most recent one, his game group basically I think the story was they had taken what they wanted from it and then they didn't know what to do with the rest of it. So that's when it
that'd
came
be-
our way,
All right.
So it
Yep.
had sort of been cherry picked out, like the good. I mean, it was the games that meant something to people, and then they basically. But the stuff they gave us was all top tier stuff. I mean, it was great stuff.
Mhm.
Like it's all we replaced about probably 20 or 30, 40, 50 copies of our stuff.
All right.
With the,
Well, and I know I said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Like all, but like maybe 15 of my board games are in a storage unit right now, and my plan is to not bring any of them back. Honestly, I haven't wanted to play one, and I haven't. It's just. I mean, I'll keep. There'll be. Like the games that I actually worked on for TMG, I'll keep those, because I had a hand in the creation. I'd like to keep those just because I can say, well, I worked on that. But I don't know, man. It's just like there's so many people in my area that are my friends that have giant gaming collections. I mean, let them buy them and store them and hold on to them. If I'm going to play the game, I'm going to play with them anyway. So it's just, I'd rather have the books, obviously.
And let your daughter and son deal with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Son of a
no,
bitch.
I mean, as long as that RPG.com is still in business, they can just sell every single book to that guy.
does
and
that guy?
just-
How does
Yeah,
that guy?
but them books are a lot heavier than board games. You
How
How
son
does
of a
that guy
bitch.
sell his books? He's got, from what I've gathered, and I haven't really asked him, and this
He'll
is
ship it to anywhere.
again supposition. In the US, it's $4 shipping. He'll
Oh
ship,
yeah, because the book.
he'll ship it. He'll ship whatever your order is. He'll ship it for $4. And then the big thing is there's there's a few things that he does. One, he's got to have an eBay account. I don't know what it is, but he's got to have an eBay account to sell like the really good stuff, right? You know, like, oh, you know, here's first edition white box D&D. You know, I can get $1,200 for this, you know, that kind of thing, where, you know, like he'll take those. So I mean, if he doesn't, he'd be a fool. But I mean, this guy seems like he's pretty smart, so he's not going to do that. So I don't think he has a brick and mortar, but what he does is that he sells the higher tier stuff that is like not worth eBay. Like he can just sell it and he just puts it up on his website that he has, rpg.com. And then but he's also got a couple of things where he's got 2 things where you can subscribe, where he will send you an RPG book once every 2 weeks, and then there's one for like new books and there's one for old books. Like I'll send you an old RPG book, you know, like
That's brilliant.
yeah. So he just, you know, like, yeah, no guarantees.
That's actually an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Especially
don't
for the
really get-
collectors.
You don't get to pick what you get, but you just get stuff. Maybe I can do that. Although shipping is the bitch for board games. I mean, it really
Yeah.
makes any venture like really not great.
What if you made a board game that was exactly like the remember the yellow series back in the day that looked like a book? What if you made a board game that looked exactly like a book? This by the way, this is unethical talk, obviously, but you could then in theory ship it for $4, like flat rate USA.
Yeah. What if you broke down the boxes, Scott?
Do whatever you want, but
Well, I'm just saying, like it's an idea, you know, it's an idea. Because like, what are the odds that they're going to open it, see a book, then get into the book and like, some shady board game companies to try this out.
I mean, you know, sometimes people want to do the right thing, you know, because yeah.
Well, I'm just talking out loud. I mean, it's like in theory, it seems like a smart idea, you know, as long as you don't get caught. You get caught, not as much.
Yeah. Are there any of them
your
rentable?
business on a illegal act? I don't know. That's not probably the
Yeah,
best.
it's probably a little unethical.
And I guess it is a federal offense because you're doing it through the mail. But how illegal is it?
Are there any
Illegal
more of
is
them
what?
board game rental companies out there?
I don't know. Did Board Game Co. shut down his thing?
No, I'm not talking. There was one before that.
Yeah, they
Where
used to
didn't
sponsor
sell,
me.
they just used to you send like you send them what you want. They mail it to you for a month or whatever. You send it back.
Yeah, they used to send them in bags. They sponsored me for a
What was the
minute.
name of them for us? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't remember. Board game. I don't remember what they called. They sponsored me, to go to like Gen Con. I used to do their things. It used to be really cool because you could like put out what you want and they'd send them in these bags, like these gallon-sized bags, no boxes, just the rules components. It was a nice service.
I'll be right back.
I don't see it though. I typed in board game rental and I'm not seeing them. I see bigboardgamerentals.com. Looks like there's a couple.
Oh, is there?
Board Game Exchange. Oh, that's what it's called. Boardgameexchange.com. Yeah, that was it. I don't think they're around anymore, but maybe I'll check the website.
No, I mean, I remember I heard that they had gone out of business, but yeah, then the idea was, and everybody was like saying this is going to be horrible because how are they going to know like the games are complete when they get returned? And there was a lot of like, everybody just assumed it was going to be like, there was no way to guarantee that
They waited. That's what I'm just filling in the blanks. So that's what they were doing. I don't know how well it would work, but they waited.
They waited. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how well that would work either.
Yeah. That would
Foods,
be
if you use
tough.
a food scale, I mean, it's not a perfect. Yeah, because if you lose a card, well, they're out of business. So
Yeah, that explains that.
yeah, I can't find their website.
That's actually not the one I was thinking of. There was another one. way
Isle of
back.
Gamers, Tubby and Coos,
Nah.
all about games, and the board game website. Yeah, comics and collectibles, Tiki board games, all the fun at half the
Ooh.
cost. These are all rental services. I haven't heard of any of these.
Wow, there's a few on that. Yeah.
There was a few back then.
the one I'm
This is
thinking
an old
of.
article.
Probably. No, this is probably what I'm thinking. 6-8 years ago. I can't remember the name of the company. I remember seeing the ad on something I was watching on YouTube. One of the sponsors. Oh, my memory sucks anymore.
My
Let me
big
see.
thing is that like I remember all of those, like there was like Tanga and Posey and stuff like that. Those like deal a day.
Yeah, I remember those were
Oh,
big for a
yeah.
while. I
Yeah, I
remember
remember that.
That's kind of like what Scott does. Like you just buy like a shipment of them and then try and flip them. But they did it like daily deal style thing. Yeah, I remember seeing those on Board Game Geek all the time back in the day. Does anybody still do those?
No, not that I know of. Anyway.
Yeah, shipping killed that. lately.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
shipping's insane on those things, obviously.
And it's a lot of storage. Yeah.
Plus, I think
Yeah.
Kickstarter killed it because now everybody just wants the upcoming.
Yeah.
Not even the new, the upcoming.
They want the idea of the game, not what the game is.
Well, I'm not complaining. Ooh, what is this? Target has new games.
Ooh, do they?
Target has new games.
What game?
Hey, that's where I do a lot of my how to play games. Those things make their money back. And then
Make their
subscribers. I can't ask for
20
more.
bucks is 20 bucks.
Cat in the box
20
at
bucks
Target.
and 8 subscribers. Don't diminish the subscribers. Not to mention it's just subscribers.
Subscribe.
Man, Elon Musk really is a piece of garbage.
That's what you've been Googling right now?
I'm looking at like his personal life with like his first wife, and it's like, oh man, you are not a good personal person. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but we would have never known until lately. Yeah, because the persona.
I still appreciate the fact
yeah.
he's trying to move the ball forward on a lot of societal issues, like going to space and high-speed rail, even though it didn't happen. But I mean, there's a tunnel under Vegas. That happened. It's a thing.
I guess it
Like,
is.
but that's such a cool idea. Like that is such an 8-year-old idea. Like, oh, the strips. Like, how can we fix that? I'll just put a tunnel underneath. It's like such an 8-year-old idea, but yeah. Not gonna argue he's not a turd.
No.
I could bring up a lot of bands, Lance. I could bring up a lot of bands and be like, you like that band?
Name one.
Let's see. STP.
Stone Temple Pilots?
Yep.
I mean, like a specific member of the band?
Really? A specific member of the who else would I be talking about?
Well, I mean, are you talking about what's his face who killed himself? With
Yeah,
drugs?
Scott Weiland.
Yeah, he was a piece of garbage. I haven't listened to STP in years.
That doesn't mean their music's any less good, though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm waiting for you to name me a band that I'm listening to, even though that they're garbage.
Oh my gosh, Lance, I don't know.
Exactly.
I was waiting for you to do the research on Lance Bass for me. Not Lance Bass. Elon Musk. I don't know.
I told you several things, and then you were like, "Yeah, but I still like him because he tells it like it is."
That is not what I said at all, Lance. And I actually don't appreciate that one because that's some bull. No. I'm serious. No, I'm serious because that's some bullshit you just put there. That is 110% infactual. I did not say anything like that at all.
Fine.
I don't.
Fine,
No, Lance.
fine. I apologize
Because
for
what you did
misrepresenting
there
you.
is you lumped me in with the group of people that, yeah, I don't agree with the shit he's doing. But no, I don't think that's fair.
Saying you just got done saying he's your, like, what do you say? You didn't say he was your hero. You said
He's my
Look at your
favorite
parents,
billionaire.
Matt.
He's my favorite non-sports billionaire. Him and Bill Gates. It's close.
see you later.
You scared Matt out.
You scared Matt
Ed
off.
Scott, you sons of bitches.
Hey, you're the one who wanted to keep talking about him. Definitely a human piece. God, he abandoned his 5 kids pretty much. Hopefully, at least gave him money. I mean, Jesus.
Well, you keep looking into him, so I mean,
Well, I mean, I had no clue. I assumed it was just very liberal people just having issues. Because here's the other thing. I've had a lot of very liberal people who don't like me, despite the fact I'm very liberal. So I get that. I get that completely. There's a whole subsection of this hobby that does not like me. Because
why do you think that is?
because they believe that I am something I'm not, like Trump thumping Republican, like trans bashing, that sort of thing. You know, middle-aged white guy living in Indiana. You know, it's typically not your progressive liberal.
I can see that for us. I seen a couple of guys go through something similar because they're from Central PA.
Well, it's also
yeah.
I've had a couple controversies, like the bamboo bash thing a year back, and like I said something about Anita Sarkeesian way back in the day, which was like, oh my god, like, yeah. So I get it, but it's like, if I don't feel like Bill Cosby, that was like, I don't watch Bill Cosby, like I don't personally think he's that funny, but that, yeah, like I don't know. I consider rape to be a little bit different than being an asshole, and what I consider them different things.
Fair. Okay. I would agree that you could be an asshole without being a rapist.
I just hope so.
And I would say,
have you ever really met a good, a decent rapist? I mean, a wholesome, down to earth rapist.
there is
I've
Most
met-
of them would be assholes. you
I've
know?
known two people who, when I found out they were racist, it was like, or not racist, rapist. It was like,
time out.
wait, are we, what?
Are you actually going to tell me right now that, like, in casual conversation with people, like, it just came up that, oh, by the way, I sexually assault people against their will?
No. What I'm saying
He said he
is
knew two people and
they
then he
got
cut 'em off.
arrested for rape. Like, I found out they raped. No. Like, what I'm saying is, there's been two people in my life who I was legit like, oh my god, they sexually assault. Like, it blindsided me. So I'm not just like, but yeah, that's what I was saying. I was in no way.
Okay, I just thought it was like one of those things where,
No. I was legitimately just reconciling that there have been two people in my life who I was blindsided by the fact that they were a sexual predator.
I'm trying to think. No, I wasn't blindsided on the couple I know. No, yeah, they were assholes basically. All right,
On a
let's get
lighter
off of
note.
this subject.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And let's
When I have
Let's
to
try
make, when I have to
Anybody got a
emphasize
grievance
there's
other than Elon
racist-
Musk? Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to some lighthearted, like, school line shenanigans.
my kids have school off again tomorrow, so that'll be great having them around the house. I'm trying to get work done.
Is this for the vacation or?
Yeah, why is that?
Snow,
Weather?
where it's gonna
Oh,
be, it's
snow.
gonna be like it's gonna be snowing, 40-mile-an-hour winds, just gonna be a garbage day.
Yeah.
Better
It's
off.
tough. I mean, it has to be really bad before we shut things down. So it must be gonna be really bad. So,
Yeah.
Our school is the opposite now, and it annoys me. They do 2-hour delays for stuff that it's like they never would have did the 2-hour delays for this 5 years ago, just because they have the e-learning to use as a crutch. And be like, yeah, whatever. I'll just throw a 2-hour delay in there because they can blah 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 on their tablets or whatever. And it's like there's been a couple times where, like, we're expecting heavy fog in the morning, and it's like a 2-hour delay. It's like, what? And then like at least wait for the damn fog to roll in. Like, I don't know.
Well,
what are you getting your sons for Christmas?
We have, well, the big one for them is we're gonna finally allow them to have their own special electronic item. We've been like they haven't had phones, they haven't had Game Boys or DSs, anything that were specifically theirs, and now they're going to each have their own DS that they're allowed to get out of the basement, whatever they'd like, as long as they can ask. And then because we already had 2 DSs that were mine, but they played them, but now they're going to be theirs, and we bought them like 12 DS games off eBay, and they're just like bangers, like Mario Kart, Animal Crossing. Just they're gonna be over the moon. Plus, some other stuff. The big one we wanted to get, we didn't get, was like a punching bag. They really wanted a punching bag because we've gotten them 2 before, and they just tore the shit out of them because they were cheaply made. They have interest in like punching bags. So whatever. Let out the aggression, I guess.
Yeah, better than them going to school and punching people.
But we're knock on wood. My children are very well behaved in school. At home, not so much, but I'd rather have it at home than at school. That lets me know that they know where the line is, and the line, they don't cross it when they're out in public. But this, oh my God, I got a grievance today. I'm having toilet issues last week and a half.
Are you talking about the toilet or you're having issues sitting on the toilet?
No, I never have issues with that. So I've had this toilet issue where it won't flush most of the time, but it's not super clogged. Like water will get through, it'll slowly go down. And I got like this. I stupidly bought this. So I made a smart, grown-up decision. I was very proud of myself. I spent like $50 on a snake. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get rid of my steak. I'm gonna buy a real nice one. I got this old one I got beat up at a garage sale for like $1. I'm gonna get a super nice one. Spent the money on it, industrial grade, everything. I was like, I'm gonna have this for the rest of my life. Doesn't fit in my toilet. It's too wide. So I was like, fuck it. So I went back online, and of course I threw out the original one, and I bought a gun. I bought an air gun, which looks super cool. Like you pump it up. It's like really hard to pump up sometimes, and then you shove it into the toilet hole, and it just blows a huge cloud of air into it. And it worked really well in our sinks. It actually unclogged 2 of our sinks, but the toilet didn't work. And then my buddy Adam, who's a maintenance man at the YMCA, he came over tonight and he brought a snake. And I was like, "Hey, can I borrow that?" And I did it for like 10 minutes, couldn't get anything out. But then he did it for like a minute, got out a damn marker, full cap marker. The marker still worked. That was clogging the toilet. And I was like, it's one of those moments where it's like, all right, we're gonna have a talk. We're gonna have a talk, but things in the toilet, which is a talk we've had many, many, many times. And like the second, and this was, I wish I could have recorded. The second I came out of the bathroom with Adam holding up the marker, my son, my 6-year-old, nearly pooped his pants. He was the cat that ate the canary. He was like, and it was like, I'm guessing he dropped it in there and then didn't want to pick it up and then just flushed it. And then he's been sitting on this guilt for a week and a half. And it was just, so that was my grievance. Because the other thing is, my 6-year-old also did not follow the one golden rule over the last week and a half, which I emphasized oh so clearly so many times, which was, when we go to the bathroom now, until we get this fixed, you only flush one time, no matter what, because it will never clog if you just flush it once. There's just not enough water in the top of the bowl to overdo it, right? And of course, about 30 minutes after bedtime, when me and my wife were relaxing and just unwinding, he flushed twice, and then just panicked, screaming, and just water, gallons upon gallons of water on the floor, from the carpet, because yes, we have carpet in our bathroom, and just not a fun evening. So yeah, just a lot of toilet issues are my grievance last week and a half, culminating in a marker tonight. But yeah, air guns, they're pretty cool. Toilet guns, drain guns, not bad. Pick it up for $25. Didn't work on the toilet, but there's a marker there, so I can't really blame it. But for the sink, worked fantastic. Now,
Fantastic.
I will say, I know there's a lot of people online worried about burst pipes. I don't know
I
anything
would
about
be.
pipes, but it had really spectacular ratings. And when I went to look at the 1 stars, it wasn't littered with people doing the burst pipes. But they do warn you on there, like, hey, we're not responsible. Don't pump it more than this many times, or else we could have issues. But the only thing I will say is, you get one and you plan on using it for your toilet, it is insanely difficult to get to 40 pumps, which is, they say, the max. I got to like 35 and I was covered in sweat. My muscles ached. Like, I was terrified because as I'm doing it, because I actually got a video of me doing like, and I could hear air hissing out of this little cylinder, and it's near my crotch. And I'm just like, oh God, I don't want to keep pumping this, but I had to keep it in my crotch. Yeah, because I had to like stabilize it. I'm hoping it's going to turn out to be a pretty good video, because I recorded my whole interaction with it. And
why wouldn't it be on video?
Hey, Lance, the only way I'm gonna find out if something's gonna work is by trying it. Like sitting in front of a TV. Like literally, if I told you, Lance, oh yeah, I've got to get off early so I can sit in front of a TV for an hour, play a game, and then just shoot with my damn phone some shaky cam stuff of me playing a video game. It's a giant waste of time, but apparently it's not. You know, you never know until you try. Like I'm gonna do Kickstarter videos where all I do is get on people's pages and piss and moan. That's my idea. And it works.
Gonna ingratiate yourself to the publishing community.
Yes.
I don't care. Like, there's the thing. Like, I've come to the realization that if every single company out there right now blacklisted me, I still would not have issues making content because I have such a big backlog and because there's new companies every single day. And there's so many other reviewers out there who don't have my subscriber number. Now, you look at the number of views I get on actual board game videos, it's a different story. But just that one number, that 12,000 subscribers, you know, new Kickstarter companies, their eyes light up on that. I mean, not that I'm worried about getting blacklisted by everybody, but it's just, I got to the point where it's like, I don't worry about it. Like, oh my God, today. Oh my God, Daily Magic Games. Oh, yeah. Like, I know you're like friends with the guy who runs it. Their Kickstarter page. Ooh. Oh, they didn't even list at any point in their Kickstarter, any point, the player length, the time count, and the ages. They didn't mention that. At no point do you find out the player count for the game. And it's like, how in the fudge do you do that? Look at every game on your shelf and see that there's generally two crucial pieces of information. Player length, time count, age, and the name of the game. And they just didn't put it on there. I speculate because they let Jalop, who is god awful, I bag on them every chance I get to on the Kickstarter critique, handle their Kickstarter story. And they just don't get it. They don't get board games. The quotes, the majority of the quotes were like from the designer of the game. And it's like this is like, what? Like, they didn't have any videos up of the game. Gameplay video, there's no gameplay videos. It's like, why would you, what made you want to, I don't even know. And I imagine they wanted to rush it out so they could get it done probably by, you know, the new year for tax reasons. Maybe I'm speculating that potentially, like, because I know that's a thing some people do. But other than that, like, it was a terrible page. Like, it was confusing, it was clunky. They were selling a game, they were selling a reprint of a different game, and they were selling 2 expansions to the reprint of the other game. And it was one of the worst Kickstarter pages I've ever seen from a company that wasn't like at the bottom of the Kickstarter popularity chart. Because this is the #1 game on Kickstarter right now because it's just dead. Like, I'm trying to plan out my next few days of what I'm going to cover on Kickstarter, and there's so little out there. Luckily, Gray Fox Games has a game out there, but other than that, it is just a desolate wasteland. On that, on GameFound, on BackerKit, like, I tried to find something on GameFound. I was like, oh my God, there is nothing here. Like, it is a wasteland, which it normally is around this time of the year. So it's not like a surprise to me, but it feels like it's worse this year than it was last year. Like, I'm having trouble finding out content I can cover that I want to cover, at least.
Yeah, I mean,
Good luck, I guess.
And here's the thing. I just cover random stuff, and sometimes like today, I felt like today was a great video because I hated the project so much. Like, the chat was like, yeah, and then that, yeah. I love having the chat in there too. They always let me know. I'm like, am I going too hard right now, or is this just objectively bad? It's like, okay, no, like, this is just not good. So remember, folks, if you want to use Jalop, which I've heard great things about Jalop, don't let them touch your Kickstarter story. Do that yourself, or tell them exactly what you want, because they do not get board games at all. Just period.
yeah, I can't remember the last time Daily Magic did a game. Honestly, it was one of those things where they were like pumping out. I mean, this is like 5-6 years ago, whatever. But it's like they were like doing a Kickstarter every like 4 or 5 months, you know, in their Village of Valeria line, right? And And they were always making something new for that stuff. And then I don't know if I mean, admittedly, when I started publishing and working for real in the industry, my paying attention to stuff that as it was being published and Kickstarter and stuff, I mean, I definitely, I stopped, keeping my thumb on the blood, right? So I mean, I don't know, maybe they're just pumping out game after game for what
I got their BGG pulled up right now. So let's see. 2022 looks like they have, so nothing they released yet. It looks like 2021 Shadow Kingdoms of Valeria, very respectable 2700 rank on BGG. Nice. A bunch of promo stuff. Valeria Card Kingdoms Oak Sworn. This is an expansion. So that came out in 2021. And then game-wise, Corsairs of Valeria in 2020, ranked 11,000. Ouch. Margraves of Valeria, 3,200. Very respectable, 2020. Yeah, so it looks like they're still pumping out. Then Chocolatiers in 2019. Yeah, so it looks like they're putting out about 1 or 2 Valeria games a year, or 1 a year with expansions, right about. I mean, I've never played any of their games. So
Villages of Valeria is an extremely
haven't.
solid game.
They got good ratings on quite a few of them. I think they got like a top 1,000 game. I mean, they got Valeria Card Kingdoms, which is 538, Villages of Valeria, which is 1278. They have 3 games in the top 2,000 of all time. I mean, that's impressive to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
But that Kickstarter page, like, you go check it out, Lance. Like, it is just, it's confusing. It's why would it just from a business perspective, what do you gain from lumping in pros versus cons of this, just from your perspective? And you could fill it in with whatever games from your line might fit this. What sense does it make to have your game that you're launching, which looks like a really cool game, by the way? It looks like a badass game. And then 2 expansions for a completely unrelated game and a second print run for that game as well. Like,
well, I'm not going to judge what they're doing. I mean,
no. I'm not. No, what I'm asking is from a business, because I don't run a publisher. I don't work for a publisher. What would be the potential upside of that I don't see?
I mean, all I'll say is that why do a reprint yourself if you can just get somebody else to pay it for you, right? I mean, it's just kind of like one of those things where it's so I know nothing about these games. I'm looking at right now, Guild Academies of Valeria.
Well, that's the other thing. They've only raised $47,000, which is great, but not if you realize that, like, oh, we're talking about printing 5 things. So I imagine it's a pre-order. It's a pre-order. And just buying stuff.
If you go behind the curtain on how much it costs to create a game, it's that's, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, let's put it this way. When I go to when I'm at a convention and like somebody has a game that I'm interested in, and this doesn't happen much anymore, but I mean, every once in a while they'll be like, oh, that game looks really cool, and I'd like that. And I'm like, I'm willing to trade you this game that we have for that game that you have. And then there's this like weird moment where they're like, wow, it's like worth this. And I'm like, and I wanted to say to them, and I've said this to publishers, I know that the stuff in this game cost me this much money to make, and I'm going to guess the stuff in that game cost you that much to make. So let's just not be talking about the MSRPs and what have you.
Yeah.
It's just, and I like that game, or any of these games, things you're interested in. And they're like, well, I'm interested in 2 of those. Fine, you can have both of those. Well, that doesn't seem fair. It's like, yeah, well, who cares? It's like, really? So you're coming $6 ahead on this? I don't really care. Here, just, and then make the trade and be done with it, that kind of thing. So it's one of those things where, I mean, to publish, whatever, they're going to publish 1,000 print run from one of these games. I mean,
Right now,
So-
the new game, they have about 480, I think, that are spoken for. So yeah, probably somewhere around that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, so you'd make 1,000 of them. You hopefully sell some of them at conventions later and can make a little money off of them. I mean, and honestly, it's like, it's been a long time since I played a Valeria game. I mean, I don't even think I own anymore. I mean, I remember really enjoying them, and digging them. But, yeah, I don't know what any of these are anymore. It's just, I mean, the art obviously is the Miko art, so it looks cool as hell. But
The new game looks like a contender though. It's like a dice. It gave me like Kingsburg vibes. Look really cool.
yeah, I mean, I'm not. Well, here's a Shadow Kingdoms of Valeria. There's a video from Dice Star. I mean, this
Wait.
doesn't-
But here's the thing: there's no quote. That's the only fucking one they didn't put a quote for. So they make you click on the video instead of just pulling something that Tom said. Go to the last 4 minutes, find a quote. Instead, you give me quotes like, "I would like all these games on my shelf" from a game designer. It's like you have a video from the most popular board game reviewer on the planet, and you're too damn lazy. And once again, I don't put them on them. I imagine this is Jalop. This is why I hate Jalop. This is why I've never let Jalop, because
what's Jalop? I don't even know what you're talking about.
you go look at the About Me, and it's a internet promotion company. Like they wear a lot of hats, from what I've been told. And from my experience, looking at like probably about 100 projects that use Jalop, they have a very specific format for how they tend to format their Kickstarter story. And that format is fine for electronics, for a lot of other things, but board games are their own separate beast. And board games Kickstarter versus, tech Kickstarter versus video game Kickstarter have different industry standards that they kind of generally do their Kickstarter page by, just because I look at them every day. And so I see like what a lot of people do. And Jalop tries to fit the round peg into the square hole on the Kickstarter story, and it looks like garbage nearly every time because they just don't get board gamers. And it's very evident going through the pledge levels on this were confusing. Like the component shot was, I actually kind of like how they did it, but just I've seen some of their products where they don't even show the components. Like they don't even list the price. Like Jalop is just, ugh. It's just,
I mean, my biggest thing for whenever we make Kickstarter page and like what happens is we usually, because most of us have way too much time. I used to make all the Kickstarter pages for TMG. I mean, like, and then, excuse me. So one of the things about, so we actually have a couple of people that we contract and we just say, hey, this is what we want to say, please make these images for us, and then we kind of put it together and we put it on there and what have you. And
so you were telling him what you wanted.
Yeah, and
Okay.
so we put it together, and usually what happens is, and Shane's pretty good at it, and like he doesn't, and then he goes, hey, this is what I got, take a look at it, what are we missing, what do we need to put into it, what didn't we add or should we add, that kind of thing. And so then there's always something that like he'll forget, right? It's like, Shane, you didn't list the shipping prices. Oh, god damn it. And it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, because it just, you stare at something all day long, you just don't see it, right? Forest for the trees kind of thing. Anyway, my whole point in telling you that or going through that story is the fact that you with a lot of these pages, what I've always just said is just make it easy for people to give you their money.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, and that means there's a few things like, say, absolutely, say something along the lines of, this is the all in. Like literally, if you want this, if you just want everything and you don't have to worry, you just want to fire and forget, this is it. click on this. There's not going to be any weird add-ons later. This is going to have absolutely everything, and it's just like, and make it so people know they click on that, they're done, they can walk away, and because people want that, right? I mean, most backers want that.
100% agree. I actually have something I mention all the time called Bauer's Law, and it's from looking at all these Kickstarter pages. If your all-in pledge, your big whale, is not your most popular pledge level by a wide margin, you're fucking up. Because that is what the majority of Kickstarters have as their most popular pledge level. That is how Kickstarter consumers want to spend their money, assuming you're not lumping in art books and card sleeves and garbage like that. But the all-in gameplay, that is overwhelmingly the most popular one. So if it's not, that means you're not doing something right. So yeah, I completely agree with that. That's just something, and it boggles my mind. It's like, here's the video. This convinces them to buy it, and just seal the deal. Seal the damn deal. Why meander about? Why do you need to talk about gameplay again? Why do you just give me the price? So yeah, I agree completely with you there. It's one of the things I like about GameFound is that featured pledge in the top right-hand corner. So so you can say, this is what you should buy.
Yeah, exactly. No, and so like there's that, and then my big thing is also just put the shipping matrix towards the bottom. Most people aren't going to care. You never charge shipping in Kickstarter. Why give Kickstarter their 9% of your funds that you're going to collect for shipping? You always charge shipping in the pledge manager. You need one video that says, hey, this game's cool. That's all it's got to say. I mean, it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter who you go with, doesn't matter who you do. If you can find somebody who's willing to do it for nothing, then find that person and have them do it for nothing. And as long as they don't suck at it, because
so the preview, pretty much the preview video.
But it's an absolutely my experience that like and I'm not saying, you know what, I'm going to say this to everybody because I made videos before. And I've said this before, this is retreading old ground, but I mean, the vast majority of the people you bring in to your Kickstarter page or crowdfunding page, it's you bring them in. Gone are the days where the video person does the video for the game and then somebody goes and says, oh my gosh, channel, Bob's Great Board Games did a video for I don't know if that's probably, I don't know if Bob's Great Board Games exists, but Bob's Great Board Games did a video for Bazaars of Ubar. I better go check out that Kickstarter page. That happens. It's such a small percentage. We get people that contact us and ask us to do videos for our Kickstarters because they say, because of the people that go to that page and then see our video, we get more subscribers and more like views because our videos on that page. It's the reverse.
Like I want to chime in. I've been saying that for years as well. 100%. Publishers use these videos essentially as your page, as showing the customers what you have. Don't assume that it's going to be the other way around, that they bring it in.
I mean, they'll bring in some. I mean, if somebody's got 20,000 subscribers and they do a video, they've got, of those 20,000 subscribers, there is, I think it's something like 5% of your subscribers have clicked the bell, meaning that every time you upload something, they get a notification. So, but then the rub on that is that if the people that click on the bell have a predisposition for clicking on the bell for most, if not all, of the things they subscribe on YouTube, so it again just gets lost in the noise, and they just, so like, yeah, oh, I got a notification. Well, no, they're getting 87 notifications on any given day that like these channels, that these hundreds of channels they're subscribed to have put out a new video on that Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or whenever their schedule is. So you're not actually, like, those people aren't actually noticing that video exists. It's YouTube's weird now, obviously, way different than the Wild West that it used to be. It is extremely structured now, and it's just and processed. It is a streaming service that lives off of, like, they aren't like Netflix. They don't go out and pay millions of dollars for studios to make things for them. They
need to.
they don't need to. They have people willingly putting stuff on their things to
Well,
make
they
them money.
tried and failed. YouTube Red.
Oh yeah, they totally did. But yeah. But so no, so I mean, it's just like, so yeah, you need one video, and then one video that shows how the game is played.
Thank you. I was about to argue
Yeah.
fist over hands if you said just the preview video.
No, and that could be you showing it. That, I mean, it doesn't even have to be good, right? It just has to show how the game is played. You know,
100%.
Like,
It could be a
but here's the
tabletop
deal.
simulator. Doesn't even matter. It
Yeah.
does not matter.
Most people aren't even going to watch them, though. I
I
mean,
just want to see it. Feel
I
comfy.
mean, like, when you have a Kickstarter page, you get to see how many people are going to the page. You get that, and you get those analytics, and then you actually get to see how many times those videos are watched. And it is,
Oh, that's awesome.
it is pennies on the dollar. It is
Oh my
pennies on the dollar.
God.
People are just like, I don't, they don't even bother.
What? Oh my God! Could you imagine the sticker shock for some of those people who bought like Richard videos and the Dice Tower previews, and then all those? That has to be so discouraging.
Well, here's the, what's dumb, and I don't know, I can't, and Kickstarter, admittedly, Kickstarter has no reason to want to change, because they are the gold standard, and why put more money into something when people are still going to use them? But the thing that Kickstarter, that I'm just stunned that they haven't implemented or like had somebody do, is that you go to the page, you click play on the video for that project, and then what does everybody do? They watch it for like 10 seconds, and then they start scrolling down. Are you serious that they don't have like a setting they can do where like the video then would like just stay in its own window up on top, and as you scroll down, like watching thing, you could be able to continue watching the video while you're going through? We live
Like
in a day
YouTube
and-
does. Yeah.
Yeah, we live in a
Great
day and
idea.
age. We live in a day and age where like the attention span for people, I mean, like, how many people do you know that watch a TV show while they're also like watching TikTok videos or scrolling through their phone? Like we as humans have become such like information consumers, and I'm not trying to present myself as being better than anybody, like I don't do it myself. We have become just consumers of we just need to be constantly engagement consumers, that like, oh, I'm gonna watch I want to watch this YouTube video or whatever, and it's just like, but I'm gonna scroll through the comments on the YouTube video because it's not enough that I can watch this video about whatever thing that I want to know about. I need to know what other people are saying about it, so I can like say that person's comment is stupid, or that it's just it's insane, right? I mean, it's just like, and like I said, I'm just as much to blame as anyone. I'm watching football, but I'm also paying attention to my fantasy football team. I'm like listening to a podcast in my ear while I'm watching football. I'm only paying really attention to the football game when it's a passing play. As soon as I see that it's a running play, I'm like, well, there's something else I could be paying attention to. Running plays aren't interesting, I mean, just like, 5 yards in a cloud of dust, yay, big deal, like show me the big long heave down the field, let me see what happens. I don't know, it's so nobody watches those videos, nobody reads anything.
Really, you think that? You think that
No.
most people don't watch? I
Most people
put a
don't
pull
watch
up on
them.
that right now. That is fascinating to me. I've never
people
heard
don't
anyone say
watch-
that. I don't think.
Oh, I've said it before. Most people don't watch the videos. I mean, it's just like, because I'll tell you right now, the video that shows off the game isn't going to be telling you anything. It's just,
Well, I
It's
think
like-
a good video will. I think a good video will convince you by the end of the video that you want it, that they can do it, and how much is it, ideally.
but seriously, I mean, when you're watching a video, like, you could make any game look, you could make any game look cool.
Yeah.
I don't
mean,
know about that. Like, are you talking about the theme? Like, because I don't like the bullshit theme. Like, I criticize so many times when it's like the first 30 seconds not the theme, but once you get to the actual what's on the board and how the game works a little bit. Like the daily Magic game today. That's the one thing I'll give them kudos for. That video is great. You get to about the 20-second marks once they start regurgitating garbage about theme, and they start really busting out the bells and whistles about how the game works and the dice drafting and the action selection. And it's like, wow. So I'm gonna put a poll on this. I'm really fascinated because I never I just assumed everybody watched the video as long as it didn't suck. Well, most people. I don't know. What about you, Evan? How much of a
What?
Kickstarter video on average do you watch?
I pay attention to Kickstarter about one out of however many there are.
One.
Okay, so
This
when
is
you do go to
Kickstarter,
that
that's
one,
it.
well, I guess that's different though, because you're
It's
there for a
don't-
very specific thing.
I'm not surfing
So-
Kickstarter. I'm not
Yeah.
checking out pages.
So when you do get on Kickstarter,
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's because you're specifically interested in the game for a reason, or to support a friend or publisher, that sort of thing.
Yep.
What percentage of the video would you say you watch on average when you get to just the Kickstarter main video?
It depends on if I've already decided to back it or not.
Okay.
Usually, if I'm going there to back the thing and then immediately close the page.
So
with
so
no-
yeah.
No
Turn
further
the page.
research required.
You've opened my eyes to a new world, Lance. And I'm really curious. I'm gonna put up a poll and see what
Put up a
people,
poll.
the percentage of YouTube of Kickstarter main videos. Does that got a specific name? The main video, title video, main video.
Kickstarter.
I would say
uh,
main video. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's as good as any, I suppose.
I'm sure somebody's done a poll or something on this in
Yeah.
the past there for us. Yeah.
Well, if I do it, then I can still churn those algorithms, Barry.
You got a point. Trust no one. Fight the power.
Well, I mean, it's like it's what I'm actually learning about the how to play videos. Is
Elon
that
Musk Skynet. I'm not going there. Never mind.
I see, like, because I used to be like, why would I put up a how to play video for a game that has like 3 how to play videos? That's stupid. And then I look at these how to play videos and I'm like, well, this one's from 3 years ago. This one's from 3 months ago. And this one's from,
Yeah.
7 years ago. And they
Yeah.
all have a decent amount of views, enough views that I know based on me doing these videos that they have made their money back on this and most likely gained a decent chunk of subscribers from doing this,
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. I hate that. I hate the fact that's the way that YouTube is, but it's like, wow, I should do it. And Rodney just figured it out as well. That's why he just did a backgammon, how to play backgammon, how to play Monopoly, because those big, like, people watch those. Like,
Really? Is that what he's doing?
he just did a backgammon. I mean, he's still doing the new stuff, obviously, but he put up a backgammon how to play like a couple days ago. And I bet you it's going to be one of his most popular videos in 5 years.
Probably.
Because and it doesn't and it blows my mind because I see some of these videos. I'm like, why would you watch this video? Why would 6,000 people watch this video when this other video over here has better reviews? It has been watched more times. It's shorter. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to me. It blows my mind sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna do an Uno, how to play Uno, probably the next few months, just to test to see.
You know what's if you have PlayStation Plus, you can download Uno and play it, but you can actually there's an app that people can put on their phones or other mobile devices, and then you can play Uno on your phone with people, and you got to be in the same room on the same Wi-Fi and stuff like that. But oh my gosh, that is a much better way to play Uno. I'll say that right now. I do not the whole shuffling the thing or having to draw each card.
Somebody who was so anti-app in their board gaming. Yeah.
It is far better to
I
It
get what
is.
you're saying. Some of them games are easy digital, but Uno, come on. It's
It's
you
more
say
just-
it, but I mean seriously, when you like look at it this way, like when you're playing it and you're like nobody's winning and that discard pile's like that giant mess on the table, and then like you're running out of cards to draw and you got to pick up that giant pile and shuffle them up and do everything.
Jesus.
Yeah, you say it, but it's just easier. I'll say this right now. I play so many games I play
This
so
just
many
blows my
games.
mind now.
No,
You-
I play so many games online on Tabletop Simulator. Now when I actually play a board game in person, I'm like, oh, I have to set the game up. Jeez, so this sucks. You know, I'm just like, I'm sitting
But
there just getting
you
annoyed.
want to play a game that you can play physically on an app that you have to be in the same room to play with other people. And
It's just
physically
easier.
see them instead of putting the fucking phone down and playing a game with each other.
It's easier. I mean, it's like you know, it's like it's an easier process to do. It's
Okay.
Don't judge my process.
I'm
Terry.
not. I'm trying not to. It just blows my mind. We're
Well,
taking,
I mean, there's also a lot of
we're
edge
taking
cases.
the crucial part of board gaming out of board gaming. You know?
Am I not understanding this, Lance? But could you play this in the back of a
what's
car?
the crucial? No, here I'll ask this. What's the crucial part of board gaming?
Interaction.
Well, I'm interacting. I'm yelling at my kids. Is they're dropping a +4 on me? But I'm using their phone. What's your next thing?
Yeah. Meanwhile, they're on the other app playing something else.
No, we're all sitting there playing at the same time. That's not so. That's actually that is provably false. So there is interaction. What
I'm
else?
not arguing.
What else are we
I'm
missing?
not arguing. We went enough before. We're moving on.
Oh, okay. So let me get this
to-
straight. You want to
No, it just
say that it's
boggles
this,
me.
that, and the other thing.
This is
but
spicy Alaboom
It just
tonight.
boggles me.
Spicy. I love it.
Spicy boom.
I love a
You
spicy
were
boom.
so anti-tech in your board games. So anti-tech. And then this, but yeah, it's me. I'm anti-tech in general. You know, I don't like the computers and shit. I got timed on them for a long fucking time. I don't want nothing to do with them most of the time. It's me. I'd rather do it physically. This is actually the reason I got into board gaming, because everybody was on their phone, sitting around a table, not talking to each other, just being on the phone. You know, I did this to bring them back together. So it's my mindset, Lance. I am probably wrong, but it just boggles me.
I would say there's no probably to it at all. You just are.
Yeah, I probably am, like, but especially you. Remember, we're locking phones up. We're no app in my phone.
When
in
I
my
play
board game
RPGs,
XCOM
when I play
came out.
RPGs, I absolutely say put your phones away,
Mhm.
because I'm not dealing with that. I don't deal with people like staring at their phone and like, trying to find something else to take their information. And then when I'm like, okay, so what do you do? And they're like, what's going on? Okay, well, you just
What's
took
that, man?
you had an axe, split your skull in half. Okay, moving on. It's just like, I mean, last time I checked, we're here to actually talk to each other and not for you to sit there and, play whatever weirdo game that you got going on. So, I mean, so that stuff does bother me a great deal.
Mhm. But you're right. I haven't experienced, so I can't comment on it. I won't
Well,
be
you can
like you and
comment,
Avatar.
but just you have to understand that, like, you might actually be incorrect. And then,
Oh, I have no problem with that. I'm not perfect. I know that. I've been wrong many times. I got
Good.
scars to prove it, motherfucker.
Hello, Evan.
What's up?
Evan,
What's up?
do you have any grievances other than Elon Musk?
Do I? No, I don't know. I don't think so. Did I?
Yeah,
What happened?
nothing.
Nothing. What
Nothing
happened with
at
you?
all.
We're just airing grievances.
Yeah.
And
We
airing
got talking
grievances.
about Elon Musk, and then people started to leave.
Yeah, we're not
Because-
going back to
It got spicy. It got spicy. It was
Did it?
spicy
Did it?
earlier. It's good. That means that we enjoy each other's company, because if we didn't, I'd be like, well, why the fuck am I wasting my time on Wednesday night doing this?
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. That's true.
It ain't
And
for the
Lance-
thrilling entertainment.
I love when you try and have come to Jesus talks with me, because while I do
Yeah.
disagree with many of them, you say a lot of things that I think in the back of my mind, and I'm heading towards that direction.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
I
reaffirming.
move slowly. I move slowly.
Oh,
If at all.
if at all.
Now I always try to be moving forward, but I move slowly.
if at all.
If
at
at
all.
all. If at all. I actually do have a grievance.
Yeah,
I've been down with my back and all.
yeah.
So I haven't been cooking as much. So Jen's been doing DoorDash. So we did it, I don't know, maybe 4 times over the last 2 weeks, something like that. And out of these 4 orders, all 4 of them were technically wrong. The last one wasn't. It just misplaced. But the other 3 were like we're missing something or getting charged for something we didn't get, shit like that. And I was like, it must be our luck. But she's like, nah, people have been saying this a lot, like any of the fast food or whatever. The one that was technically wrong was that I ordered I wanted seafood, so we got I get the shellfish boil thing, which comes with potatoes and corn in it. And Jen got something separate and ordered uh potatoes as a side dish, and they put it in with mine, so it got covered in juice and all that. And Jen wasn't real thrilled about that. So
Yeah, I can see that. I
it
mean,
was
it's-
wrong, but it wasn't. It was there at least. The other 3 just shit wasn't there.
I have never had a positive experience with DoorDash or Grubhub, and I've probably used them collectively 30 times, and I've never been
Yeah.
like, man, I am so glad we did this.
Right.
Aside from, I don't want to cook, and I don't want fast food. I want something that's a little bit upper, but I've never, because the food's cold,
Yeah.
like,
a lot
and
of
it's
times.
I don't know.
It always feels like it's this is why I think it sucks. And this is why, in my opinion, it's just like you can't get a good God, what's the word?
Look at a bull's ass.
Yeah, no, okay.
Yeah,
So
you gotta
here's
ask the
here's,
butcher.
here's
If
your
you're
problem. Here's your problem.
standing in
Okay,
front of
so
them.
you contact the company or whatever, company XYZ that you want to get
Oh no.
you want food from whatever, like you said, something that isn't bad. Like let's say you have a spaghetti restaurant you want to get your food from or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, we offer DoorDash or Grubhub or whatever, insert name of third-party company that is willing to, pick this stuff up and drag it over to you or whatever. All right, cool. Awesome. Great. But when you go through that process, it is a situation where you fill it out and then you like enter the information. And then part of that is like you actually tell the person what you're going to tip at that moment, right? So the person's getting, whatever they're getting is they're doing their grub hubbing or whatever it is that they're doing, they're getting a certain amount of money.
They see it before
but-
they accept.
Well, they're gonna get it for doing the delivery, and they're also gonna get it for, they're gonna get a tip for their time to do it. So, like, if you tip them well, or if you don't tip them at all, regardless, they're not gonna that person isn't going to feel any sort of like rush to make sure you get your food there any quicker or any faster than whatever, because they don't have anything to shoot for anymore. They don't have, if I mean, and I'm not saying that if you're a wait staff, you're not going to like try to do the right thing. People are going to still try to do the right thing.
Yeah, I've got
But-
things to say about that.
Yeah.
But
You tell him, Evan. When he's
but-
done, he's got a couple
No,
minutes.
no, I do think
Maybe a half
that
hour.
generally people are decent human beings
Go
and
get
they
a drink.
want to do the right thing and everything like that. But I'm telling you, like, yeah, okay, I mean, it's like, oh, I want to get this food from whatever. And the thing is, most of these like places, other than like major delivery places that are like that, so like Domino's, Pizza Hut, stuff like that, they're gonna have drivers, but we're moving away from these places having their own dedicated staff of drivers.
Yeah.
It's just going to be these weird contracts through Grubhub and what have you that are
It's
gonna
cheaper
do
for
this
them.
stuff.
Yeah.
Well, so I don't think it's cheaper for them. I think, but it's just less of a pain in the ass. 'Cause you don't have to deal with. There's a certain level of like insurance that you
Yeah,
have to
that's what I
worry
mean.
about, and
Mhm.
Yeah.
because you have to worry about the fact that if this person runs somebody over while they're driving with your Pizza Hut
Right.
sign on it, well, I mean, you have to be
Yeah.
covered by their insurance to do it, and yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's I just don't think that. I mean, when you order that food, the person that's bringing it has like literally zero other than their own sense of like this is the right thing to do. They have no urgency to deliver that to me any faster than this. But you said you had some thoughts, so go ahead
Evan?
there, Evan.
I do. And, this is born out of actual table service and delivery service for pizza. So, I don't know how directly it applies to a third party service delivery person that wouldn't be servicing necessarily the same people with a regularity. But when you are serving somebody that's likely to be a repeat customer, if you tip me up front, which did happen slightly more frequently in like higher scale restaurants.
Yeah.
If you tip me up front and it's a good tip, I treat
Gonna
you
bust your balls. Yeah.
extra well,
Yeah.
right? Because it's a level of trust in my service that I'm going to do a good job. And then I want you to come back and tip me like that again. Right. So
I
I'm
think
gonna
he's
do
more
it-
talking about like Uber drivers, right? Like
yeah,
Uber
yeah.
Eats.
So it's not exactly the same scenario.
Because that person's never going to find you again. They're never going to care.
It just
again.
depends. Like I don't really order that stuff, so I don't know how often you see the same driver.
Yeah.
But I
don't
know
either.
I know with like Amazon packages, we see the same driver dropping off packages every time. So if it's that way, where the
Really?
yeah.
Wow.
If it's that way,
Yeah,
where
I
the
do too,
Grubhub
actually,
person
with
is the
Amazon.
same Grubhub person, then it would behoove them to be like, oh, I remember this house. Every time I go, they tip me ahead of time. It's good. I'm going to make sure I get there quick. That's what I would do.
I'm trying to. I
Because
live
if I'm
next.
not
I'm still
quick.
blown away at the fact that you guys see the same Amazon driver.
Yeah.
Do you,
Yeah.
Lance?
We rarely do it. So I mean, honestly, it's like this
Square.
the idea that I'm going to spend $12 to get the food already, like so it can be brought to me or more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
don't use that
I
service.
mean, I just say I'll go get it.
That's
Yeah,
one of my
because
biggest things.
because then I can go, I can be outside, I can order the food, and then
Yeah.
I know that then I have it, and I can bring a bag that I have like the old one of the great things about the board game bags that oh God, I can't even talk about
Board game tables?
game toppers.
Game toppers.
Game toppers. They were actually like he found a place that had these bags, these huge bags. They were for like basically Chinese takeout delivery. So they're
Oh,
insulated.
there is a way. Oh, cool.
Mm.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, I mean, so I have some of those, and so I just bring one of those with me when I go, and so then I get the food, I put it in there so it stays warm. I drive home. There, the food's there. Did I spend $12 on gas driving? No, I don't know, maybe, but I mean, I don't want to have some guy or lady for that matter that, oh, maybe I'll just drive around town and like because they don't have a bag. They have a plastic grocery bag that they have the stuff in, and I gotta hope that.
Yeah, that's what, like, why can't I really wish one of either Uber Eats would Grubhub would invest in that? Like every driver gets sent one of these, which I know is unrealistic, but maybe if you reach a certain tier, because I think that could help so many issues. That's my only main issue. It's not because I know it screws over the companies. I know it screws over the mom and pops, the small businesses, and it's terrible and you should objectively never use it. But just like logistically speaking, like my only issue is the fact the food is never as hot as you want it to be. Like,
No.
and it's and I've talked to my buddy Phil who did it. He still does do it. And he'll be like, yeah, what I like to do is I'll double dip. I'll be like, all right, there's 2-3 places in this plaza.
Yeah.
I'll go pick up this. I'll go pick up that. I'll go pick
Yeah.
up this. Like they map it out on like the Google Maps and then just bing bang boom boom bomb. And it's like, Yeah, no wonder this bagel is cold.
Yeah.
Oh, regular delivery guys did that too. I mean, when they worked at a storefront, pizza delivery guys and all that.
Well,
did
but
that
that's
too,
fine if
but-
you have a warmer, like a bag, like Lance was
Yeah.
talking. Like if
Yeah.
you got a warmer bag, it's not a big deal at all. But when you're just sitting in your Mazda Miata,
Yeah.
it's not the same.
And
Yeah,
I can
hot
see Lance's
boxes.
point at that because they don't have the incentive for the tip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say the one thing I would argue with, based on just the people that I've known who've done it, is they do try and go with the quickness, just because
They get more money.
they're out. Yeah, they're making money. Like
Yeah.
they drop that stuff off, they could be on to the next order.
I mean, my old pizza delivery days. I remember like
Yeah.
there were so many times when I would come back and I would come back to the store, and there'd be some guy there who had like 3 deliveries already, and he was like waiting for a 4th one to come out of the
Oh.
thing, and I'd be like,
What
I'm
a
like,
Oh.
dude, you got
Yeah.
3. He's like, well,
He-
this one's gonna be kind of close. I was like, no, hit the bricks, pal.
Yeah, that's-
just like, you got 3. I'm not gonna go back and do dishes for a half hour while you got all these deliveries. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Lance is
And
doing
was it
God's
like-
work.
Was it like that where you worked?
Yeah.
Oh,
The delivery drivers were definitely fighting over because you knew which houses were going to tip well and all that.
It wasn't
which
even
ones were
that. It was
closer.
just like my big thing always was, and the thing is that also like, I mean, well, I look like me, so even though I would never hurt a fly, I looked like I didn't put up with any bullshit. So it'd just be like one of those things where it's like, I come in and if I saw somebody scamming, trying to do that, I'm like, dude, you got 2 pies already. Go.
Is
Well, I
that
was gonna- I
scamming
was-
though?
It is totally a scam.
Yeah, it's
It's
Yeah.
one thing if they have no clue when another driver is coming back
Right.
and when they're gonna go. So it would be one of those things where it was like,
Oh, but since you're there, it's different.
Yeah.
well, yeah. So
Okay,
it's
I
like, so
never
yeah,
worked at a
yeah,
pizza joint.
I
I'm
come, I
asking.
come, I come
Yeah.
back in the store.
No,
I'm
it's-
checking. I'm checking in on I'm hanging on my tags or whatever, depending upon where I worked at the time. Either you hung your tag to show that you delivered a pizza, or whatever. And then, but if there was some guy who was sitting there and he already had 2 slips, meaning he had two pizzas because they were like relatively close together, and he was going to take them both. But you already got 2 slips, and it's just and he's waiting for a 3rd one, like that's waiting on some breadsticks or something that are coming out. I'm like,
Right.
I would be the first person to say, go, I got the next one. Oh, this one's only a couple of blocks from this guy. I was like,
Nope.
cool, then give me that guy and I'll take that one then.
Yeah.
Whoa, I was like, go, get
Yeah.
out of here. It's just like, he's like, oh, it's like I'm not gonna go back and do dishes for 25 minutes and hopefully we get another phone call. We're all trying to make money. We
Yeah.
can split it up, and oh yeah, there's stuff like that too. And then there would be guys that you would see them, like it wouldn't be busy, and so you'd like, and there was like just maintenance work you'd have to do, like prepping food or doing like that. And you'd see them, they were like sitting in their car at the end of the parking lot, waiting to see, or just,
Yeah.
not wanting to come back to the store, just all kinds
Yeah.
of garbage like that.
See,
Yeah,
I would always come in and be like, "Woo, it is busy in here. I got to go make some more boxes. We're running low on boxes." I'll be in the basement.
Yeah, making boxes. Just
Actually,
Yeah.
like,
I didn't remember that. I
liked
remember
cooking
working
pizza,
at I remember working at Domino's, and like it would get slow. And then this is before cell phones, so they couldn't just call you to come back, but they'd be
Yeah.
like, "Oh, hey, go do some door hangers."
too. Yeah.
Is what they
What are
say.
door
So
hangers?
Like
you'd
little
have
deals that
you'd
you
have
hang
that
on people's
little you had that
doors.
little thing
Oh.
where you'd go and you
Yeah.
put it on doors and stuff like that. And
Yeah, I know,
they'd
like at
they'd
hotels and
expect me to
stuff.
yeah, these are the streets you're gonna go, and we're gonna make sure we're gonna go around there and make sure you did them. And I was just like, you know what? I mean, I remember being 19 years old and saying, I guess if you fire me over this, I'll go find another job. If you're gonna tell me to do some door hangers, I'm gonna go to like 10 different apartment buildings. I'm gonna put a stack of these in each apartment building.
Ah,
And then I'm gonna go play some video games at the 7-Eleven, and then I'll head back after in the hour that you told me to come back for.
Digi games.
I used to do that sort of stuff in the ice cream van all the time.
Oh, it was such garbage. I would always like Yeah, man. I mean, I was young and stupid and definitely, was scammed and stuff like that. I'll totally admit that. But yeah, I
Oh,
did work at like 10 pizza places, Kabuki Kid.
Oh, this is a fun question.
I never delivered, but I managed a hoagie shop, which was
Oh, nice.
quite busy, quite busy. So we had this whole driver etiquette thing. Man, it was just like, and then they tried to like lean people to enforce it their way. It was a whole scam thing.
It's a
But
whole
these
thing.
were grown men. I'm not talking kids.
Oh,
These
yeah.
were like
The worst one of
35,
us
40,
was the worst one
45
of us
years
was
old.
like, yeah, 45. He
If you
was
don't care about a job, you don't care about a job. I mean, we've all had those jobs where it's like, if I got fired, I don't fucking care. Like,
It was nuts.
Well,
I mean the
I
worst person
mean,
for scamming people out of stuff was the 45-year-old.
But I'm like this.
oh yeah, because
they
they
got
were smart.
experience.
Because
Yeah.
they were smart enough to know what they could or couldn't get away with.
Yeah.
I mean, and also, I mean, they realized that if somebody said, "Yeah, hit the bricks," they'd be like, "Yeah, there's like 27 other places in the town that'll give me the exact same job that you have for me right now." So,
My buddy Phil,
was
who
just
used to live
nuts.
here, lived at my house for like 8 years over the last 10 years and over 2 stints, worked at no less than I believe 5 different pizza places.
Yeah.
And anytime he had any sort of grievance, he'd be like, "All right, well, I'll just quit if you got a problem with that." And he would always tell me about it. It would be like once a month. He would be like, "Yeah, all right, I'll go to Pizza Hut if you don't want me to, if you don't want me to come in on next Saturday, I'm more than happy to go somewhere else." Like,
yeah,
because
I would.
just leverage them. Like, yeah.
That works.
I once on a
They
pizza
make the
delivery.
circuit.
I once on a pizza delivery went to another place, like because somebody said, "Oh yeah, like this is when like Papa John's was just getting started,"
Yeah.
and they were like, "Yeah, man, you can
Papa
get a job at
John's.
like Papa John's. It's like way better over here." And I was like, "Oh really?" And so like on a pizza delivery for Pizza Patrol, I went over. I popped into the Papa John's building there, and I was like. And the guy said to me, "Yeah, I totally need drivers." And he's like, "When can you start?" I was like, "I literally can start in a half an hour." And he's like, "Oh, well, I mean, you don't need to, but if you wanted to start tonight, that'd be fine." I was like, "Cool. I'll be back in a half an hour." And I drove back to Pizza Patrol and I said, "Yeah, check me out." And they're like, "Why?" Because I quit. I was just, they were like, "What?" I quit. I'm done working here. And they kind of just like gave me this weird look and they're like, okay. And they checked me out, gave me my money, and I drove over to pizza or Papa John's and I worked for another, whatever, just like worked another like 5-hour shift over there and just I was like, cool. They're like, and I told them that and they were just laughing about it. Really? And it's just like, yeah, that place sucked, just. And I mean, I don't know, because when you're young, it's like it's a weird thing that it when it clicks, there's a weird moment, and I think there's like some definite moments when you're young, and it's just like when you realize that like the people that you deal with and are like it's all bullshit, right? I mean, it's like all of these like these monoliths of society that you put up that make you think that it's like this super important like process or whatever. Like when when you think college is like an institution when it's just a business, right? I mean, it's like literally a college is just a business that's trying to get you to believe that going there and giving them money to get a piece of paper that says you're smart is worth, $87,000 of your time. Like, I mean, it's just like it's a contract that you either buy into or you don't buy into. And the problem is that enough people buy into it that you're kind of screwed if you just said, I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to be part of that group. And it's just stuff like that where jobs are just kind of like, I mean, you can feel some sort of, I mean, it's like when I worked at US Bank, and I'm not trying to trash on US Bank. I think US Bank did a lot of stuff for me. They gave me, I would never have met my wife if it wasn't for US Bank. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff as far as that goes that like is like incredibly important, right? You know, that was good for me. But I mean, all of that stuff that I did, like nothing I did while working there mattered. It didn't like it was just another, it was just a big giant machine. It was just a big giant business. I mean, and that like is created to, you know, do a certain thing. And like, yeah, the bank probably does lots of amazing things. You know, small bank loans to people so they can fulfill their dreams, you know, allow people a place to invest or store their money, give people the money to buy a house. I mean, there's all kinds of things, but they're not doing it for free. You know, yeah, they're doing
Yeah.
it to make money. It isn't out of the goodness of their heart. You know, it's a, and so when you finally are able to tear down some of that, like that lofty impressions that you put on these things, it's kind of freeing in a way. And I think what Forrest's friend like figured out was that it's a situation where somebody was saying, oh, you know, it's just like, you know, I mean, your friend realized they needed somebody who is willing to work the 6 to midnight shift way more than your buddy needed to work that 6 to midnight shift. And so when they were just like, hey, we need you to wear a belt when you're here or whatever, I'm just making something up. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm just not going to wear a belt because I don't
That
want to
sounds
wear
like
a belt.
exactly something Phil would say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna wear a belt. Well, then you're not gonna work anymore. Cool. So I can leave. And then they're like, you're really gonna quit this job over a belt? Are you really gonna fire me over a belt? You know, just you know, I mean, just like, and at that point, there's just like this, like, you know, just in a moment where they're just like,
That's why we have unions.
well, no, I mean, it's, I don't know, it's a weird, life is weird once you figure out that
Yeah.
like everybody's just full of shit, and it's just
Yeah,
kind of like,
pretty much.
and
Especially at Evan.
and
It's always
you
the
know,
quiet ones.
laws, restrictions, regulations, guidelines, whatever you want to call them, only exist as long as there is a significant negative to not following through on it, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
True.
it's just, and then so as long as you're just like, you know, if you're having this opinion of like, oh well, I don't really think this applies to me, and I don't really care, you know, I mean, just like, oh well, how do I make this person care about this regulation? And it's just kind of like, you know, but there's a problem with that, because eventually, like, if you are like that too much,
Right.
you can end up in a situation where you you know, I mean, like, I've got friends who probably figured that out for themselves and realized that they could go that route, and then they did it, and they realized that, like, oh, you know, like, wow, I've been a complete jerk and a dink to so many people for so long that, like, now they're out, you know, they're just like, you know, so it's just like, oh well, wow, it was cool back when I could get away with this, but now I can't get away with it anymore. I don't know. It's a weird world, right? I mean, you're like, and the thing is that, like, if you like, again, referencing Forrest's friend, there's like, for me, it was always like, it was annoying to go find another job. I would just much rather just be able to come here and work my noon to 8 shift,
Yeah.
you know, like 5 days a week, and just put up with like whatever bullshit that you wanted me to do, than to like actually have to go and find another job that entails me driving my car around delivering food. I'd just rather stay here, you know, and
Because
do
every
this.
job has something.
Oh yeah,
so
it
it's
is.
like-
Yeah.
There's always something. There's
The
always
last-
Papa
something.
John's the best job of your life, Lance.
No,
Deliver pizza
I mean,
I had the
probably.
opposite
I mean,
mentality,
I've had tons of jobs, right? The job I have now, as far as like a professional job, is probably the best job I've ever had in my life. I mean, I've got a
Nice.
boss. I've got a boss that, like, I really get along with. I mean, I stress
Oh,
out
that
about
guy's
this
that
job
guy's
more
a
than
dick.
I stress out about this job more than anything, more
Right.
than any, like probably. I mean, it's just it's tough to not stress out about it, I guess. Oh, so excuse me. So I mean, it's but I mean, there's tons of jobs I had that were just super sweet as far as, I mean, like when working for TMG was great too, right? But man, that job was like, I mean, I don't know, man. It was I worried so much.
Write a book one day.
Yeah, I will, but I worried
Kickstart that.
An expose.
I worried so much after I'd worked there for like 9 months to a year. I worried so much about like there would be like, oh God, I hate saying this, but there were like days, if not weeks, where I'd be like, are you sure you don't want me to do something? Is there something I can do to like, where is everybody? What is going on?
Was this towards the tail end, I'm assuming?
This was like, I mean, I worked for him for 3 years, and I mean, like for a while there, I was like, and then like it was just like all of a sudden, like it was just I had this image of Michael just kind of wandering into a room somewhere, like eating grapes and saying, do a podcast, and then just wandering off. It's like, you know, and I'm like, what? What's going on? I'm doing a podcast now. Okay, I guess I'm doing a podcast now. You know, just like, you know, just you know, and then like just it was just like stuff like that where it was like, and there were days where I'd be like, oh hey, we're hammering away and trying to figure out how to make this new game work or whatever, and then like I'd be like, where is everybody? Why isn't anybody on Slack? What's going on? And then I'd hear, oh, we all decided we go to movies today, so we all saw like, you know, we went to we all went to like, you know, like we spent the entire day going to movies, and I was like, look, could somebody have told me? Because I thought we were doing this, you know, and it was stuff like that where I was just like, I mean, but literally like there was like a time there where it was like, I remember, not like, but like during the lean times, like, you know, like it would be like, you know, October, November, December, when we weren't launching a Kickstarter and there just wasn't anything really going on. And Barb, who handled a lot of customer service stuff, and me, who handled like the rest of the customer service stuff, would like there'd be days where I'd be like, okay, well, check this thing for new emails, nothing. Check this thing for new stuff, nothing. Check this stuff for messages, nothing. And then I'd do that in the morning, and then I'd be like, hey, so what's going on today, Daniel? And he's just like, oh, you know, we're doing a group think right now. We're trying to like, you know, you try to determine new board game trends and stuff like that. I was like, cool. Is that something we're gonna have as a group meeting? He's like, no, it's just me and Michael are doing this today. And I was like, oh, okay. What should I do? He's like, find something to work on that gives you joy today. I'd be like, I guess I'm playing Team
Awesome.
Fortress 2 for the next 7 hours. Just like- but I mean, stuff like that. I was just like, I mean, like literally, there'd be like days where there just wouldn't be anything to do, and I would just be like, and I would say, this is pretty cool, but there's absolutely no way this can last.
Right.
Like we absolutely need to like be doing something to make money so you could continue to pay me.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah. So there was just stuff like that just no, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love everybody that I worked with there. I still talk to Aaron, I still talk to Andy. I haven't talked to Michael in a long time, but Daniel still calls me, or I call him once a month, and we just chew the fat. I love him dearly, and it was a fabulous time of my life. But good heavens, I definitely was.
All things come to an end.
All good, and all things come to an end, right? You know, and it was, and that one probably lasted a little longer than it ever deserved to. if that means anything.
Well, I think all of us had shit jobs and we took something positive from it. If not the experience, just the knowledge of whatever job it was we had, you know.
I really enjoyed some of my, like we were saying, delivering pizza it was a pretty good job. I had a good time. And like
I love being an ice cream man.
yeah, the last 3 years of waiting tables was like the best the last 2 years, because my manager, you know how managers are pissed that they're getting paid less to like be in charge of more stuff
Yeah.
in restaurants, because that's what happens. They get paid a little less because they don't make the tips. And like, I had this manager that was like, coming down on me and micromanaging this and that thing. And I pulled him aside. We were busy, and I pulled him aside. And I was like, dude, how about you step aside and let me do my job, or fire me? One of the two. But you're not going to be yelling at me this whole night, okay? You pick.
Yeah, I love
He didn't fire you, did he?
He did not fire me.
Yeah, I mean, he
And I
needs you.
went- I was like, now let me go back on that floor and make you some money, okay? All right, here we go.
Yeah.
It was great. And then the next 2 years, he and I worked together great. If I needed help, I was like, hey, dude, can you run that food? He was like, yep, you got it.
It be like this sometimes.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Sometimes just getting everything out on the table is the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
I feel like that's most of the time, honestly.
Mhm.
Yeah, especially when there's danger involved. I ran into a lot of that with the trains. There's a lot of pissing contests on who's
Yeah.
in charge, and it's like, I got a job.
I thought you meant literally like a lot of pissing contests in the train yard.
We have to clean it anyway.
That wasn't with the management. That was us guys back in the backyard. Get bored at night in the snow, you know.
I mean, like I was trying to think. I was trying. My daughter asked me like where all I have worked in my entire life, like a few months ago, and I was trying to remember. And like the first job I ever had was flipping burgers. I worked at a bowling alley, as a person that I basically was like the fry cook at the bowling alley. I worked for years. I worked as a softball umpire, which was like one of the easiest jobs in the world to do, and it was good money. It was like, it was $20 an hour when like minimum wage was $3.50
To be an umpire?
just because
Wow.
I do like I did 3 nights a week, and I do 4 games, $20 a game, and it was just like in 3 nights a week and 4 games a night. It sucked that like when the summer was over I couldn't do it. But then during the winter I would caretake a outdoor ice rinks, really run the warming house, make sure the warming house is open, so the kids had some place to come, and and then so I'd go outside and play hockey, and just then go inside and goof around. I mean, I don't know, I've delivered pizzas for tons of places. I worked at a record store. God, I mean, just like like the big thing was I worked security at concerts. The big thing was I got a job at US Bank because I was basically like, I was like, wow, I'm really doing nothing with my life. I need to actually do something that actually might have a future, instead of just like this bohemian lifestyle that I've got going on.
Yeah.
And then I worked for US Bank for 16 years. But
16. Wow.
yeah. I just saw a thing pop up in my memories. It was like a couple of months ago, 6 years ago that day, I started working at Tasty Minstrel Games. I was like, really? 6 years? Been faking it till I make it. And
Right.
You spun your channel into your career and your profession. I mean,
I mean, part of me, every once in a while, I still get that weird like feeling like, man, I should have kept my channel going. I could have done more. And I was just like, you know what? I actually did pretty well for myself as far as my channel goes. So
Yeah, I think so, man.
I really
you're not done, man. You're not done. You can pick it up. You can always just pick it up. Never too late.
For me, it's one of those things where I would do it after I retired, just so I can
Yeah.
and then do videos of like, this is why this is bullshit. You know,
Just let it all go. Yeah.
And this is why this is bullshit.
I did in my acting class, we had this thing called Fright Night where you basically picked the thing that you'd be the most afraid to do in front of a crowd of people and then do that thing.
Okay.
So I chose stand-up comedy because that scares the hell out of me. So the thing that I picked was jobs that I've had. And so I basically just made a list of all the jobs I've ever had and then like talked about them in a funny way.
Why does stand up scare you so much?
I don't know, man. Just like
It's funny to go act in front of people, but stand up.
Yeah, but you don't get the reaction though. People aren't booing you on stage when you're acting.
Well,
you know, like wait. I'm just gonna guess. I'm gonna guess because
I've been to the Northeast, huh? There for
you don't actively know if your acting is not being received by the crowd, I would imagine, as much as you do when you're doing stand-up, where people are supposed to be laughing, and you know that people are in fact not laughing.
Yeah, and they're like,
yeah, I get that too. I mean, I've been to stage acting a lot. You get kind of the same interaction, but not. I guess it's not quite the same. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a different thing. Where like, you know, if I'm in a band and I'm singing, that doesn't embarrass me. If I'm in a group of people doing a performance,
I've watched your act. It should embarrass you,
right? But it doesn't. I'm that kind of guy. No, but if it's just me on a stage and it's just me and I created the things that I'm saying.
Oh,
like,
I get
me,
you.
that
The solo act.
Okay. It's just solo and it's all my work. And like everything out there I'm responsible for. Like if you wrote something for me to go perform, that'd be a different story.
Right.
You know, I don't know. It's scary.
It's a confidence thing I get it. And that was probably the point of the exercise. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. And for other people, it was singing in front of people, and for other people, it was, you know, being in a bikini or whatever, depending on the person. I've had a lot of jobs. That's the end of that story.
Oh yeah. Do you remember the first one?
Your jobs. I was like, man, I had a lot of jobs. What's that?
Do you remember the first one?
Well, I was trying to find it. Let's see if I can find it.
Let's see if you got it.
Husking corn. That was my first job.
That was husking corn, really?
Husking corn.
Was that a family thing or was that an actual job?
I used to live out in the boonies in this trailer park, and I could walk like a quarter mile. And there's this guy's farm. He'd pay us to do it. It was like, I don't remember. I got paid by the barrel though. It was.
I can remember.
It was money
when I did that.
Never did.
Like, and I remember I only did it for a very short period of time because it sucked.
Yeah.
I remember like the first thing he said was, he's like, well, we're gonna pay you by the hour. And so everybody took their time, right? They're like making sure they weeded like these rows and making sure they took their time. And then he was just like, well, this is taking too long. So I'm gonna pay you by the row now. And so everybody just rushed to get their rows done. He's like, where's this garbage? You guys, which one is it gonna be? I was like, well, it was like, and I remember being like 17 and like, and somebody was just, well, you got to pick one. He's like, either you're going to pay us like a lot of money to do a shit job, or you're going to pay us a lot of money to do a good job. Your choice. You know, I mean, it's just like, the guy was just, he just couldn't believe that, like, I can't believe you guys wouldn't just do the same, like take your time and do a really good job and get paid less to stand out here in the sun and sweat for 8 hours and make $16.
Right.
This is ridiculous.
You found it, Evan?
No, I couldn't find it, so it's fine.
That's fine.
It's fine.
You remember your first job though?
My first job? That was a stock boy for a computer company.
Okay.
So what'd you do? Just stock stuff?
I did stock stuff.
Oh, what does that look like though? Like, how does that work? Do you stock desks? Do you stock? What are you stocking?
No, they had like a warehouse in the back, and they would get these shipments of computer stuff, and I would be filling shelves and whatever.
Okay,
Um,
that's not as sexy as I imagined.
It's not that sexy. You go back, there's a pallet of junk, you stick the junk where it's supposed to go. You know, bring some stuff out to the storefront where they're like
I
selling,
see
selling cables.
people doing that at places and they look absolutely miserable.
I didn't mind it, but you know,
Seems
Well, it's
very
gotta be-
tedious.
Just
Yeah,
mindless. But I
I got-
suppose now
I was
you
like- I
everybody's
was
got
like
everybody's
15,
got their
16.
headphones and their
yeah.
it's like there's the
Not
have you ever
14.
been in a grocery store when it's getting close to being closed and there's that guy that's got the machine that like whoa, 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 he's like
Yeah,
cleaning
the-
the floors.
Yeah,
That looks like a great job.
Well, yeah, that looks like it would just be fun, right? But I mean,
sometimes.
there's this guy. So the grocery store near my house, there's this dude that he's there all the time, and he's got headphones in. He's listening to whatever he's listening to, and he's always got kind of a little saunter to his walk. And I think at this point he does it on purpose when he is near people. Like if he's like, I don't know what he's listening to, but he doesn't sing along with it. He just kind of like yelps out words as he's walking by people. Like, so you'll be sitting there and like, yo, okay, do I want the chicken? Do I want the pork? You know, he's just like, what? But I see him when he's not around anybody else. He's just like silent. He's like, he's just like, not, he's not saying anything. But as soon as he gets around people, he like has to let out a little yelp or a what have you, if you will. So
I got a question, a little non sequitur. Going back to Kickstarter, I'm looking for upcoming projects to cover, and I came on one whose pre-launch image doesn't have a date, which I love, but obviously don't know. But they're going to launch when they hit 800 followers. What do you think about that idea? I haven't seen anybody do that on Kickstarter before.
that sounds actually. I'll be right back. I gotta grab another drink, and I'll give you my thoughts on that and why I think that's a bad idea.
I just thought it was an interesting idea. I've never
It's a
seen
bad
anybody do it.
idea, and I'll tell
I
you
think
why.
it's a
Just give me
bad
a second.
one.
Okay,
Give him a second. He needs a drink.
I'm waiting
Crap
with
idea.
What the fuck, over?
waiting with bated breath here.
I'm trying. I had two. My first one was shortly after my mother and father got divorced. I was like 5, maybe 6. My uncle would take me out plumbing with him, and he paid me weekly with U.S. bonds, $25 bonds.
Yeah, that's funny.
And then later on, I went with another uncle in the carpentry, general contracting. But when I was 12, I got a job. It was a stock boy at a grocery store in the Fairmount where I grew up. I did that for a while. And then I hustled a lot too, shoveling pavements when I was younger, during the snow and all that. And shoveling train platforms before I actually went to the company to work for. Did subcontracting on that for a while. The hoagie shop, I was there for a while, 10 years, I think. 10 years in carpentry, contracting off and on, whether my own business with my uncle or whatever. And about 10 years with the trains. I did one internship. I was still in grade school. I wrote they gave us an assignment where you interview one of those staff, counselor, teacher, whatever.
Oh yeah.
And I wrote a paper on our guidance counselor who was a Holocaust survivor. And it ended up winning contests throughout the school, and then I ended up going to City Hall and citywide shit. But anyway, out of this, I got a choice of an internship at there's a couple other options. I don't remember what it was. So I did a summer at the Philly Zoo, which was pretty cool. We got all the behind the scenes stuff and some educational stuff. Fed the animals, cleaned up the elephant shit when they had elephants there and all that. That was pretty cool. It's the only internship I did. Well, technically, yeah. Nah, that's kind of an apprenticeship. I
don't think I ever did an internship.
Yeah.
I had many jobs. A lot of side hustles, 2
Yeah.
factory jobs, fast food one time.
I never did fast food. The hoagie shit. It wasn't actually a hoagie. It was a delicatessen that did hoagies and cheese steaks. But
I was an ice cream man for a summer, driving around in a van. That was fun. And 10 years in the preschool, the daycare I used to work at.
Yeah.
I was talking to my nephew about that. He's not going to college. It's some people aren't made for it. And it's okay. But it was like right now he's like and he doesn't know what to do with himself. I was like, you're not going to college, get a trade. You'll get 2 skills out of it, whatever the trade is, and problem solving, because that's in every trade. Yeah. Just give it a, so we'll see. He's lazy, but that'll be a problem in trades. But yeah, especially if it's unionized in most cases.
I wonder if the numbers of people going to college are going up or down right now, like year by year.
I think when I was at that age to go to college, eligible to go to college, there was a big push
Found it.
for everybody to go to college. And I seen a decrease in the trades then. There was other factors to it, like when I went to work on the trains, one of the guys I worked with came from the steel mill industries up in Allentown, PA, up in that area, Bethlehem. And he worked there for 20 years, but they shut down the plant, So that was a big kill of the trade for the steel industry in general. It wasn't just Allentown. There's a bunch of them from the Rust Belt here. I'm sure went out to Indiana. And jobs going overseas and stuff like that. But there was a big push for college at the time. And I remember sitting down in my grade school went from pre-K to 8th grade, and then I went to high school. I didn't have a middle school. I could have, but there was some family stuff involved with that. But at that point, I knew I wasn't going to college. I wanted to. I was probably going to go into engineering and probably aerospace engineering at the time. That was my mindset.
Just because you were interested in that?
Yeah, I was interested in space, and it's science in general. I was good at math naturally. I never really had to study. I got it. I didn't. It was, it was that simple for me. I never really learned how to study. Yeah. But my brother was also very intelligent like that, and he went to some high pressure schools before me. My mother got worried about that because it led to a lot of shit with my brother, drugs and other shit from the pressure of it. She didn't want to do that to me, So at that point, it was pretty much forced on me. I'm doing a trade, and at the time, carpentry I was interested in. And it just so happened I had the same shop teacher that my uncle, who was one of the general contractors I worked with over the summers. It was his teacher, and also my brother's teacher while he went to this school briefly. So it was kind of cool that there was that connection there. But I don't, I think that it's the price of college. That's one of the big factors that turned me off on college. But I paid for a degree that I never received for my sister. Okay. And at the time it was only associates in business, which she never finished and kind of pissed me off. But at the time at a community college, and I seen the price gouging there, and it's just for what I was going to do, it would cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that wasn't happening.
That's such a hard sell. Like when you look at that number up front, it's like,
my brother went into the army, and he went through college that way. I was going to do something similar to that. I told my grandmother I wouldn't go in while he was in, because she went through that with a couple brothers through Vietnam and also Korea. And, I told her I wouldn't do that. And by the time he got out, it was a little late. But like I said, having a trade, no matter what it is, it could be electric, plumbing, whatever, is always a good thing. Especially if you own a house. And like I said, you get
Yeah.
2 skills out of it, whatever the trade is, plus problem solving, which is a
Yeah.
lot of any trade, and it's interchangeable between the trades.
Yeah. All right. I found my list.
Ooh, let's hear.
I'm not gonna do a routine, but I'll just tell you the jobs.
Yeah.
I was a landlord, actor, board game designer. I sold Cutco knives.
Oh,
I was a-
Cutco.
Oh
I
yeah.
had a buddy who did those.
Oh yeah. Software developer, stock boy, pizza guy delivery, dancer, teacher, musician. I ran a sausage company.
A sausage
server.
company?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just slid that one in there. Like, oh, yeah, I ran a sausage company.
Just
Yeah, I ran-
sausage. That's all
Yeah,
they
for
did.
a year, I ran a sausage company.
How did that come about?
My dad knew a guy who was looking
Knew
for,
a guy.
like, basically his
Owed him
parents
a debt.
were German imports, and they started like a German goods store, and they made these sausages that they became locally famous for. And they would go around to the farmers markets and sell them. And they were getting too old to kind of like run the business, and so they hired me to like be the manager of the business.
I almost
Cool.
worked in a sausage factory. Almost.
Yeah.
I knew a friend of mine when I was younger. Her father, her family owned Wazinski's.
Yeah.
It was like Polish meats, sausage,
Mhm.
and kibasi and stuff like that.
Polish.
I almost worked there. Yeah.
I
I'm sorry,
got
I
used to-
interrupted you. Go
I
ahead.
got
Evan.
used to the German stuff. Teacher, musician, sausage king, server, loan officer, SEO, website sales, model,
Jesus.
game store owner, programmer, coffee shop owner, chiropractor. I was a brand mascot for an alcohol company very briefly. Paper boy, companion helping mentally challenged teenagers figure out how to live independently, childcare, isogenics, which is another like Cutco multi-level marketing deal.
So I'm getting the vibe that
That's
you're a
it.
pretty shitty employee.
Well,
Like that's the only
experience.
reason. Like that's
I
a lot of
mean-
jobs.
I started young.
Yeah, and I'm sure you had more than one at one time, right?
Yeah. I've always had like
Yeah, I'm the
a
same
couple
way.
of jobs at once.
Maybe I just don't have much work ethic.
We know.
I mean,
that's the case.
some of these I've done for many years. Some of these were like a month, and I was like, that's not for me.
Wish I would have
Like-
done more of that.
Yeah,
Like SEO website sales. I'm not a salesman. That's not for me.
I got an
Um,
OWI, so I didn't like have that flexibility. It was like I need this money.
Yeah. Right.
I could, man. I wish I would have explored more jobs because that would have been. Imagine you met a lot of people, and learned a lot of things just from the
Oh, dude, yeah.
experiences.
yeah. I
I'm-
did some
I'm
temp
ex-
work. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I
I'm
didn't
excited for the
enjoy
time
that.
when my daughter's like, wait, you did what? How come I've never heard of this? I'm like, well, I've got a lot of stories.
Uh,
I'm excited.
So I was you reminded me of something. So I was the
Yeah.
caretaker of a small little eightplex.
Mhm.
Like a guy I knew owned the building, and so I got relatively cheap rent.
Yeah.
And then basically it was my job that if somebody had an issue, like, oh yeah, my sink's dripping, you
Right.
know, like go in
They
there
Check it
and
out.
monkey with it and see what I
Yeah.
can do. And if it's something I could fix, and if not, then
Hire.
call somebody to, fix it.
Yeah.
And so it was nice because I basically, like, they were all like larger apartments, and so like it was a 3-bedroom apartment that had, and so I kind of had rolling roommates at times. Like they'd be like, I'd have a
Mhm.
roommate that would come in and stay there for a little while, and then like, whatever, and they'd move on, go somewhere else, and whatever.
Mhm.
And so and even if I didn't have somebody else living there, like I made enough money to like pay the rent all myself, which was cool. Like, so then it became kind of like, well, you got all this room, we can like hang out at your place and get wasted. That was like kind of like what it became. It was kind of like a place where we'd all drink.
Well, it was
whatever.
always a
But-
fun house.
Yeah. So it's just kind of like, and this is like in my, when the bar was shutting down, it was like, hey, lads, we go to your place after this. I was like, that was pretty standard or whatever. And then since I was like kind of the caretaker, it's like, well, who's going to complain about me making noise kind of thing, that kind of stuff. Anyway. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy stories about dealing with people. I didn't have to collect rent or anything like that. So I didn't have to do anything shitty like
That's
that,
good.
which
Yeah.
I
that's
didn't
tough.
want to have to do. But
Yeah. no,
but I
dealing with renters
did-
is tough.
but I did have like I had like there was the place that so I was in number 3, like that was just like so like there was 8 of them, right? The 4 first floor, 4 on the top floor. So I was in number 3, which was like the northeast corner of the building, and so number 4 would be like the southeast one. And like it was one of these weird things where it's like, and everybody had 2 parking spots for their apartment, and like I would never see anybody park, but it was rented. This apartment was rented, and for like the first like couple weeks, like I never saw anybody parked in the spot. So it was one of those things where people would come and they're like, "Is it okay I park here?" And I'm like, "I think so." But I maybe don't do it. I don't know. Maybe, just it was one of those things where I didn't know whether or not it was like gonna be cool or not. And that was kind of one of those things I was a little worried. But like eventually then like I started seeing a car would be parked there. And then maybe like in the car, or then maybe another car parked there. So every once in a while but there was always the same 2 cars, and like it was always like, and both the spots would have cars in it at any given time, but the cars were never there overnight. And then it slowly but surely dawned on me, this was like the cheater's apartment. This was where like basically these 2 people that were married were showing up to go to this place as their like rendezvous spot to just hammer on each other and like like taking long
That's the correct terminology.
Hammer
taking
on me.
yeah. They were taking long lunch breaks at their respective and I remember like, and I mean, and this is horrible, I should not have done this, but it was one of those things where it was like, okay, well, it's nighttime, so on a Wednesday, so there's not going to be anybody there, and I had keys to every apartment in case there was like like ever a problem. So I was like, my curiosity got the better of me finally. I was like, I gotta know what's in this place, because literally, like, you would just hear these 2. I mean, and they weren't quiet either. They were like, I mean, I'm not gonna be vulgar, but I mean, it was definitely like one of those things where I was like, turn the TV up, so you just get like.
Yeah.
So I was like, I gotta know. What exactly is in this apartment. And it was like I just envisioned, like I didn't know what I envisioned was going to be there, but I remember it was like there was a bed that was just basically the box spring and the mattress that was in the center of the living room, and there were like basically 1 chair and an ottoman and like a really, really old television. And like the fridge had like bottles of water in it, and and a bunch of takeout food boxes. And that was like pretty much it. Like the bathroom had toilet paper, and there was like toothpaste and 2 toothbrushes. But other than that, there wasn't any soap or shampoo or anything. It was just whoever. I mean, and at the time, I mean, this would have been like 94, 95. And so, I mean, it was like $400 some bucks to rent this apartment, which was a lot of money back then for an apartment in Fargo. But I remember it was just one of those things. And then one day, like it was like all of a sudden one day it was like they just stopped showing up. Like they just got tired of each other, or somebody found out about somebody, or and so then I was really sad when like a normal family moved into the place. I was just kind of like,
there goes the neighborhood.
Aw.
yeah. I mean, I like
It couldn't last forever,
my cheaters couple was so fun, I mean, and like, and they were just, and they looked they looked completely normal. It wasn't like they were like, weird scuzzy people or anything like that. They looked like two like people in their, and I was, like I said, I was like 24, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So and they looked like they were in their like, maybe late 30s, early 40s, two very normal professional looking people that like as soon as they as soon as they got behind closed doors, it just like there was
Go time.
it was that's a good way of putting it. That was
Go time.
it was go time.
I've been there. Like that like those are, you learn a lot from those.
You've been,
Yeah,
you've
you
been to
learn
that
a
part
lot.
of
I'm sure you do, Forrest.
You learn a lot from those. Like when you can find someone and you can just be like, hey, like we're not dating. Let's just be brutally honest about what we want right now. Those are some good times. And you can take those on to future relationships. Good for them.
Yeah, good for them. Good for them.
Good for them.
Obviously, if things were perfect at home, they wouldn't be looking for somebody else. Now, I don't really agree with the whole, not being faithful and
No, you shouldn't do it. Like, but I mean,
yeah, I'm not a believer in that, but I am a believer in the fact that like, you absolutely should not be out there cheating on your spouse and doing horrible things. I'm not a big believer in that, but what I am saying is that for somebody to believe that it is like completely all just the person that's doing the cheating is a problem. No, there was other things going on. If everybody was perfectly happy and it's rarely a situation where like the person is that is going outside of the relationship. They're getting something, and it isn't just sex. It's like they're getting something outside of that relationship that they're not getting, and it might be their fault for expecting that from that person, right? They might be with the person that doesn't have the capability of satisfying whatever companionship need. And like, again, I don't know, I'm not trying to go into some deep dive into relationships or anything like that, but I mean, it's one of those things where there was a breakdown there, and it isn't always just like, whatever, man or woman. It isn't just like that dirty cheater that went off and did whatever, it takes a lot of work. It takes a hell of a lot of work to make a relationship or a marriage or whatever work. It is there's a reason, and I'm gonna go into this. I'm gonna say this a little bit here. I'm gonna say this. I fervently believe one of the reasons why divorce and everything is so much more prevalent, like they say, half of all marriages end in divorce. The reason, in my opinion, for that is the fact that like we have a mentality of either a combination of society saying you need to be married if you're going to be together, which is just like because of whatever you need to sign on this piece of paper that says that if you're ever and like, don't get me wrong, I love being married to my wife. I love the fact that I, in front of God and in front of the friends and family, I said, this is the woman I'm going to love for the rest of my life, and I'm going to, make a family work for her, and I'm going to be her companion. She's going to be mine. And I love that aspect. But I also think that this goes back to the earlier thing that we were talking about. The idea of this construct of marriage is just bullshit. I mean, I'm not this polyamory guy going, hey, everybody, let's fuck everyone in the world. No, I'm not like that at all. I think you should be, I shouldn't say it. For me, being with one person and taking care of that person and then putting my trust in that person to take care of me, that for me is what I want. And, but I kind of have this attitude of like, marriage is kind of bullshit though. It's just like this idea that like I got to sign this piece of paper and then like we can file taxes together. It's just like, how archaic is that? I mean, like we're going to move into a period of like, at some point in the next like 50 years, somebody's going to say this marriage stuff is like so dumb. Why are we having a contract as to whether or not we love somebody? I mean, it's just it's garbage. and it's just like, and it should be garbage. It's such a holdover of like a more like structured time that like doesn't have to have. I don't know. It's just
It
it's
is
dumb.
weird.
It
It is
is. It's
weird.
exceedingly weird. It's like if you stop there and actually pause and you think about it, I mean, my sister is married to her husband for the explicit reason of the fact that, like, one, they've been together for like 20 years, and two, they had to so they could actually just make the taxes work. Otherwise, they would have never got married. It was literally something where my sister called me up and said, "Oh, by the way, Paul and I got married." And I was like, excuse me? And he was just like, "Oh, yeah." It's just like, but it's just like, we had to because of this, that, and the other, whatever tax situation in California. It would save us X amount of money if we just went ahead and signed this piece of paper and got done with it. I was like, "That's dumb." She's like, "Yeah, it is dumb." And I was just like, okay, well, but whatever,
I was-
it's just,
I was talking to my brother recently about the divorce. Out of my niece and nephew's friends, him and his wife are the only couple that are still together. And this is like 20 kids. And I was like, I think it's because people, there's the stigma is getting it's starting to go away about the marriage thing. People, now if you're older and you're not married, you're not looked down upon as much.
Yeah.
If you don't have kids, if you're young, you're not looked down upon as much. I think it's that, and I think people are getting married later in life as opposed to the previous generations that were getting married younger. My brother included. This is his second marriage.
Yeah.
And there was this stigma before, and you're forced on each other, and you don't know yourself, let alone the other person. And you just drift apart. But I agree with you on it. So I think eventually, even the concept of marriage will go back to the indigenous people around the world, where it's like, I'm married or I'm not. Say 3 times, I'm out.
well, and here's the deal. I mean, it's just like, and this is another thing too, where it's like, okay, well, and marriage is absolutely a hand-in-hand situation.
Oh yeah.
Religion and marriage are like, ingrained together. But but obviously they can exist without each other as well.
Yeah.
And the thing is that as long as there are people that are going to feel devout to whatever religion they're in, and marriage is part of that religion, people are going to get married because religion is going to be like something that controls an aspect of their life. And then there's this other thing that's just going to go along with it. And again, I'm of the opinion of, great, if that makes you happy, if believing in whatever you believe in gives you solace and happiness, and then part of that is that marriage, then you should get married. The construct should be like exist for the people that want to fall under the heading of being married. It absolutely should be there. But I mean, I don't know, the fact that like we just have this weird whatever about it, I don't know, it just drives me crazy. I don't know. I think most people, I do think this. I think that people get married for a lot of bad reasons and do stupid things to get married, like they get married too young or whatever. It's one of the things my father told me once. He was like, "Oh, your mom and I just got married too young. If we had gotten married later, we probably would have been fine. But we were just young."
That's full circle to that couple, though. Like, that is sexual uncompatibility is such a real thing. And if you get down pounding the hammer and just finding out what you love, you're not going to marry someone who you're that sexually incompatible with, because you'll be like, "Oh my God, I know what great sex is." Because
Well, here's not you're getting a little vulgar here. And I
oh,
realize
sorry.
this
It's
is
2:00. My bad.
I realize this is Alaboom after dark at this point. But I mean, but here's my theory about that, is that I think that there definitely can be that where it's like, oh, I thought this was the flavor of cracker that I wanted, but it turns out you're not that flavor of cracker that I wanted, right? You know, so
Yeah.
it's just like, so now I'm in a situation where I don't want these crackers anymore. I want a different kind of cracker. And how now, but I was stupid and I told you that I was going to be married, that I was going to only love only you for the rest of my life. And I don't want to do that anymore. So how do I get out of this situation? Oh, give you half of my stuff, you know, just like, you know, I mean, and that's a screwed up situation to be in. But I will say this, I know, and I have a friend who there's just something wrong with him where it didn't matter. And his first, well, he's been married 3 times and he's been divorced 3 times. And I've had more,
time to shine.
I've had 2 of his wives. I never met his 3rd wife because he moved away, but 2 of his wives who like I would talk to and they would say, why is he like this? And I'd be like, you know, you're asking the wrong guy, you know, because this was the guy that like when you broke up with a girl, like he was the first person to call your ex-girlfriend and say, hey, if you need anybody to talk to, baby, if you want to go grab a beer sometime and just
Right.
talk about what's going on, you know, just like, you know, he was the first one and he must have like picked and then getting, you know, how you can get back at him, you know how you can get back at him, you know, like he was that guy, you know, and it was just like, and more than a few of us were just like, dude, you're a piece of garbage, you know, just like stop doing this, you know, it's like, but I mean, that was just him. He was just slime, and that's the way he was. And so the thing is that like for him, it didn't matter what his wives did. If they like gave him what he wanted in the bedroom, like it didn't matter. It didn't matter like what, because if he just wanted more, he wanted to go out and get more and so yeah, I mean, it wasn't that they were incompatible, but it was just like one of those things where it's like he didn't want to ever be like stuck with just one option, and so that's why he ended up not being married to these people anymore, because you know he was just kind of like, they were like, yeah, well, you need to stop doing this, and well, I'm not going to stop doing it. Yeah, okay, well then we're not going to be married anymore. Okay, well that's fine, because I've got like, you know,
Go back to the pizza analogy. Yeah,
Right.
there's a couple others that I just,
Yeah.
you know, I can slot that, man. All right, I want to go. I do want to hear your thoughts on this. I'm getting tired though. The why is it a terrible idea launching an X number of followers?
oh yeah, so here's the deal, and this is
yeah.
I was thinking about this, and when you said that's good that you said it, because I like to trash on my time with TMG a lot, and I really shouldn't, because I learned a lot.
It's really
And-
entertaining though.
It is super entertaining. It is. There's nothing better than being on the deck of the ship that's slowly sinking into the water, and you're just looking around and you know, it's like, really, we're just gonna let this happen? Why? It's like, why isn't, and you look back and you're the CEO of the company is too busy playing Stellar Universalis, Europa Universalis.
Polaris.
Yeah, still, well, yeah, he's too busy playing Europa Universalis to like recognize the fact that the you're slowly sinking into the water. But anyway, no,
I love how specific that was.
yeah, it was extremely specific. I have told you that story where like I was trying to get help with like, can we do this? Can we do this project? This company would like to partner up with us on this game. Can we do this? Why aren't you answering your Slack? And then like I finally just said, hey, how's your Europa Universalis game? Oh, it's going really well. You know, just like it was like boom. That was like the way that I had to get him to talk to me. But anyway, so no, what I'm getting at here is that they when you Michael once said, he once said to me, like he would say, should we do a poll? And he was always against doing polls because like, it's like, oh, it's like, what would you like to see as the next stretch goal? That sort of thing, right? It's like, back when like you didn't plan all the stretch goals
Right.
out from the get-go. And any company that tells you they haven't planned all the stretch goals out before they do it, they're a fucking liar, because everybody knows exactly what it's going to cost. Go ahead and add the shape. I can remember when actually asking a Chinese company to like, is there any way we could take that like that cube, that wooden red cube, could we make it look like a bag? Give us a month to figure out whether or not we're going to be able to actually make like some sort of a wood punch that's going to like change like to a not cube size. We can't do that. Now every single person's got, it's like, we got dinosaur meeples. We got every single shape, color, I remember when like trying to figure out whether or not we could screen print the fish in Yokohama and trying to get a quote on that. Like basically like to have the silk print to go on the fish shape that they were making us. It was too expensive to do that. Now you can't not have if your meeples are just a shape and they don't have any kind of a like a silk printing on them of some sort to denote what they are, people are like, these are fucking garbage.
Garbage.
I gotta play with non-painted meeples.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? How am I gonna know this is a person if it
I
doesn't
can't
have a cat
suspend
on
my
it?
Can't
disbelief.
stop it. Yeah.
Really?
We're ahead of their time. Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
In some
Um,
ways. But
so
back to the life thing.
this
number
is
of
this. So
baggers.
he would say, so it's like, should we do a thing? What should our next stretch goal be? And his attitude was, say you said these are the 3 different stretch goals, and you get 1,000 people to vote, and 600 people vote for one, 300 people vote for another, and 100 people vote for the third. So you're going to go with the one that got the 600 votes. He said you just pissed off 40% of the people because they didn't get what they wanted. You told them they could have this, but now they don't get it because they didn't vote the right way. The thing that they wanted, they don't get. So using that same judgment, when you say this, and then like social media goals, like you'll see this, you don't see those much anymore, where it's like, if we can get 100, we can get 500 likes on our Facebook page.
I still see those all the time, I will say.
Well,
I see those 2 to 3 times a week.
But here's
yeah.
the deal. Here's the deal. If you're gonna put that on there, you better be willing to go to one of those shitty fucking back alley, like buy Facebook likes thing where it's like for $7.99 you can buy 1,000 likes or whatever. You better be willing, like you could for like whatever, $31.99 will give you an extra 10,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel, that sort of thing. Those things that are out there. You better be willing, if you don't hit those 500 likes and you tie something to it, like if we can hit 500 likes, we'll give everybody this mini expansion for free with the game. And they're like, wow, we hit 370 likes. Now I don't get that mini expansion. The mini expansion might have been 3 garbage cards that I never wanted to play, but now you're saying I can't have it because you couldn't get 500 likes. What the fuck is wrong with your company that I can't get 500 likes to get this done? When you dangle a carrot in front of somebody and say, we just got to get this to get it, and then you don't get it, it is like, it's like, why do you think all those Kickstarter campaigns are like, if we hit $390,000, we'll give you this stretch goal, and then you hit 381,000, they're like, well, we're gonna throw that 390,000 for you anyway. And it's like, why? Because it was already baked into the cost. They were already going to give it to you. It's already being made, for God's sakes, at that time. So when you have something like that, what if that company say, as soon as we hit 800 likes, 800 people are following this, we're going to launch? Because, and I get the idea behind it. They want to have 800 people that are going to be like, bing, it's live. subscribe. You know how many people we had following Bazaars of Ubar before it launched? It was like 700. And we just are hitting like 320 right now, 320 backers. I mean, you don't convert many of those people that follow. So
I've noticed that a lot lately.
So the idea that you're having 800 people follow, so like you can have that many people hit the button to subscribe. But what if you don't hit it? What if you only get to like 500 and it just sits there? And it's just like, and then you're like, and how do you get people to follow it? You advertise and you hammer on your newsletters and everything like that. All these people that follow you are they're going to keep seeing the exact same thing. Go follow this. Go follow this. After a month of that, they're like, there must be something wrong with you. There's something wrong with your company. There's something wrong with this game. You keep hitting me up to hit follow. I am following it. Stop bothering me for this. Why don't you just hit the launch button already? I mean, you have to, if you're going to put a goal like that out there, you have to be willing to say, well, I guess we're just not going to do this then, and just not going to make this thing. And that's something that actually TMG did that I was always really impressed by. There was like, one of my favorite games they published was Cities of Air and Steam, which was a pick up and deliver game where you had a Zeppelin, but you also had a railroad as well. And the game was clunky and it wasn't great, but it tried to do something that was like way different. And I thought it did it pretty well, and I really enjoyed it. They did it before I worked for the company. They launched a Kickstarter to do an expansion for that game, and it failed to fund. And they never tried again with it. They literally were just saying, our fans said no thank you. So we'll just move on and move on to something else and just say, see you later. Like when we launched Bazaars of Ubar, which if you're listening to this and you haven't backed it, please go back it. It's a really good game and you'll actually really, really enjoy it. I mean, and you're plus the exclusive Kickstarter stuff is really cool in this one. But regardless, when we launched Bazaars of Ubar, we all, like, everybody's like, oh my gosh, you must be so upset over like the funding level of this. No, we knew exactly what this would do when we launched it. It was just like, this was going to be a smaller game. It was not going to be some big $100,000 Kickstarter. I mean, if it did, we wouldn't say no to the money, but it was like, we did almost no advertising for it. We did almost, and even during the campaign was going, we did very little. I mean, we look at like when we spend our money on advertising, it's like turn the ones into twos. If you spend $1 in advertising, make sure you're getting $2 back. And it was just like, and so we did that with this. And we were like, for every $1 we spent on advertising for Bazaars of Ubar, it turned into like $2.50 or $3. It was like, which is good. But we weren't hammering on it either. We just said, and so like, it's a good game. We'll get to publish it. We'll make a little bit of money. We've published Tim Armstrong's second game. He's happy. He's glad that his game got made. We're glad that the money we spent on the art and everything else is actually going to be paid for and actually going to be used. But here's the deal. If it hadn't funded, we were like, we even said, we were talking, it's like, so if it doesn't fund, we'll launch it again in February. We're just like, yeah, we'll just reload, launch it again in February, test the waters then. But it funded. So now I have something to work on for the next 3 months, which, fine, whatever, good. Better than answering all these stupid emails I've been doing for like the last like month.
Well, when's the last time that Shane had a movie day?
There was one day when I couldn't get a hold of him for some reason, and it was because him, Noah, and Josh, Noah at Game Trays, were all, I needed an answer or something, and he wasn't answering in his email, so I called him, and he was like, what do you want? And I was like, and I heard all this noise in the background. I was like, hey, what are you doing? He's like, I'm getting drunk at the dog track with Noah and Josh. What do you need? I was just like, it can wait. Man, I was just like, All right, see you later. Yeah,
That's amazing.
yeah, but I mean, I don't know, man. When you work for a company that employs 3 people, one of which is the owner, I mean, it's just kind of like
Yeah.
it's. I mean, we all have our islands that we manage, and we
Yeah.
just work together and get it done. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I will say I agree. I've noticed that a lot. That because how I choose a lot of my future projects I do on the Kickstarter critique is I'll look directly at how many people have the pre-launch. Like Pest was a great example. Pest had like thousands and thousands of people. And I was like, oh, it's going to be big. And then it launched and it was like, it wasn't nearly as big. And I've seen that a lot consistently. Now, granted, I think a lot of it plays, like how well you present yourself, obviously. But
Mhm.
yeah, I don't think it's nearly as, I agree with you, Lance. It's not nearly as valuable as you would think.
well, I mean, it's such a. I mean, and these are once again, like so many. I don't even know what I'm looking for here. There's so much. It used to be back in the day, if you launched the thing on Kickstarter, and this is nothing new. We've talked about this a lot, but there used to be something we used to say, like when you launched the thing on Kickstarter, if it did this, and this, and you had a video from whoever,
Right.
like you could count on the fact that you were going to hit 200 grand. It was just like a gold standard. You were
Yeah.
going to get 1,000 people, and like that was the thing too. You're going to get 1,000 backers who are going to get, and each one of them was going to give you $45. So you could count on making 450 grand. That was just because you put all that time and effort into it. But something happened, something weird happened where that wasn't the case anymore, where you couldn't count on that anymore. And the reason why, in my opinion, is the fact that there's all these fucking games that are coming out that are all the fucking same.
Yeah.
They're all the fucking same. I mean, it's just like, and it's just like, and there is nothing that makes these games stand out from one another. They're all a giant amorphous blob of Euro, or and I shouldn't say that. They're either a giant amorphous blob of theme plus plus conflict, for Ameritrash stuff, or it is a giant amorphous blob of like pasted on like setting combined with 2 or 3 Euro mechanisms that combine together in a clever way. All of those games are good. They are all really good games. And every once in a while, one of them is really, really fucking great. But they're all, for the most part, really, really good games. They are games that are being made right now that are 10 times better than games that were being made in the early 2000s. They are like fantastic compared to stuff that was, but they're all the fucking same. And it is like an absolute goddamn dart throw to know whether or not, when you throw that dart, whether or not that theme is going to actually connect with people, or if it's going to be something where people are like, what's this? Who cares? Right? I mean, it's just like, they're just, and you have no idea. You have zero clue. You have zero clue whether it's going to happen or not. None. I mean, I look at like how just the ball, I mean, I'm stunned when places like Czech games like still are able. I mean, honestly, they've got like 4 or 5 like evergreens, so they can just publish whatever they want. But I mean, look at that devil game that they just came out with. That game's gonna flop. It's gonna absolutely flop. It's a good game, but it's gonna absolutely flop because of the fact that it is super expensive. You have to have 4 people to play, and it isn't doing what people are expecting it would do. They thought they were going to be like, oh, I'm the devil and I'm signing secret packs with people. No, it's got a really crazy theme with a little bit of a subtle, secret role thing going on. But for the most part, it's just a Euro. It's just a layered Euro with like a lot of different mechanisms working with each other, just like every other game they've made. but and there's gonna be a ton of people that are gonna buy that game and they're gonna get it and they're like, wait a minute, this game isn't anything like I thought it was going to be. Why
Yeah.
isn't this game better? Why, and that's gonna suck. But like for some reason, they never have to go to. They still have that dedicated fan base that are gonna keep showing up and keep buying their stuff, and that's great. And they probably should, right? I mean, but and then to be their Starship Captains game, that game is awesome. That is
I haven't played that.
that is a fantastic game that just came out. I mean, so it's like they had one that was just kind of like Deal with the Devil was kind of blah, and which I really like, but I can totally see why people are like, yeah, this game's not fun. And then, but Starship Captains, that game's great. And they should be very proud of. They should be proud of both games because they're both slick as hell. It's just one's gonna be the other. But I don't know. I'm kind of going off on a big rant here, but the thing
Yes,
is,
you are, Gramps.
where I'm going with all of this is that
Get off my
like,
lawn, motherfucker.
Aaron
That's where I'm going. Get off my lawn.
for Great Bucks games for us, like going forward, like we're not going to publish good games anymore. I mean, like we did our last average game with After the Empire, and then
Yeah, that
and
piece
then,
of shit game.
Yeah.
God damn it.
By the way, congrats
now
on
you
getting
want
that
an
on Board
expansion?
Games
What the
India.
fuck?
What was
on
that?
what?
What's that,
It-
sorry?
Board Games India, and they had Ragnaroks on there too.
What's Board
Oh,
Games
cool.
India?
It's the
Board
most
game.
popular Indian board game website, I think.
Oh, nice.
Ragnarok.
So,
Board
but
Games India.
here's the weird thing is
Wonder how big
that
of a market that is. Wow.
billion. There's a billion people in India.
Well,
So-
Oh yeah.
Gotta be
Um,
a couple 100,000, I'm sure. Yeah. I
but
mean,
but I mean, like Shane and Josh and I have said, we're not going to publish a game that isn't going to have the name Midgard on it or Deception Murder in Hong Kong on it. I mean, like Josh showed me a game that is like a secret role game, and I mean I can't talk too much about it, but I mean I was like, I hope you signed this, and he's like, yeah, we signed it, and I was like, good.
good for you.
But it was like literally it's really a game that like is
Stay away from that Evan guy, though.
it had a Cthulhu theme, but it's got a mystery, like it's got a secret role thing going on, so we're reskinning it into the Deception world and like making basically
Yeah.
a game that's in,
Oh, that's
so
cool.
why? Because it'll be a card game that we can make for literally pennies,
And
we
Shane
can-
wants a universe.
and we can sell it, and we can sell it for $20 a pop, and we can do a Kickstarter for it, and we know because it's got murder, it's got it's going to have the Deception
Yeah.
name on it.
It's a good game, though.
Yeah, it is. Deception is a great game. But yeah, so like, and then like the draft and right that we're gonna launch next year, Clans of Midgard. I mean, that's like, oh, it's a Midgard game. I mean, people will come
Yeah,
in and
it's a
pay
good
for it.
Yeah.
Theoretically, I don't know. I mean, it's
So Deception After the Empire. How's this gonna work, Evan?
the after the Empire expansion will be huge, and
Ready.
Well, I can see where you guys are. You're trying to play it safer. And
but that's one of those things where it's like we had a game, we signed this big huge euro that we love called God King, but it's like, well, I mean, we can't really reskin that into like the Midgard world or anything like that.
Right.
So, and we have a fantastic game called Prophets of Doom that is like by itself a like thing as well, but and that's another thing too, where it's like, those are grab bags. But after we get done with we have like these like 3 or 4 things that are like not Midgard or Deception or After the Empire. I mean, we're not really gonna. There's no reason to, throw or take a shot. Like, I mean, you're like literally taking a half court shot and you're hoping that people care about it.
go for the best. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if people don't, you're like, well, I'm sure glad we spent 6 months developing this,
Right.
Yeah, I could see a few companies going your way, Lance, and I don't blame you. But I could also see, like with CGA, how they're still swinging. They're still trying to be creative, and sometimes they'll get it done. But
I think
Yeah,
just
so I can see both sides of
I
it,
think it
but
just,
you're
you
right,
know,
just the sheer amount. I'm sorry, Evan, go ahead.
no, you're good. I was interrupting you. It's just a matter of like how much playroom do you have financially?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
as you know, as time marches on, financial playroom is going like this.
Yeah,
You know, for lots of different reasons that obviously we're not going to solve right now. But like people, the extra space to be creative is shrinking.
Yeah.
And
And
you see it in movies that are coming out. It's like,
yeah,
oh, let's do another Marvel movie. Oh, let's do
yeah,
another. Let's do a
DC.
sequel to this. Let's do a prequel to this. Let's do a remake of Total Recall. Let's do a remake of this. Let's do it's like
I actually-
actual new cool movies. There's not many.
Nah,
I watched a
Not
YouTube
many.
video about exactly that, breaking
Yeah.
down Netflix,
Mhm.
yeah,
HBO Max, and going over what their most popular things were. And it was like, what's the point of making the new stuff? Because the most popular stuff is the old stuff, and it's the spin-offs and stuff that people know.
Mhm.
Like
Right.
they make more money on these movies that bomb in the box office
yeah,
than they do making their own stuff,
Yeah.
just because it has the name brand recognition already.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
It's crazy you mentioned that, because I was just watching that like 2 nights ago. It was just fascinating to me.
Yeah. If you're gonna, sink $180 million into making a movie,
yeah,
if it's not connected to Marvel, you probably aren't gonna do it.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like just
And even they're struggling. Maybe the latest couple Marvel movies aren't what they were
Right, yeah, they've
expecting,
been
or the
overdoing it a bit.
DC movies for that matter.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
Oh,
I mean, there's
Henry
issues
Cavill.
with that. There's issues with that too. But yeah,
You see Henry Cavill's out as Superman?
I did see that.
That sucks. I was excited
know,
about that.
I liked him as Superman, but I'm sure
Yeah.
whoever they get will do a good job.
he's a decent actor. I like him in a few roles he did.
Yeah.
I actually watched that Amsterdam on Netflix with Christian Bale.
Oh, I've been meaning to watch that. Is it any good?
Yeah, it's a pretty good film. It's I don't want to spoil too much, but it's a good change. It's a little historical based sort of, but it's kind of humorous at the same time with it. Yeah,
Bale.
yeah, Bale
There we go. Oh,
and
it's a movie.
Margot Robbie and
It's a movie. Oh yeah, there we go.
yeah, who was the other?
Taylor Swift.
Bale, Margot Robbie, and Denzel Washington's kid. What's his name?
John David.
John David
John
Washington.
David. Rami Malek.
Yeah, he's in it.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like-
Taylor Swift. Anna Taylor-Joy. Anya.
De Niro's in it. There's a few.
3.6 out of 5.
Is that what I got? Yeah. I
It's a
enjoyed
solid
it.
C plus.
C
It's a
plus.
solid C plus.
I enjoyed it because it wasn't Marvel, it wasn't a Christmas, and it wasn't a
Yeah,
horror movie.
It's something different.
Yeah.
That's the thing, man. Like it's real tough right now to because people's luxury dollars are less than they used to be percentage wise.
Yeah. it's
So
true. Yeah.
you kind of have to back a sure thing. I don't know. I get it. I get it.
He get it.
I'm gonna head to bed. I'm
Yeah, I
done.
was just gonna say it's getting late.
Yeah.
Send all complaints to forrestbauer@gmail.com.
It's good because I don't have that email.
Nah. Somebody
Forrest
stole it from
Dot
you, huh?
Bauer.
Damn it.
Oh!
You got me.
The jig is up.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know, just be cool to one another. We will have our show next week, obviously, even though it's right before Christmas. So did anybody ask for a board game for Christmas?
I bought myself a board game for Christmas.
I did ask for River Mirror. I wanted to get that one.
It's for Space Base
what
every
game
year.
did you buy yourself, Evan?
Condottiere.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I had a great time playing with it. With like a group of like 5 people, and I think it's a great little portable area control card game thing. I don't know. I really liked it. It's like a 6.7 on BGG, but I really liked it. What are you gonna do?
You like what you like. Fuck BGG.
Can't always be
Well,
right. BGG's right.
Yeah, everybody's
Well,
right.
I theoretically I'll get I'll get the volume 2 and 3 of the Initials game for Christmas. So
Oh, yeah.
we'll be
Theoretically.
able we'll have those
I'm ready.
Okay.
for upcoming whatchamadigs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Stuff
we gotta
from the
think of
people.
another game. Something easy, yeah. We'll ponder on this when I'm less stoned.
You say so.
I got Bayweather coming, dude. I'm stoned all day today. I know that. It's coming. My hands are locking up now. It didn't even start.
Oh yeah, you're like out on deck. You're like Captain.
Yeah, man. Gonna need a bigger boat with a cover.
Storms are coming. The elbow.
Oh, I watched that. What was it? 1899.
I don't know.
Boy,
That was garbage.
that took
Was
a
it?
turn. That was not the end of that. Was not what I was expecting. at
No,
all.
and I didn't really. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, but I did not. I did not.
1899.
I did
I've seen
not.
this.
I did not think that was good.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. It wasn't the worst thing I ever saw, but I
4.1
wouldn't watch
out
it
of
again.
5. Hey, have you
It
guys
was-
been
it was
watching The
alright.
Willow?
No, I don't think I ever saw the movie.
Oh, all right. Yeah. You
Yeah.
probably don't need to watch the show. I'm liking it, but it's
Oh, I just seen National Treasure came out with a series today or yesterday or recently
really.
on Disney Plus.
Is Nick Cage in it?
I don't know. I didn't look that deep into it. I just seen it up there. Jen
Gotta
was
get me some Nick
finishing
Cage.
the Santa Claus series thing.
Yeah. All Force left us.
Yeah, I did.
Tired.
Who has time to
Who-
watch all this stuff?
Right.
Not
Right.
me.
Take time to spend with the ones you love. In my case, it's TV because that's what Jen likes. In your case, it's video games with the kid. Right?
You know, what I'll say is this: when
Is the daughter still around, or does she
Oh, yeah,
wander
but
off?
I mean,
in
well,
the-
but I'll say
yeah.
this. I'll say this. It's like if I'm like, it just, I have realized that the stuff that I enjoy watching on TV, nobody else in this house likes watching. And I can stomach some of the stuff that like other members of the family watch, but I don't like cooking shows.
Yeah.
I do. I mean, because it's all to me.
People
To me,
love
it's
those
like
cooking
really,
shows.
really are they? It's like I now have personally watched.
People love them.
No. I get why people love them. I get it, right? But for me, I can't detach. Like it's like watching when you go to the most recent Mission Impossible movie, right? Like, yeah, there's this very tense moment but you're like, yeah, Tom Cruise isn't gonna die.
Right.
One of
You
these
know.
days, he will on his own stunt.
Well, no, maybe, but here's the deal.
He's
Here's the
asking
deal.
for it, dude. He's defying
So,
life.
but no, it's one of those things where you're watching it and you're like, for me, like, if it is a mark of a good movie for me to actually remove myself and actually like say, wow, I'm actually like feeling tension in this moment
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm,
Get sucked
And-
in.
yeah, and like I was watching, my daughter was watching Jurassic Park Lost World.
Sure.
Like she was watching, it was streaming, and I said, we watched this when you were like 5 years old. She's like, I don't remember it. Yeah, and that's the one where the person there's that like weird, stupid like truck that has the 3 portions, so it's moving
Sure.
around, and then like it's dangling over the edge of the cliff.
Sure, of course.
And the person falls down and it looks like they're going to fall to their death. But then you remember that there's that glass door that's on the bottom.
Mhm.
So they hit
Yeah.
the glass door and they
Right.
don't fall.
Yeah.
And they're on there. And then the glass thing starts cracking.
Yeah, of course.
My daughter was like 4 or 5 years old. She was like, oh, hurry. Just like she was buying into it. And I'm like, they're
That's
not going to
awesome.
I'm like, they're not going to kill the 10-year-old kid.
Right.
And you're just like, but for her,
Right.
she was
Right.
100% in, right?
Right.
Um,
But she doesn't know the rules.
no, she doesn't.
Yeah.
But to tie that into the cooking show stuff, when I'm watching those cooking shows, seriously, I have seen like how many episodes of this show exist? 100?
Yeah.
Have they ever actually failed to not make the thing in the time allotted ever? I mean, like you always hear, it's like they're always like, chefs, 2 minutes, and they were like, oh yeah, I gotta shake this up, and I gotta do this, 30 seconds. It's
Well, I
like,
don't think in those cooking shows the concern is will they present something.
no, but I mean,
think
here-
people
but
are
here's-
interested to see.
but here's the deal. It's like it's always like 3, 2, 1, and it's like, and every single one of them is just getting done. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
I just got done with everything
got
that I
done
just
4
completed.
hours ago.
And then they go and reveal, and it's like the fucking thing is a work of art. It's just like, it's like
Yeah.
the whole thing is just crafted personally, and then you read about, no, they have unlimited time to make their
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
There's the
Is that
timer
true?
is, yeah, it is. It's
Oh,
the-
that's a
the-
bummer.
The timer is just is just a complete bogus,
Oh,
like, fake tension thing.
Yeah.
They talk about how, like, because of the lighting and everything like that,
Yeah.
like the food that they make isn't being made in front of, because the lights and the
Right.
heat from all the
Would melt
stage
them.
lights,
Yeah.
like, would destroy the food.
Yeah.
Like, basically, because it would be so hot in there that they wouldn't be able to, like, so if
Funny.
the stuff is actually being cooked in like another climate controlled area, they're still competing. I mean, they're
Yeah.
Right.
making their stuff, but
But that's
it's
not what they're showing.
all
Drama.
it's all edited and doctored to,
oh man.
yeah. I mean,
Sons of
it's-
bitch, you just pissed all over Evan's Cheerios.
Oh man.
Oh.
I mean, it's still that person
entertainment.
saying, "Hey,
Yeah.
I'm making this like super cool pastry or whatever, and my pastry is better than yours," right? That's still a thing.
Hmm.
But
yeah.
you
Well,
know,
I don't know if that's all the shows though, because so some of those shows, the plate that they put out there, you're like, woof, that's rough, man.
Well,
You
it's
know,
intentional on a lot of them, I think.
maybe.
Yeah.
the only one that I actually probably kind of respected was that Nailed It show, because those people
Yeah.
had no clue what they were making, and they would
Right.
make the stuff and it would look like garbage. And I was like, at least I can believe
Yeah, that's
that
what
this is
happened.
accurate, because
Yeah.
it's like, you need to make this, and they show up and it's just like a melted frog, They're just like, and I would be like, okay, I'll buy
None
into
of the
that.
ingredients were green. How did you make something green?
Yeah.
Um,
Don't ask. I won't tell.
Well, that, and then the other thing is that, like, it's and then either the home improvement / redecorating
Right,
/
right.
renovation
Oh, I hate them
show,
fucking things,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
And it's
Look
just
what
like,
this crew of 73 people that you never see could do in a half hour.
yeah, you
Yeah.
never, it's like they have
Yeah.
all, and
Normally
then
a month and a
they always
half.
cut to, and they have some, they have that, they have Joey Bag of Donuts with his grizzly beard, like sawing the one board, or like, the woman with the perfectly manicured nails and like no hair out of place,
They never do the comeback special though.
I've been tearing up our old laminate flooring and putting down vinyl plank flooring in our basement, like every other night for now, like a couple of weeks. And I
Yeah.
know what I look like after I've been doing that for 3-4 hours. And I know
Yeah.
what my wife looks like
Yeah.
after doing
Yeah.
that for 3 or 4 hours.
Granted,
And I'm
you're
supposed to
amateurs,
believe that
but-
this
Yeah.
dude and this lady, this married couple with a dream, have
Right.
been like installed a new bar, hung up wallpaper, put in
Right.
vinyl flooring,
Yeah.
did the lights, did
Gotta
the
do
duct
lighting.
work,
Didn't
did
get
all the
electrocuted.
electrical in the last 3 days, and they haven't wanted to kill each other. It like just because.
It's one of those things where it's real. Like if there's not a take of somebody like literally with blood on their hand, like they didn't do the work themselves.
Oh, I know. It's
Yeah.
just-
If there's not a gash somewhere on your hand, you didn't do it.
Oh yeah.
and
Every
there's a team of like 40 people that like do whatever, and then it's just like, okay, we need you to nail this one last thing in here. Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and does it take away from the fact that team did a really good job putting that house together? No, it looks nice, it looks cool. They took an idea, they designed, and they did the thing.
That's
Great,
not what's being
awesome.
presented.
They never go back to the house ever.
Well, and that's the other thing too, is that
Those are worth holding up.
in
Let's
the
find
town
out.
in the town of Moorhead, like there's that what's that show where Move the Bus, where they totally redo the house,
I don't
like
know.
they actually remove the people from the house, and then they go in there, it's like it's all like, oh,
And they go, wow.
Yeah, and then they move the bus out of the way. I don't know what it's called, but
Yeah, I
it's
know.
like, but there's a house in Moorhead, Minnesota, where they actually did that for it. And I had a buddy who actually worked for the cable company at that time, and they had him come in because he was like, he's one of their top level cable installers, and so basically, like, get like it was like they had like the cable company in town come and rewire the entire house and all of the cable to all the rooms so they'd have Wi-Fi and all these other things. And
Yeah.
like he was basically there for like 2 days doing that the entire time. And then like after he had like done like all this work and like put all these things in, they like had a guy that was on their team say, okay, so what should I say when I'm doing this and doing that?
Yeah.
And then like he was basically giving him like the words that he was supposed to say, and like, and then that guy was like screwing in the last little
Yeah.
face plates or whatever.
I just redid some of the wiring.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, just
That's
yeah.
all.
It's just, I mean, and he was just laughing about it. And the crazy thing about that is that family that got that house, and this is horrible, because I mean they got that house because of the fact that it was like one of the things where I think one of their children was disabled, and it was one of those things they got nominated and they got the house. Well, the house, because of all the improvements, was worth so much money they couldn't afford the taxes on it. They had to sell the house.
Oh wow, that really sucks.
Yeah.
Because it didn't
You're
change.
kicked out of your own fucking house.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you did all these things for this house, and they ended up, from what I understand, I have a friend of the family, I know they ended up selling the house, which they made a lot of money off of it
Sure.
because the house was
Yeah.
super nice.
But
And
still,
they
you gotta
were,
go
then
through
they
the
were
whole
able to
thing.
go and buy a house, like for cash, basically. They
Yeah.
were able to go buy a house, and
That's
that was
nice at
not
least,
the
but yeah.
super nice one or whatever, but they were
Having to
only able
live
to like
sucks.
live in the super nice house for like 9 months.
Yeah.
That sucks. Now they got to remodel a new house for the handicap. It really sucks.
Well, I mean, it's just, but
It's inconvenient.
they never go back,
Yeah. Those
It's
shows I noticed even before the pandemic started. I noticed the cooking shows, the baking shows, even the woodworking, the contracting shows. That all
Mhm.
drove the price of like what a lot of people would consider junk, junk wood, junk meats,
Mhm.
junk
Yeah, 2x4s.
vegetables. It drove the price of them up so much. Yeah, it amazed me. I mean,
Yeah.
the home improvement things and the cooking, I see the value of them. They're educational to a point. They get people interested in cooking or remodeling or whatever. Yeah, but
Well, then they started selling houses as if they had been remodeled. They're like great fixer-upper, priced as if already fixed up, and you're like, nah,
yeah,
that doesn't.
That whole thing's a scam too. So is in reality realtors or whatever the hell they're called.
Yeah. And I'm not paying for a house that's not.
You're
yet
pissing
remodeled.
on Jen's schedule here, Lance. She has true crime topped off with some kind of baking show. Or
Is
a
that the name of
Christmas
it? Some
movie
kind of
lately.
baking show.
It's
Well,
just some kind of baking, cooking show in general. Usually baking because she's a cake decorator and all that. But if not, it'll be some cooking show. But it's always true crime, some kind of rape, murder, whatever. Capped off with that. Just piss it all over her schedule, man. I agree with you, but still.
yeah. But all right, I meant to go, and then I did
All
the
right.
classic Lance where we ended up talking for another 50 minutes. So
Yeah.
all right.
But Rob German, thank you for coming in at the last second. Now we're heading out. So go back Bazaar's Woo Bar if you haven't already. Go support. Go pay $15 to Aldi and get your supporter badge for BGG. Do it. But anyway, I'll talk to everybody